Well, well, I am. Yeah, pretty simple. I am. But this has been going for like what, 2.5, 3 hours now, and we've nothing really except him just denying and telling everyone that they're changing the topic. Yeah, when it's not being changed. Sorry, I'm getting a bit pissed off as well because I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to do like three different things at once. So again, in the chat, he's claiming that we don't want to talk about the horizontal.
And another thing interesting about that sugar water demonstration is how quickly it veers off, right, and goes down. I mean, how do we see anything if that's what's happening outside in the air? How's any of the light reaching our eye from a significant distance? I mean, it's crazy. What? But like I said, I'm still looking into that whole thing about total internal reflection. Um, because I think that they're claiming two different things there. So it's the same setup for two different demonstrations: demonstration of total internal reflection and a demonstration of refraction due to what, like a guy says, is a gradient, density gradient. I mean, like you might be able to get uh, somewhat of that same effect from if there was um, actual, like, identifiable layers, measurable layers of density occurring within spaces, and you could maybe get enough of a boundary surface for the light to reflect off of, but then it needs to continuously reflect, which not happening. Yeah. it goes down. No, but I mean, like, what do you do? Do you like rethink the definition of refraction, or do you just like give all instances of the apparent change of direction of light that term, no matter what? So is like gravitational lensing refraction? Not that that's real, but they like to claim it is.
So what he's not understanding is no one's ignoring or trying to get away from the horizontal ray paradox. Part of this paradox is that they've got light bending around the globe, yeah, and that was why I wanted to stop him where he was, because he just wants to read past that fact. And he even told us earlier that he doesn't care about the radius. He doesn't care whether that's a requirement. He just wants to keep on reading past it and say how these light rays that don't exist can bend and refract when it is requiring the radius.
Yeah, yeah,
Because,
exactly. Like he said at one point earlier on. Well, then how what did Walter Bislin do? If he's not applying those principles, then how did he get that? Like, well, by using the radius, right? Using the radius value as something as a basis for a greater arc, right? So a larger radius, just increase the
yeah,
radius a little bit. That's how he
yeah,
did it. And so the rest of it is just assuming that the light is behaving in the exact way you need it to in order for for it to be working like that.
yeah. And so this is where I stopped
Like you
him.
said,
It says
right? That's where your
next,
ray
let's ask
paradox
whether,
comes.
yeah, let's ask what temperature gradient will bend the rays. So they follow the curve of the Earth. This condition divides temperature profiles. So again, that's where I stopped him. Where did you get the curve of the Earth? And then he tries to say that where I'm trying to take it off topic when he's reading the direct citation about the issue with the rays bending and the horizontal ray paradox, and he's reading out that it requires the curve of the Earth. So no, I'm not trying to take it away from the horizontal ray paradox. I'm asking him to demonstrate where this antecedent of Earth curvature came from to begin with.
How did it come up anyway? Was what was being discussed? Was it long distance observations, Black Swan? What brought it up in the first place?
Let me think for a minute now. It was about 2.5 hours ago. It was refraction. It was something to do with refraction in the atmosphere. And then I stated that it wasn't refraction because we didn't have the two isotropic media. And then he was telling us or telling me that I must deny science then because we don't require the two media. Then I showed him the two media and he said, well, no, this isn't Snell's law after I read out Walter Bislin because there is no actual boundary that's being crossed. And then he changed his mind and started claiming that there was a boundary in the atmosphere and we could have refraction because of the boundaries in the atmosphere. and then started talking about the refractive indexes of the atmosphere or air when it only actually has one, according to the law.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, for him to say it's a gradual change, like, well, what does that mean exactly? Like, where is the indices changing? Like, at what point? Because you need to identify something. 'Cause, like I said, like, what is determining the change of direction?
Well, look, even if we are seeing different effects in the atmosphere due to temperature, which, we can see that occurring very close to the road in summer. You see the heat waves coming off the road, etc. It still wouldn't be classed according to refraction, yeah. And again, if they want to claim that is atmospheric refraction, they need to have the two antecedents, sphere-shaped air and a radius value. So it can't be what they claim to be terrestrial refraction in this instance because they don't have the antecedent requirements for it to be terrestrial refraction. I think that's the whole point.
AJ, do you think there's a way to actually put this to bed with the Globers, or do you think this will be like, a never-ending dispute? Them claiming that terrestrial refraction is a real thing.
I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't look like you're going to be able to put it to bed because they're just going to do what a guy does. They're going to hand wave dismiss it. They're going to make all these other claims. They're going to tell you that you deny science and that they are following science. They're going to tell you changing the subject of the subject that we're discussing when we're not changing the subject. Yeah, so I don't know where it's going to go. I've had a few discussions now using this, and I've had a few that have sort of just stopped in their tracks and said, "Oh yeah, I'll have to have a think about that," or "Can you send me that?" But most of them have been like a guy, but a guy takes the cake, man. Like seriously.
You're right. You weren't
I,
changing the subject. Sorry. Go on.
no, I was just following up, and I was going to ask. Well, he keeps claiming the gradual gradient. So he's claiming the two mediums are so gradual. We have no, line or barrier, let's say, where we can class two mediums. But I was wondering, in normal standard refraction, have we got experiments with a gradual gradient, and how does that affect the refracted image at the end?
No, the actual law
Like,
of
does
refraction just
is a gradual gradient a real thing? Sorry, AJ.
well, I suppose a gradual gradient's a real thing. We get temperature gradients, we get gas pressure gradients.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, does that affect the refracted image? Like, are we able to distinguish the difference between two distinct mediums and a gradual change in the medium? And how does that affect refracted images.
Well, it may have some effect, yeah. I think like in the Black Swan, for example, we've got some bendy cranes there, but that could also have to do with temperature and heat from machinery on the oil rig itself, yeah. And we like I said, we
That
see that
temperature and
very close to the road. But I suppose the main point here is that for the globe to claim terrestrial refraction, they still need the atmosphere and the radius. And then there's issues with that. And then secondly, my thing, yeah, if someone told me, all right, let's have a look at it this way. I go to university to learn about light and refraction, etc. Yeah, and I'm at the university, and they start reading me out this lecture where they tell me that one, the atmosphere is curved, etc. We'll have a rough value to make things simple, blah blah blah, and then this is a pretty good assumption, yeah. Am I going to university and paying thousands of dollars to learn pretty good assumptions?
yes,
Or am I going to learn facts and reality?
no.
No. I must be thinking the wrong way, yeah. Or if I was there and someone said to me, well, what we're saying here doesn't really exist in reality, and it's just a conceptual fiction that doesn't exist in reality. If you don't understand this or you're not familiar with it, you need to go back to the beginning and learn about this conceptual fiction that doesn't exist in reality so we can reify it into reality. I feel like that would be a pretty big waste of money, yeah, at that point. Come and pay me 10 grand and I'll tell you about my conceptual fiction of unicorns and how they work.
Well, I
Right.
mean, you could, as you can study homeopathy at university. Pretty close.
Nothing wrong with homeopathy, mate. Don't go there.
Look, there's nothing wrong with
that.
studying unicorns either.
Look. What I say to people like with the Black Swan, right? Because they say refraction. I say, okay, now you want me just to accept the thing that I'm attempting to disprove here as being true, right? Off the bat. Oh, give me that part. Yeah, we'll just skip that part. Now, here's my reason why that observation is being made, right? On a sphere. No. Go back to the sphere part. Never mind the refraction part yet. We're still dealing with the sphericity part of it, right? Geometry being claimed in the math.
I'm not following this at all.
Actually involved in the claim of refraction. The thing that the refraction is dependent upon, right? The thing that you're trying to make excuses for. Not seeing, not being able to measure.
It's just a rant, man.
No, it sounds like a
No,
reification. It sounds like a reification where you guys are trying to get
it back to the point,
observations to fit. Yeah, sorry, T-Dub.
No, you're right. You got it. Like it's not an opportunity for you to make excuses, right? It's an opportunity for you to justify the foundational claim.
Which foundational claim?
Because if you have that, then you have something to base the refraction on and a reason to make excuses. But you don't have that yet.
I'm not following this at all.
So it's
terrestrial refraction.
Well, we were talking about this earlier before you started talking about homeopathy, right?
Terrestrial refraction is the foundational claim. That's what you guys are claiming. But it sounds like you're
the sphere is the foundation claim, actually. But yeah, when they claim refraction, they're trying to skip past that part, the sphere part.
And the sphere shape there. And the horizontal ray paradox.
I could understand if we weren't able to physically hit, lasers, target, with lasers and, interact with these.
Who's done that though?
Way. Plenty of people have done it over the salt flats, over lakes, frozen lakes,
Ooh.
like so many observations of beyond the geometric curve. I don't even think you really need to ask that question anymore.
Well, the main one I looked into is FE Core, and once you dig into that, it's clear that they're just scammers that lied about what they did because they failed to do what they set out to.
All right, so I'll post you a long distance observation over the Suez Canal, and everybody knows that the Suez, the salt flat, that they are flat, and there's a 21-mile laser test with no curvature, and we're hitting the target physically. So that's why it feels like a reification, because we can physically hit targets over these distances.
If you like, I'm not following that because you can hit something, therefore the path isn't bending. Is that what you mean?
No, but I'm saying, okay, so terrestrial refraction is a claim that basically we're getting a mirage in the distance that's looming behind a physical obstruction, right? So we're able to see these things in the distance. But if we was to shoot a laser out physically into the distance, then we're getting a verification that these things are reachable, touchable, testable directly, where we are observing them, not that they are in an apparent position.
I don't think that makes sense. Like, what you're saying is, I've tested where the light bends by testing if a different light also bends. It sounds like. What is using a laser do that is going to split the difference between that and what you're observing? Like, to me, they're both going to behave the same way. So if you get one and you go, oh, is it bending? You don't test whether it's bending with another possibly bendy method, right?
Yeah, I can see your point. I'm not saying. I'm just saying when we are able to hit these targets and they are in the actual position, and we're not seeing the refraction or the distortion in the laser itself. I'm just saying, like, you have no grounds apart from reification to assume that what you're seeing in the distance is a mirage. Is what I'm saying. Apart from the heat distortion and the general atmospheric effects, we're not seeing anything different in your terrestrial refraction claims, then we would expect to see if we had no terrestrial refraction. What I'm saying is it's not observable.
What's not observable?
What writing on eggshells is saying, I think, sorry to possibly be strawmanning you, but I'm attempting to somewhat steelman it, right? Is that no matter what happens, you can just say that you can just make up whatever excuse you need in order for it to fit the idea of what you think is happening. Is this your
attempt at a steelman?
Yes.
It was a terrible steelman.
Yes, that's it. I know
that was terrible, right? Todd. You can do it better than that, man.
Okay, when doesn't it?
So
when
what
doesn't
Eggshells is saying is, I'm a big dum-dum head who thinks poo-poo thoughts.
Tell me when doesn't a demonstration
I was saying about myself,
or test,
not about Todd.
When doesn't a test or an observation match the globe? You always say whatever it takes. You can just say whatever it takes for it to match the globe, right? You can extend this, reduce that, add this value, take out that value, and as long as
the
it
only
matches,
one that doesn't,
right?
The only one that doesn't is how far you can see across the surface. I don't know of any others that don't match. And that one only doesn't match if you exclude this phenomenon of refraction.
Don't forget motion. I don't want to change the subject, but don't forget motion.
What about motion? What doesn't match with the idea of motion?
Doesn't match the claim.
What doesn't match about it?
Oh, I'm not trying to change the subject. I'm just saying it's not the only thing, is it?
But what doesn't match about it?
Well, the fact that the Earth cannot be detected to have any motion in any experiment.
Yes, it can.
Well, unless you reify a gyro or something silly like that.
What does reifying a gyro mean? A gyro is a device built to detect change in angular momentum, and it detects angular change.
Yeah, but you're assuming because you're reifying that the cause is the Earth's rotation, which cannot be detected in any other way.
Hang on, you're saying except for the way you can detect it, it's reifying it to detect it in a way that would detect it. I'm not following this logic at all. Do
So you're
gyros
making a
detect
false claim.
angular rotation?
Yes, gyros
Do-
detect angular rotation, but you have no way to prove that that angular rotation is being caused by any motion of the Earth.
So
You
we
don't
do
have any experiment for that.
but you're saying that this thing, like where you'd started was saying you've got these things that don't match with the globe, and now it sounds like what you're saying is, okay, it does match, but it's a reification to say that it matches because you should have already proved it rotates before you tested whether it rotates.
No, that's like saying Santa Claus visited my house last night, and my proof is that I had a carrot left out for Rudolph, and half of it was bitten when I woke up. You don't have.
If you had
the
a good
proof of
Santa
cause.
detecting device, if you had a
You don't
good
have a
Santa
cause.
detecting device, what do you mean?
You have
What's a cause?
You have a correlation. You see the bitten carrot, and you assume it's due to the fact that the story of Santa has a Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, who likes carrots. So you're assuming that that half-bitten carrot is evidence of Rudolph, in the same way you're assuming the rotation on the gyro is evidence of the ground moving, but you don't have any primary evidence for that. You have no way to
What would
verify.
primary evidence?
Yeah.
What would primary evidence look like if it wasn't a gyro?
Well, you don't know what the gyro is picking up.
No. The question is, what would primary evidence look like if it weren't the gyro?
An experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth.
But it's the gyro.
The gyro is not an experiment
Why not?
because you have no way to prove causation. Experiments prove causation. You don't have an experiment where you can prove the
This
cause
is
of
so
the motion
circular.
of the gyro.
So in order
But-
to have an
Yeah, it is
experiment that
circular, but
shows
the
that,
problem is your side, because you're not taking into account other effects that could cause the deflection of the gyro.
cool, what,
And
such
there are
as
other explanations. Could be the gyro itself.
the gyro, this is again circular. Do you see that all of your,
It could be a
Evidence.
background medium. I'm not the one making a
how
claim
does a
here.
background medium interact? Yes, you are. You're saying a background medium could affect the reading of a gyro. That's absolutely a claim.
No, I'm not making a claim. I'm giving you alternative
Claiming there,
explanations.
you're claiming
You
they could
haven't-
affect what a gyro detects.
Yeah, you haven't done any experiments trying to prove causation around that. You're just assuming it, and that's where the reification is. Your pre-assumption that the
So
deflection in a gyro is the Earth's rotation, even though we have no experiment to prove the Earth's rotation, and is always
provided
considered
you ignore the
motionless.
experiments that do that.
What experiment?
Not loads.
Like,
You want me to put my finger on one? Oh, there's one where they built a big ring laser gyro and got it over 6 months. There's mechanical
A gyro
gyro
again, though?
compasses. There's
it's a gyro again, though. That's all you have. is the
what else
gyro.
would detect what else detects change in angular orientation?
Well,
How
the
do
issue
you-
I
what would
have
be a
with
better
the
way to
gyro
detect? Okay.
eggshells-
So let's say
eggshells.
we're trying to test it. How would you go
Ma-
about it?
ma- Well, first of all, I'd say that my issue with the gyro, is that it's not consistent. Every time you set it up, it changes. It may be
Sure.
0, it may be 15 degrees, it may be less, yeah?
Zero?
So sometimes it doesn't pick up any rotation as
Where's
far as I'm aware.
that?
Yeah?
But that's a new claim to me. Where's somebody who's got a gyro that's not measured any rotation? I don't think that's true, is what I'm saying.
Well, a gyro maintains rigidity in free space, so it's going to pick up any type of motion, or like you said, angular
Right.
motion. But as far as I'm aware, now I could be wrong, there's places where it doesn't pick up any rotation, 0.
Where's that?
And other
Where's your
times-
evidence for this one?
Like I said, as
We
far
need
as
to, we need to
I'm
hone
aware,
down on that.
listen, eggshells. I said I could be wrong. I'll have a look for you. I'm saying to you that
Okay.
I believe that to be the case, but I could be wrong. But I do know
But there's
But
an
it's not a
important factor involved.
there's not a consistent measurement each time. It does change as well depending on where you are in your location. And there's other factors that first need to be considered, such as faults with the device, calibration issues, etc. And as far
Sure, I
as
agree with that.
so that's where my issue with the gyro comes in. And then there's no real secondary experiment or evidence to show what you're
What would you-
claiming with that gyro.
So we need to nail down on that one. Is there evidence of a gyro that is sufficiently calibrated and
Wait.
precise that's measuring zero.
Wait, there's an important factor involved. Are we talking about just stationary? Like just in the one location, one spot, or are we talking about travel with the gyro?
Oh, it could go either. Either should be able to pick it up. It will be confounded. Like you'll get more.
Gyro?
If a plane's flying. Say again.
Any type of gyro? Mechanical.
You're coming in and out for me. Any type. Yeah.
What type of gyro?
Yeah, it's any type. It's just got to be sufficiently precise.
It can be mechanical.
If it's sufficiently precise, yeah, sure. There are ones that are sufficiently precise and that are mechanical. I think they're better because they rely on basic physics that I can understand, whereas speed of light I don't. Whereas the idea of the force of precession makes sense to me.
I'll just confirm for AJ. AJ is correct. There are areas on the Earth, apparently, where the gyro doesn't work, and apparently it's in the poles, extremely high latitudes, and in some cases near the equator.
I need evidence for this because I don't think that's the case. If there is a sufficiently precise gyro, it will always detect a rotation. The rotation should always be along the axis as the Earth rotates.
Well, the argument is that an environment with strong magnetic interference can also affect the performance of gyro compasses, and it can also be related to magnetic systems. Evidence. It could be related to the magnetic
I'm quite confident that's not the case, but we just need evidence for this claim that they don't work at the equator, or they don't work at the poles, or they don't work in magnetic interference.
Yeah, no, I just asked ChatGPT what AJ said, and it confirmed that what he said was correct. So I don't know. I don't know the.
Would you guys accept this from me as evidence? ChatGPT said it.
No, it's just a quick way for me to find out what the mainstream narrative is. ChatGPT does follow the mainstream narratives. So what AJ's saying is accepted within mainstream narrative. I'm not saying it's true. We just
need
saying,
evidence. Just ask ChatGPT what's the source of that.
It's pretty funny. I've been talking with it on and off, and like tell it to do kind of a few creative things, like tell the Wizard of Oz a synopsis of the story from the point of view where Dorothy's the villain.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, because I wanted to do is like have like a framework for a Dungeons and Dragons campaign where like the Tin Man is like a monster that eats hearts and shit, right?
Yes, I love it.
And like the Cowardly Lion, kind of like the police force who are like shoot first and ask questions later. You like this unjust legal system and whatnot. It's pretty cool. I like it. It's creative in that way. Like it
really works for that.
But I've seen it quote things and cite things
absolutely.
wrong. I've given it the citation, and it's got it wrong. Even with the citation, it says the wrong thing.
Oh, it could be wrong.
I've seen I've the other day was having a chat with Alpha about whether Polynesians thought the Earth was flat. And asked it both times. I try to ask the question in a kind of open way. One time it's like they were flat earthers. Very next time, like mere moments later, I'm asking it basically the same question, and it goes, "No, they were globers." I'm like, "Come on, man, pick it up." And both times I was like, "Can you please give me sources?" And then it like skirts away, didn't give me any good sources. I'm like, "God, this is ridiculous." So I'm super sketchy on it when it says these things.
Yeah, well, here's the sources for what AJ said. There's a book called Introduction to Avionic Systems by R.P.G. Collinson. There's another book called...
the page that says the bit that we're after?
No, that's your job. And then there's another book
my job to find the support for your claim.
I'm giving you the sources, my friend. So, Fundamentals of Inertial Navigation, Satellite-Based Positioning and their Integration by... I can't even pronounce that name, Jesus. And then Gyro Compass, another book, Gyro Compass Technical Documentation from Manufacturers, also state that what we said earlier that some parts of the Earth, the gyro is not
Okay,
reliable.
last one will be good. Last one will be good. Can we see that? Can you pop that link in the chat?
Apparently, it's in the manufacturer's manuals,
Cool. Yeah, we'll need the manual, right?
like
the
Sperry
idea that these
Marine,
don't work.
Sperry Marine,
Perry make good ones. Yep.
Yeah, and
Perry make
also
gyro compasses. I think
Raytheon.
they were sure. Just put one in the chat.
They mention performance issues at high latitudes and the poles. I won't be putting it in the chat. I'm working in the background. I've done enough distraction work, but I've provided you sources like you said didn't exist.
So Raytheon say that their gyros don't work at high latitudes. Doubt.
Manufacturers' manuals and technical documentation often outline the operational limits of gyro compasses. For example, companies like Sperry
Gyro
Marine
compasses, yes.
and Raytheon provide detailed specifications and users guide that mention performance issues at high latitudes and at the poles.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. But you're not searching the right thing. Gyro compasses will have issues at the poles, absolutely. But that's not testing what we're trying to find out here. Because what we're trying to find out is, do gyros have an issue? That's a very particular. It keeps the way a gyro compass works is it keeps the gyro in an like close to horizontal orientation. It will resist its ability to stand upright, but what the gyro is trying to do is align the axis of its spinning mass with the axis of the Earth. So you need to keep dialing a knob as it gets close to the poles, but if you are doing it at the poles, most of the ones that are for standard shipping won't work there. But that is not a standard gyro. That is a gyro compass. That is not testing what we are saying. What we are saying is, do gyros, mechanical or otherwise, always detect 15 degrees per hour rotation? And what you have found is a totally different device. So you haven't really done what's necessary. It's not satisfactory to me. If it's satisfactory to you, that's a different question.
Well, here you go. DJ's put a post in atmospheric pressure effect on the fiber optic gyroscope output signal. Gyros in low pressure act differently.
Yeah, they're affected by temperature and all sorts of things. But the claim was that they measure zero. That's the one that I jumped on and said, I don't think that's the case, and I would like to see evidence for it. And that remains the case. I'd still like to see evidence for it.
Look, I've never looked into it. I've heard it a few times, not just from flat earthers, from globers as well. All right. But it's not something I ever looked into. And that's why I said, listen, I believe this. I could be wrong. But when you do look it up, you get a lot from airline sites. So a horizontal gyro at the equator with its axis aligned to local meridian shows no apparent drift as it's carried round on the rotating Earth. Yeah.
That's what it should do, though.
It says on the rotating Earth, but then this is from an airplane forum, so I don't know whether it is actually on the Earth. Horizontal gyro at the North Pole shows an apparent drift of 15 per hour as the Earth rotates under it. The apparent drift 0 at the equator and 15 per hour at the poles is a function of latitude. Let me keep reading. But I'm trying to find something.
So what it's saying about at the equator is essentially, like, if you can imagine a gyro, like, has anybody played with a gyro, like spun a bicycle wheel to get those gyroscopic precession forces? So the idea is, if you tilt it virtually any way, imagine you're holding it in your hands and the axle of the bicycle wheel is pointing straight up and down, right? And you're spinning it, and it's already spinning in your hands, and you're holding the axle, right? If you apply a torque to that left or right, it'll have a resulting, that whole right-hand rule thing. It'll have a resulting thing where it'll either pull you around left or right. But what you can do is apply a torque that is around the axis that it's already spinning, and it won't notice that, right? Because it's already spinning around that axis. So all you'd be doing is effectively slightly increasing friction on the bearings or slightly decreasing friction on the bearings. It's not going to be able to detect that. What it's best at detecting is torques that are perpendicular to the axis that it's rotating. And that's generally when you line, and that's why when you are trying to get 3D interpretations out of gyros, you end up just getting 3 gyros and putting them all perpendicular to one another. So one's on the x-axis, one's on the y-axis, one's on the z-axis, and then you'll, between all 3 of them, always be able to measure any force, right? So all that's saying is, if you made it if the axis is horizontal at the equator, then it will not detect a torque. But what that is saying is, if the axis of the gyro is parallel to the core of the Earth, and it's at the equator, so there's no Coriolis force, then it won't be able to detect anything. Absolutely right. It's what they should be doing. But if you just stand it upright, put it in a different orientation, it'll get you 15 degrees per hour.
So it's relying on the Coriolis force then for the drift.
No. The whatchamacallit, the gyro compass is using the Coriolis force. The gyro
the gyro, a mechanical gyro also relies on the Coriolis force.
I'm on eggshells. What are you doing?
Does it? I'm trying to think.
What are you doing right now?
I'm not sure I agree.
Dude, are you just arguing to be a good interlocutor here?
I don't think I agree with that, because I'm not sure I agree that it's just using the Coriolis force, because I think it is a direct torque by the turn of the Earth.
According to physics exchange, mechanical gyros for an observer at the surface on the Earth, the Coriolis force would be responsible for the moving of the gyroscope axis of rotation. It's well known that this force is weak on small systems.
Yeah.
And mechanical gyroscopes, so laser gyroscopes, mechanical gyroscopes have been completely replaced by laser ones in all inertial systems of planes and rockets. So that's not really
very few people use mechanical ones nowadays.
Yeah. But they are based on the optical brother of the Coriolis force called the Sagnac effect for a laser.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if you'd say it's the Coriolis effect, because the Coriolis effect to me is going between latitudes. It is when something is moving and the effective radius of that rotation is different. And I don't. I could see it being argued either way.
Coriolis is just the apparent deflection, that one would experience in one of those reference frames due to angular momentum. So this is the cause of the Coriolis effect is the angular momentum, but it's almost like you're saying the angular momentum is there, but you're decoupling it from the Coriolis, where one causes the other.
I just feel it's a funny way to describe it, but like if the physics stack exchange is saying it, I might check it again and see what they're saying, and maybe I've got it wrong in my head. Maybe they've explained it poorly. Maybe they're wrong. But what am I trying to do?
You're trying to back the globe. I wouldn't suggest doing that.
Oh, it doesn't need much backing. Doing fine by itself.
Oh, it does, my friend. It does. That's why you're still here. That's why we're still here.
How would you... So this is a question I wanted to ask before. If you wanted to detect if the Earth was in motion, particularly turning about its own mass, like if there is angular movement rather than absolute movement, but either really, how would you go about testing it?
Well, for me, you would need confirmation of the Coriolis effect.
You like change... sorry, you're done.
No, go ahead.
No, I thought you were going to say that, and then I know you're going to expand on it. So I'll go after you.
No, that was it. That was it, really. We need a confirmation or an experiment that proves that there are 2 reference frames. Otherwise, it's a reification. Go ahead, Chris.
What do you mean? It needs to prove that there's... How would you test if there's 2 reference frames? That doesn't make sense to me.
You need an experiment. to confirm
sorry.
Coriolis. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm going
This
to
is where
back off.
I was going to say, this is where my issue comes in, Eggshells, and maybe you've got an explanation for it, but we've got for Coriolis we need 2 reference frames. Yeah, we need the rotating reference frame and the non-rotating reference frame. So it's an apparent drift. So an example that's always given that's really easy is, if you're on a roundabout and 2 people are on the other side and they throw a ball in a straight line over your head, because you're rotating, it appears that ball is actually drifting. So the problem I see with the globe is they claim Coriolis effect for some things, but not for others. So you'll say that, the Coriolis for the pendulum, Foucault's pendulum, or Coriolis for the gyro that we're talking about, or there's Coriolis for bullets, or we see Neil deGrasse Tyson claiming Coriolis under footballs, the Earth's rotating under footballs, etc. Now, understand, I don't take Neil deGrasse Tyson seriously. I'm sure you guys don't either anyway. I'm just giving it as an example. But then we're also told that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, so that anything that does leave the Earth is still in that rotating reference frame and hasn't left that rotating reference frame. So it's like doublespeak, yeah? We've got it in some cases, but then in other cases we don't, due to the fact that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. To me, it's either got to be rotating with the Earth, where we have 1 reference frame, or it's not, where we have 2 reference frames. But I believe...
So how would you test it, is the question. If somebody said, hey, I've got a, not much money here, and I want you to give me the best evidence, a test for the best evidence of whether the Earth's rotating or not, what would you do?
Well, you'd have to leave the rotating reference frame and actually witness it rotating beneath you.
So space travel's the only one?
Well, if you want to claim space travel, I suppose, yeah, you could say that. Not that I agree with space travel, obviously, being a flat earther, but we would have to leave that rotating reference frame and witness the Earth rotate underneath us, for me, because there is nothing really terrestrial that can detect it.
Except gyros.
But a plane isn't in space. Gyros. A plane isn't in space, and you've just said the second reference frame begins in space. So what is a plane? What Coriolis is the plane experiencing?
I don't think 2 reference frames exist. I think this is a flat Earth.
No, that's the definition of the Coriolis. That's a definition of Coriolis effect.
No, it's not. Coriolis effect doesn't tell you that 2 reference frames exist in objective reality. That's just something that flat earthers saw you.
Coriolis, you need 2 reference points, Eggshells. Number 1, the rotating thing, and then the apparent view from something that's not rotating. For example,
sure, I can explain what I mean, but I'm pretty confident you guys don't understand it.
No, you don't.
From the reference frame.
I'm saying I'm pretty confident you guys don't understand what it is that I'm saying, not that you don't understand it. I mean, obviously we both think one another doesn't understand it, but what is it you think I think about reference frames and their existence or otherwise?
They're observer dependent.
Exactly.
So I got it.
Yep, well done. And what do I mean? What does it mean to be observer dependent?
That each observer is inside the reference frame of themselves, and everything else is moving relative to them.
But yes, but no.
Okay. So 50%.
Pretty close. Pretty
chat
close.
Wrong. Eggshells, the 2 videos I posted in the chat, like, what's the go with them?
So it's TSG what a reference frame to
National Geographic.
Yeah, what a reference frame means is just if I imagined an observer at that point, what would they see? It doesn't necessitate the existence of the observer, and the same thing happens. Like, a way to put it is, in objective reality, there are 0 reference frames. Right? Reference frames are subjective. They do not exist in objective reality. And when you do physics, you have infinite reference frames. You could ask a question from any anywhere, right? So you could be going, we're having a car crash and these two cars are colliding. I could pick a reference frame. There could be three, right? From one car, from another car, and from an observer. But there's more than three, right? Where I could go, what did this car crash look like when I was on a neutrino whizzing past the Earth as the crash happened? And that would be a legitimate reference
analogy
frame.
when you're talking about Coriolis. Coriolis is the comparative of something that's rotating versus something that is perceived not to be. So throwing the ball across something that's spinning, the ball looks like it's curving, when in actual fact, the device is spinning underneath it. So you have two frames, the ball and or the device underneath it.
Yes.
So the rotating... Sorry, Eggshells. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're all right. No, go for it.
No, you're right. Finish what you're saying.
All I'm saying is it's just objects do not leave a reference frame. Reference frames are infinite in size, and any object in reality can be described in any reference frame. So you don't leave a reference frame and enter another. Reference frame is just
Eggshells, you do if you're going to invoke angular momentum.
You just don't.
If you're going to invoke angular momentum, kinetic... What the Coriolis is the effects of kinetic energy on a rotating system. So you're invoking that there is angular momentum, which means you're invoking two reference frames.
It's just wrong. I'm sorry, it is wrong. Run this one by ChatGPT.
No, I don't need to. I know this. I know what angular momentum is, and I know what the Coriolis effect is, and you're misrepresenting.
So angular momentum exists in a single
Coriolis.
reference frame. That's an important point.
Yes, but what I'm saying is when you invoke that there is angular momentum being caused on the gyroscope, right? And you're saying that that's due to the rotation of the Earth. Well, what you are now claiming is that there are two frames of reference.
No, this is the thing. There can't be. Well,
you're claiming the angular momentum is caused by the rotation of the Earth. That is two reference frames, kinetic energy on a rotating system. So then there's no angular momentum.
Yes, there is. It's just you're not understanding it.
No. What I'm saying is the angular momentum is being caused by something else, like I said in the beginning.
So how would you? So it goes back to the question.
The angular momentum on a gyro is caused by the rotation of the Earth because you don't have the reference frames. You don't have evidence or experiments.
Fine. I don't have reference frames. I don't have any evidence. How would you, in the cheapest way possible, detect if you were on a body that was rotating? Somebody said, "Hey, I'm going to give you $1 million, but I'm going to expect you to, like, you get to keep the rest of it. So you're trying to, you want to walk away with $999,000. What would be the way you would best go about detecting if you were on a body that was rotating?"
The easiest way would be on a merry-go-round, yeah.
No. I'm saying if you're trying to detect if the Earth is rotating, and I'm going to give you $1 million, but you get to keep the leftover. So you're trying to do it as cheaply as possible, but you're not trying to see if a merry-go-round is rotating, because hopefully nobody questions that.
Really, you're trying to go. I mean, we're just going to say it's not rotating. I want to participate.
Yeah, why would we be reifying?
That's a problem, right? I don't know if you recognise that's a problem, but it's a
problem.
It's a reification fallacy problem.
Okay, I got a question, Eggshells. You guys bring this up all the time. If you're in a car and you had no reference frame outside of that car, and you were just sitting in the car, moving in a straight line, not accelerating at 100 kilometers an hour, would you know that you were moving?
Physics says no. Physics says no. There's no known way to detect absolute motion.
But if you say view the outside as not moving the Earth, and you're in the vehicle and you're looking out the window and you're looking at trees and other objects coming past you on that place that's we're counting as not moving, I know you guys say the Earth's rotating, then you would know that you're moving in that vehicle, yeah?
You'd have a
Yeah.
pretty good reason to guess it. You wouldn't be able
Yeah.
to, just with that, prove that you're moving because, again, reference frame dependent, or if
It's
you want to play
relative.
tricks on somebody, you could say the trees are all moving past me.
Okay, so then
Right.
you'd also have the person that would be outside on the inertial reference frame looking at the car moving past, yeah? So my example was that I would want to leave this rotating reference frame that we're on, get above it, and see it rotate below me. And then I'd
I
say,
get
yeah,
that.
cool, it's spinning.
I think it's not a bad way to go about it. I think the challenge is twofold. One is you will have run out of money before you even get out of the reference frame, as you put it. The second problem would be I don't think you would have still split between the two options, because if you were on a rotating reference frame and then you just went up in the air, how would you? I guess I can put it as a question. How would you know? What's the thing that you would look for that you would go, I am now outside the reference frame?
15-degree drift every hour, for example, on a non-windy day if you went up in a hot air balloon.
I think I understand what you're saying, eggshells, because I suppose you could also say relatively, once I leave the Earth and see the Earth rotate underneath me, is it the Earth that's rotating underneath me, or am I drifting over the top?
Bingo.
Is that,
So yeah. So if
I
I've left
understand
the
that.
thing and I'm trying to ask this question, is that thing turning once every 24 hours? But I've left that thing, then physics says I've been imparted with velocity from that thing and all the other confounding factors, right? And so all I would do is get up there and I'd be just doing an optical experiment. I'd just be looking back on the Earth and going, is that thing rotating? But there's no point that I could cross, no sort of barrier or sort of point where I could check on a clipboard and go, I'm definitely now in another reference frame.
Now you finally understand why we laugh at you when you talk about motion.
Right. Because that plane at 30,000 feet is detecting angular motion, which you're claiming is due to from the Coriolis effect. So 30,000 feet, you're claiming that the Coriolis effect should be detectable.
I'm trying to ask you a question. How would you detect rotation if it were there? Right? I don't think it's a reasonable question. If you were on a body, any body, right? Because you can do the same with a car, right? Or like Indeed, somebody posted a good one. Planes have to have this, a sort of rudimentary inertial navigation system because they sometimes get stuck in whiteouts and the pilots can get quite confused. So they give them an artificial horizon so that if they, there's this Aeroflot flight where like typical fucking Russians, sorry to any Russians, where the co-pilot lets his son come into the cockpit and grab the yoke, and he does that, and I think the son also presses another button or something. Or no, the son just starts to take control, and the co-pilot didn't realize that once he took control, it would switch off the autopilot.
I think I've seen this. This is on
It's
Crash
insane.
Investigation.
Yeah, because you can hear them talking, and they almost recover it, but they are so freaking out that because the pilot was sleeping at the time, and then the pilot couldn't make it back into the cockpit because the plane goes like fully inverted, gets in a flat spin, like it's nuts, and he's getting slammed around the cabin and cannot make it back to the cockpit, and you can just hear this guy being like, "Oh, we've almost got it," and he gets it level again, but he doesn't know it's level, and continues a bank. So he could have, had he just evened out the wings at that point, everybody would have survived, but he just continues this roll where he gets it up to perfect level, rolls all the way over, and then everybody dies. And so the question is, if you're on a body and you wanted to know if that body was rotating, be it the Earth or I put you in a black box, right, and you don't know which way's up, and I said, is there a way you could detect if this thing was rotating once per day? How would you do it? And I think the answer to that is obviously a gyroscope, because that is what gyros do, and you can test and check that they are able to do that, right? So you can put them on a stepper mode.
Quick question. Are your gyros still attached to one of your points of reference?
So I'm going to just not be able to answer anything when it comes to reference frames. If you mean points of reference, yes,
no?
you can. Well, I can bolt it to a table if that's what you mean.
So it's failed because it's still attached to a reference point. You've got to be able to separate
What do you mean? What's a reference point? What is a reference point?
the thing that's allegedly rotating. You've got to be able to separate yourself from that to prove that it's it that's moving.
I'm trying to ask you how you would do it, right?
You
I'm
can't
saying
do
that's how I would do it.
Einstein was quite a long time ago. It cannot be done.
No, that's not what Einstein was talking about.
Looking for motion can't be done.
That's not what Einstein was talking about. What Einstein was talking about was the orbit. I'm not asking about the orbit.
Well, I think Crit had an answer before. Actually, I think I accidentally spoke before him, but Crit, you got a good answer for that?
Yeah, I mean, you guys covered a lot of it, but I would say that without barring space flight, right? Because that's the bigger proof anyway. How would you be like on Earth? How would you be able to measure or like use the curve or rotation?
So
it would be
to use it, I think that they've already done it, which is mechanical gyro compass. But I think get any
or
gyro
detect it.
and test the gyro to within a degree per hour. So get a stepper motor that can rotate around an axis. So just get a broomstick on a motor that's rotating really, really slowly with a set of gears such that it's rotating a tenth the speed. So an order of magnitude slower than what you're looking for with the Earth's rotation, and use that as a test to just go, can this gyro detect rotation that is this slight? And then, you might go through a few gyros before you pick one that does it. And then you go, great, we found a gyro that can detect rotation that is so slight, it is, 1 degree per hour. Great.
Yeah,
And
I was
then
thinking mathematically use a simulation and do a double blind or have one person say, hey, input Earth now spins at 25 degrees an hour.
Oh, yeah.
And then give a set time frame and say, what would the sky look like now?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
that'd
they
be a
would
good
have
one.
Yeah, and that's something they can't do because they say there's all kinds of mysterious dark forces up there. So how do you add that into it? It seems like the variables just compound even more and more when you get away from
What mysterious dark forces?
dark energy and dark matter.
Oh, that's not invoked at anything at solar system scale. Certainly nothing to do with the Earth and where we see things. That's only used
so I
to
guess if you were
explain
to
our
stay
ignorance when it comes to the size of galaxies.
Yeah, what they would look like, where our spot in the Milky Way galaxy is dependent on dark matter and dark energy. So was it just a solar system itself then, without doing space travel? Yeah, I don't think it could be done. I think you'd have to, because the locations that they're going to be in the sky. Yeah, I don't know. If the Earth rotates twice as fast.
Yeah. Because I think another one.
Do they rotate?
Sorry.
Would they be all moving at the same speed then? And it would just be
Yeah.
a clock that you just double, some video games that are real time strategy, or whatever. If you just increase a clock, everything just moves twice as fast. Everything else, it all stays in lockstep. So if you've got a model, and you just increase the rotation of the Earth, everything else will just keep up.
Yeah. Because I think
that model look like?
go ahead. Provokes. No, it's a good one because I think it provokes an interesting question. Because to me, it would. You could go, yeah. What would that look like? And it would be if you spun the Earth twice as fast. Masses should, like the effect of, how this thing about masses weigh less the closer they get to the equator, that should be correspondingly doubled.
That's a good one.
The stars should whiz past twice as fast. The sun should whiz past twice as fast. The bulge in the oceans should get twice as high. So you should notice this sucking back of the shores, the water, the further towards the poles you get, and a progressive suddenly all the places around the equator, like Indonesia, would be underwater bunch of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one then, because that way it's you're still earthbound, and it won't like the result, like if you double the speed of Earth, everything in the sky will supposedly double also. So it's not like you're going to be able to say, hey, like I saw this with Stellarium, like you increase the speed the Earth rotates, the sky just matches, just keeps going the same speed. It's not like Earth speeds up and the sky, everything else stays the same. And then all of a sudden, Mars is on, Mars is now like 40 degrees away from where it should have been. It keeps up the same pace.
Yeah, I think I understand you, and yeah, it should be.
The water one's good, yeah, because now you'd have, I'm trying to blank on what that's called. The spin thing, the spin force, the external
centrifugal or centripetal. I never understand which one's which.
Yeah, you'd see that happen. Like India would all of a sudden be like, tsunamis and whatnot would start happening.
Yeah,
and if the mathematical model showed that, like, hey, watch the devastating effects. Like, watch all these glaciers, how they float through the ocean. Watch these storms. What happens to these storms? Like weight of objects, and then you go like, yeah, there's some really powerful force, some type of force is being acted upon these things, and the only variable we changed was how quickly Earth rotated.
Yeah. But so a computer simulation would be enough for you to become confident that the Earth's rotating around its axis, or that would be a good test or a cheap test?
Yeah, like a double-blind one. A one where the person who's designing the computer program isn't told this is going to be used for this purpose. They say, hey, design a computer program where it matches, with these parameters to demonstrate something, that is unrelated. Then somebody else give a random number generator. It doesn't have to be another person. Then the third person put it all together and see if it stays internally consistent.
But we don't see the effects of the centrifugal force, though, do we?
Well, there's no way to manipulate them. Yeah, to begin with, it is what it is right now on Earth. It is what it is. It doesn't. There's no way to causally change the effect of that. To see.
Yeah, you can only go to different latitudes and see if things weigh differently there. You can't change what those latitudes are.
Yeah, it's not like a way you can manipulate the latitude or increase the size and rotation of the Earth. It's set. That's a controlled variable.
There is some simulator or game.
Don't we just hover a hot air balloon though, or a helicopter up in the atmosphere? And if the Earth's spinning eastward 100 miles an hour, that's the cause of the centrifugal force. Then we'd have a confirmation.
What do you mean? What should the balloon do?
It should deviate. It should deflect.
Deflect which way?
Well, if the Earth spins eastward,
counterclockwise,
yeah, 1,000 miles per hour. So that means hot air balloons, helicopters should simply hover over the surface and the Earth and wait for the Earth to come to them due to the centrifugal force.
So that's not predicted, though. There's no physicist that predicts that.
Tyson.
That's logic, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Tyson
logical.
said that.
If physics says that shouldn't happen, then that's not logical to say. Because then you're testing physics, right? You're not testing.
So take a step back, Eggshells. Why shouldn't it happen? You've removed yourself from the reference point of the rotating Earth. You are now up in the air. So why shouldn't it drift?
We're not going to get there unless we get to the bottom of the reference frames thing. You don't.
Don't sidestep this. Why shouldn't the hot air balloon drift? If the Earth is rotating underneath it and it loses its momentum, why shouldn't it drift?
Because it's already imparted with rotational velocity. There is a slight drift.
Lose that, it is now floating in the wind.
Why would it lose that?
Why would it?
Why would it lose that?
A northerly wind. The wind's not going the same way as your rotation, so it's going to lose.
Why is the wind not going the same way as the rotation?
Why is it not going? Because it's a northerly wind, and your rotation is west to east.
Right, but if let's say the wind's pushing a somewhat stiff 20 kilometers an hour from the north, right? What that means is, according to some arbitrary reference point outside it's still going hundreds of kilometers an hour eastwards. It's just also going a little bit southwards.
And you believe that?
Well, it's not about whether I believe it. It's about whether you've controlled for that in order to test it. You're trying to go, which is it?
What happens? Yes or no?
Do I think that do I think what happens? This is like a thought experiment
You've seen
so
hot air
far.
balloons before. You do know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you honestly believe that we are rotating at the equator 1,038 mile an hour?
Of course.
And the wind is rotating at the same speed. So here's a scenario for you.
Mostly the same speed. It's not.
No, have a listen to this.
There
This
is
will give you something to
differentials.
think about. Your Earth's rotating west to east.
Yeah.
Explain to me the wind coming from the west overtaking the Earth. How can, in fluid dynamics, something go faster than the thing that's propelling it in the first place?
It's just a very funny way to word it. Once you need to like imagine it's all at like some magical point at which.
Well, your Earth is the thing that's generating your wind speed. So how can the winds be now moving faster than the device?
The sun's generating the wind speed. The sun causes expansion of the air that pushes wind. At least that's my understanding. Unless
if the sun's causing it, therefore there's no wind in the first place.
No, I think we all think there's wind.
Motion, mate. All of your silly physics stuff is now null and void.
Well, either that or your comprehension of it is, right?
No, I think we've demonstrated our comprehension of Coriolis is fine. Eggshells.
But you don't have then tell me your method to test if you're on a rotating body. Because science says
You've already been through this.
Physics says you can do this.
You need evidence. You need evidence in the real world of these two reference frames. If you don't have evidence and there's no way to test it, then you can't claim that the gyro is angular momentum is being affected by two reference frames. Simple.
I didn't claim that. I don't think.
And like I said in the beginning, you did, and I told you in the beginning that was circular arguments, and you're trying to appeal to. You are basically using the gyro as proof of the gyro. That's all you have.
I'm asking you a question. How would you detect if you were on a rotating body?
We've been through this. You need to be able to witness the apparent deflection, or at least get out of the reference frame and get above the reference frame to be able to make your observations. By raising above the claim of where you claim the angular momentum is taking place.
Do you see how that's a bit weird? It's a bit weird way to construct epistemology. Is I said, how would you test this thing? And within your test, it relies somehow, bizarrely, on where I think things are. I'm saying
on evidence. No, bizarrely, it relies on evidence, my friend. You need to provide the evidence. If not, it's a reification fallacy.
It's a question, Roots. You're not following the question at all. Imagine I don't exist. Imagine I'm a voice coming out of a computer saying, I have $1 million in order for you to do a robust test in order to determine whether Earth is turning. Nothing to do with eggshells, nothing to do with whether he thinks the Earth's turning. If you think there are two reference frames and you can exit one and enter another, crack on, go for it. Just explain what the test would look like.
Like how you would do it.
AJ said you need to get above.
Exactly.
You need to get above.
Because if you
get into that reference frame. Go ahead, Crit.
How would you do that? Go for it, Crit. I don't think you.
Yeah, we lost you, Crit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted to give space. I think the main thing that Eggs is trying to do here is to demonstrate that if there's a proposition on the table that cannot be tested, like internally or even externally, like it's just a thing that is said, like, hey, the Earth doesn't rotate. Well, how do you know it doesn't rotate?
Bingo.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way of
no validity in rejecting it.
How does he know it does?
I
Well,
don't
I'm
know that
saying
it does,
both
but I'm
ways.
quite confident because of the test I mentioned. I do have a test. You don't. So if I do have a test, then I have a reason to be confident about my conclusion.
I must have missed
But if
that.
you
I must
do
have come
not-
in at the back end of it.
Yeah, see, Dr.
Talking
John
about
D,
gyros.
Dr.
The
John
gyros.
D, not Dr. John, Wallace, Dr. Wallace, the old school, anti-flat earther, had said that the belly, the womb, is a zero gravity environment, and that babies, the reason why they're so disorientated and why they can't walk and
That's silly.
and talk is because they're adjusting to the spin of gravity, spin and
That's
rotation.
a silly thing. It's a silly
Yeah.
thing to say.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, could you develop a womb then, like an artificial womb that was imparted with gravity, and see maybe the baby could walk as soon as they get out?
But it's just not the case that like your inner ear still works even if you're underwater, right? So the suggestion that the womb is a zero G environment is just wrong.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm saying he's internally that was his test. His test would have been
Right.
not that I'm saying it's right. Yeah, obviously his thing was so ridiculous it made QE's like top 50 dumbest globe things ever said.
Mm.
So when someone would ask him, well, how do you know that? How do you know that the womb is this zero G environment and it does sort of hinder early fetal development? He's like, I don't know. I can't think of a way. So why would you say that then?
He's just made it up.
Completely pulled out of his ass. Yeah, he's like,
Yeah. There's a lot of that on the globe.
or just a misinterpretation of what they're thinking.
Yeah. Or sometimes
or
I think
really bad articulation.
misspeaking, like
bad articulation.
exactly.
Yeah. And then not a lot of charity being given.
Yes, quite possibly. Because my tests, like the gyro or testing different weights at different latitudes, would not be super robust. They'd be very cheap, but they wouldn't be super robust because they would be affirming the consequent. So they'd be somewhat fallacious.
I feel like you're a little bit confused though, Eggshells, yeah, because you're saying that you can't leave a reference frame, but
yes,
you can.
Don't leave a reference.
So a reference frame is just your perspective, yeah, from which from the position you are in. It's a perspective from the position you're in, yeah, to the motion.
Not quite.
So you can't
it is a perspective.
leave all you can't leave all reference frames entirely, but you can leave an individual reference frame, say such as a rotating reference frame to a non-rotating reference frame, yeah.
This might make it make sense, and I'm not just saying this is correct. I'm just saying this is my view of it. So it may be incorrect, and then we can deal with that part of it. But this might make it make more sense. Every single object that exists in every reference frame you could conceive of. So if you had a reference frame that was attached to a hammer that somebody dropped off the ISS that was spinning about its own axis, orbiting the Earth, Earth's orbiting the sun, and it's got perturbations in its orbit because of the moon and all sorts of things. And then there's also a speck of dust in Saturn, right? Every object exists in every reference frame. So there is no exiting one and entering another in my worldview, right? Every object exists in every reference frame. It is to say it is your perspective. No, not quite. It is a perspective, I think, is a way to say it. But nothing needs to exist in that, and there is no possible way to exit a reference frame and enter another. If there is, there would be oodles of physics, textbooks, and explanations devoted to explaining how to tell when something had exited one and entered another. Right, because let's say it's a helicopter taking off on a rotating body.
What's Coriolis effect again?
Pitching and rolling ship, and the helicopter takes off of a ship that is moving forwards and pitching and rolling, and you wouldn't be able to say the chopper left the reference frame of this ship that's moving forward, is it like the very fraction of a second it departs the deck? But the deck was pitching up when it took off. So is it 3 seconds after that? Is it when it's 4 kilometers away? When does it exit that reference frame? And if there isn't an answer to that, then the answer must be it's always in that reference frame. Coriolis is not saying there are things in different reference frames. It is saying when they're observed from.
Dude,
it's not. It's not. It's saying when they.
You're actually lying, Eggshells.
I'm not. I'm telling you my opinion, but I'm also just like I would absolutely invite you to debunk it. I'm saying Coriolis is when something is viewed from a different reference frame. That doesn't imply that they are objective or that something leaves a reference frame. In order to do it, just show me any physics textbook.
In different reference frames. Obviously, they had to get there from somewhere else, from another reference frame. So the ball, before it leaves the guy's hands on the merry-go-round, it's part of his reference frame. It's going to leave the reference frame when he throws it into, and it's going to become part of a different reference frame.
I get what you're saying. I just think it's wrong.
No, that's not wrong. That's true. The guy who created it, I think his name's Gustav Coriolis or something, and he did experiments showing the effects of kinetic energy on a rotating system. It is about the reference frames. Without these two reference frames, you have no angular momentum.
Yeah,
it's not about the result. I'm not arguing about the result. I'm not arguing about the result.
Inertial and non-inertial frames. If you can never leave a frame.
Because it's where you're asking the question from.
Without the two, you don't get the illusion of deviation.
That's true.
Deflection. Yeah. You don't get it without the two reference frames.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's just saying if you ask it from the perspective from this perspective, then the object doesn't appear to be traveling in a curved path. But if you asked it from a different perspective, it does appear to be a curved path. So it does, in order to find the difference, then you would be comparing the difference.
One's moving and one's not. One's considered to be moving and one isn't.
Okay, so
I just got to bring up a point here, Eggshells. I don't know if I can take your ChatGPT answer.
You don't have to. I'm just showing you that's what the consensus says, right?
I'm just giving you a bit of stick, because you're giving Big Root stick about ChatGPT when he was saying it was the consensus. So I thought I'd better give you some back.
I agree. It's a good consensus finding device, but it will give wrong answers. I could probably figure a way to trick it here, but this is what it's answering. I said, in physics, do objects leave and enter different reference frames? And it says, in physics, objects don't inherently leave or enter in quotes different reference frames. Rather, reference frames are perspectives or coordinate systems used to describe the motion and position of objects. Which is exactly what I'm saying, right? They don't leave or enter one. They are just described from a different perspective.
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
All right.
But that's what causes the apparent deflection by being in one of the two. So if you're in one reference frame and now something enters into another reference frame, you get that apparent deflection. Well, if you want to verify that, you need to identify where these two reference frames are, where the differential line is, I suppose, and then you need to be able to witness this apparent deflection happening, none of which exists in reality.
Well, we just need to get to the bottom of the reference frames thing before we get into what the actual tests show. Right?
We understand what reference frames are. We understand that deflection is apparent.
We disagree.
No, we only disagree that we have no reference frames in the sky. No matter how high you go, you won't see this apparent deflection in a hot air balloon, in an airplane, in a helicopter, in anything in reality.
So, in order to test it, the simple way to do it is to show, and that's the thing. A gyro, in my view, unless I'm thinking of it wrong, doesn't require a separate reference frame. It is just within its own space. If it's the only object that exists.
Just remember, if the gyro is picking up Coriolis effect or force or whatever you want to class it as, helicopters, balloons, and anything else that leaves the reference frame, aka Earth, will also detect it. Full stop.
Which is why I said you don't have a cause for the deflection in a gyro. You don't have anything else in nature, like an aeroplane or like a hot air balloon or like a helicopter, that can confirm this. You don't have that. So we don't know what's causing the deflection in a gyroscope, is what I'm saying.
We can get to that in a moment. Can somebody show me any example of any physics textbook describing an object leaving a reference frame? That's the core of the discussion we're having, is we're saying we would need to get outside a reference frame.
No, the discussion was nothing about pulling shit out of textbooks. And before I get dizzy listening to this shit, I'm going to go to bed, ladies and gentlemen. So hope yourselves a good morning, evening, afternoon, or night.
Good night, Matrix.
Look after yourself, mate.
I think it's just an easy way to explain it, riding on eggshells. It may not be the correct terminology, but for example, with your helicopter, on the boat that's moving, so those two are both moving as one. As soon as that helicopter lifts off the deck and is hovering above, and that ship moves away from the helicopter, either forward, backwards, left, right, whatever, it's in a different reference frame, you would say, yeah? It's not on the same reference frame as what the boat is on now.
But that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say that. I don't think anybody in physics would say that. That would also necessitate an object leaving a reference frame. We need somebody to step up to the plate and show any sensible reason to think that objects leave reference frames. Because I've shown a definition from ChatGPT that says that that's not the case. We need something.
That's okay. I'm just trying to discuss it with you, man, because I'm trying to nut it out a bit with you, because I've actually enjoyed talking to you, man. The last dude drove me absolutely insane, but you're pretty cool to talk to, I think. I don't think you're being purposely dishonest or anything like that. I believe this is the way you understand it, and I don't see a problem with that. Yeah, it's when people just start saying, nah, you're wrong, then that pisses me off, yeah? So, again, like say, for example, the roundabout, if someone was rotating on a roundabout and then stepped off onto the solid ground, would you then not say that they're no longer on that rotating reference frame? They're not on the non-inertial reference frame. They're now on the inertial reference frame.
Of course you would. Any human being would say that.
Well, I wouldn't, because I would think that would be wrong, definitionally, in physics. What I would say is the resulting, like the guy's going to step off and stumble, right? And I would say only when you compared the rotation to the stationary, not the reference frames, but the fact that he was on a rotating body, would the stumble he did make sense, right? Whereas if you just had it from, well, it would make sense from either reference frame if you just did it singly. But I think the best is I'm struggling to think of an example that's better than Coriolis, where Coriolis, what it's saying is, if you're on the Earth and you fire a bullet, let's say, or artillery shell's probably better, it will appear to deviate.
No.
Go for it. Is that it?
Sorry.
Go for it.
You're talking about reference frames?
Go for it. You had something to say. Say it, man.
It most definitely is about the reference frames. How do you become part of the spinning reference frame? How do you become part of it? Do you have to be not part of it before you become part of it?
You're just asking a nonsensical question.
No. I don't think if you're going to demonstrate,
what do you think it is that I think?
Kids, right? If you're going to demonstrate the Coriolis effect to school kids, right? What do you have to do? You have to get, like, you're going to use a merry-go-round. Right?
Maybe.
You have to put them on the merry-go-round and start it turning, right?
I don't know. I'd struggle to explain it. I'm struggling to explain it to adults.
Frame of reference, right? Then you have a turning frame of reference, something you can use to reference something else that's not part of that reference frame.
What is it you think I think, Twad? Do your best, steel man, of what do you think?
Why can't you just understand what he's trying to say, rather than
I do, but it just doesn't
strawman you.
To steel man me, because it just, what he's saying seems like it indicates that he doesn't actually understand what it is that I think, and it just makes it kind of.
Well, you did say it wasn't
No
about
matter
the
what
reference
you
frames.
think, it's what the text
And he
books
was-
tell
No,
us.
no. I would just say somebody.
I know what you
I was
said.
going to say somebody
I know what
stepping
you
off.
said, but
Yeah,
I
go for
don't
it.
understand where you're going with it. Yeah, I understand I know what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're saying. There you go.
That's all right.
It doesn't make sense. The whole of Coriolis is
alright.
only about reference frames, kinetic energy, and how it is affected by reference frames, and particularly an inertial and non-inertial reference frame. That is
It's not.
the whole gist of Coriolis effect.
Sure.
The
In your
apparent
view,
deflection
I think
between
you might
those
be
two
wrong.
reference frames. But then, what is that define the
Well, the apparent
Coriolis effect?
deflection between the apparent deflection between them is a better way to describe it.
Between what? The reference frames. Yeah, it's all about reference frames.
I'm not saying it's not about reference frames. This is why I'm
So if you
trying to
don't
get you
have
to steel
reference
man
frames,
because you keep
can't
saying
invoke
things that
Coriolis. You
What?
can't invoke
fucking-
Coriolis without
oh
the two reference
God,
frames.
you're just saying really dumb things. Like it's just, come on, man. Try to
here's one
understand
for
what
you,
it is
man.
that I'm
Google
saying.
this for me.
How the
Put
fuck
this
is
in
that
Go
done?
for
Chat
it.
GPT for me.
This
Put in
guy.
Chat
Go for it.
GPT, please. Say,
Go.
is an aeroplane in the inertial or non-inertial reference frame?
Okay.
This guy's saying dumb things, saying I'm saying dumb things. This is going to send me crazy. You are literally saying dumb things and claiming that
It's all
we
good,
are.
man. The other guy
Fucking
was
idiot.
worse. Come on. The guy before this was bad. Come on, man. Eggshells
What I'm
hasn't been
saying is
too bad.
What I'm saying is dumb about it is that it seems that you just don't know what my position is. It seems that you just like
Care what your position is.
blissfully-
What's
Yeah,
the
we
text
don't
book
care.
say?
Exactly.
Why would you
What
not care? How would you know
What
if
is
I'm wrong?
the
If you don't know
definition?
what
I
I
don't care
think?
about your
Textbook say.
definition. We want
Okay.
the definition.
What did ChatGPT say about the plane?
Sure. Whether an airplane is in an inertial or non-inertial reference frame depends on its motion of forces acting upon it. An inertial reference frame is one in which object remains at rest or moves at constant velocity unless it is acted on by external force. The context of an airplane, constant velocity, blah, 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 would be saying it's in an inertial reference frame. A non-inertial reference frame is one that is accelerating or rotating for a plane. It could be accelerating or it could be changing direction. That would make it a non-inertial reference frame. Practical considerations, pilot and passengers or external observers. So it
Can I
is
just
not
say that
saying
was
it is
so soothing to my ears.
In
Thank
relation
you.
to the Earth.
Sure.
Like, that's what should have been.
Thank
So
you.
ask it now.
Out there.
All we need from
Hang on. Ask
the
it,
question
ask it
is
one more question. Ask it another one and say, once the plane has taken off from the Earth, is it now in the inertial reference frame? See what it says, man. I haven't done this myself. I'm asking you to do it here on the fly.
yeah. Depends upon subsequent flight, it's saying. Just after takeoff, the plane is usually climbing and accelerating. This phase involves changes in speed and direction, making the plane's reference frame non-inertial. Passengers might feel the sensation of being pushed back into their seats and experiencing slight changes in weight due to the climb.
All right, that makes sense.
So it did say it though.
Yeah.
It says as they enter the non-inertial reference frame.
No, it
So
doesn't.
what we've said,
No, it
it's backing
doesn't.
what we're
No,
saying.
it doesn't.
That
No, it
eventually
doesn't.
they are. Yes, it
It
does.
doesn't
just
say it
said-
enters a frame.
Read it again. Read it again.
Once a plane has taken off, whether it is in an inertial reference frame depends upon its subsequent motion. Just after takeoff, the plane is usually climbing and accelerating. This phase involves changes in speed and direction, making the plane's reference frame non-inertial. Passengers might feel the sensation of being pushed back into their seats or experiencing slight weight changes due to the climb.
Due to motion, yeah. Due to motion. So basically,
yeah.
it's saying it hasn't answered the question.
Right, because
The question
because
was
what
not
you're
answered.
asking it is a nonsensical question. It doesn't like here's the simple test. What you're saying.
No, it doesn't know what
is-
reference to use.
Can I
That's probably
finish,
what it is.
please, man? Come on, man. The simple test.
I'm sorry,
here
I'm
is
just getting a
doesn't-
bit frustrated.
Come
because
on,
this
man.
This is just standard.
I'm getting frustrated too, but I'm not interrupting you. I'm not being a dick. You are. So the
No, you
simple
are being a
test
dick.
here.
You are being a dick,
Simple,
Eggshell.
the simple test here is: does an object leave a reference frame? Can anybody here find me any good evidence. Call it a citation, call it a link, call it a physics stack exchange discussion. I don't care where it comes from. Just anywhere that you would consider to be a somewhat reputable source describing an object leaving a reference frame, because that is what this entire thing rests upon. It is whether objects leave and enter reference frames. Can anybody find that? An object leaving a reference frame.
Yes, we've already given you the merry-go-round experiment. This is the go-to.
No, I know. I wanted a source.
Example.
I didn't want, but that's just a thought experiment. That's just you saying, "Here, I've thought of this thing." I'm saying, can you find me a physicist saying that objects leave reference frames? Is it saying what I said again?
Okay, so I asked the question but tried to clarify it again. So it said, yes, so I said, is a plane on the Earth in the non-inertial reference frame? So it says, yes, it's in the non-inertial reference frame. This is because the Earth itself is a rotating, accelerating frame of reference, leading to the following effects: Earth's rotation, conceptual acceleration, gravity, Coriolis. Real claims. And then I said, if a plane has taken off and is flying above the Earth, is it now in an inertial reference frame? And it says, no, it is not, because it just says, well, the conditions change somewhat compared to being on the ground. The plane is still subject to the Earth's rotation due to the atmosphere rotating with the Earth and the effects of gravity. So, and this is where I was saying here before, you guys claim both here. I feel like it's double speak because you only have it in certain instances.
It ends up sounding that way. I do concede it ends up sounding that way because the way to describe them is very hard to make it clear, make what I'm saying clear, and people end up saying things like from the reference frame of the plane, right? Which is essentially saying if you start your mathematics, your physics equations from the position of a plane, which ends up making it sound like it's a sort of reification issue. It ends up making it sound like reference frames exist in objective reality. So I get why it's a difficult thing to describe well, and I'm not sure I'm doing a very good job of it. But let me put it this way: ChatGPT has come back again on my side, because the other thing that I think absolutely shows what I'm saying is that every object exists in every reference frame. And I said, can every object be described from any reference frame? And ChatGPT said, yes, every object can be described from any reference frame, though the description of its motion and the forces acting on it will vary depending on the chosen frame, which is exactly what I'm saying.
But that would be dependent
chosen
on where
frame.
you're observing.
That would require chosen frame would require different frames of reference.
Sure, different frames of reference exist, just not in objective reality.
Which would be
just
dependent
how you would
on
do
your
the
location, wouldn't it? Would that then be dependent on your location?
No, it's just like, where am I doing the maths from? Am I doing the maths from the speeding car or the pedestrian or the other car?
Right.
You know, it's just sort of where am I choosing to base
in the math, not in reality. We can't experience Coriolis effect. Okay.
That's not what I said, but if that's what you're taking from it, then I'm just hoping that even if you don't come to understand the physics, I'm hoping maybe you'll get to the point where you can understand my point of view on it. And it seems I'm struggling with that even. Is anybody getting what I think about this, even if I might be wrong about it? Anybody want to have a crack at a steel man?
I think you're playing semantics and you're
No.
trying to get out of I think you're trying to get out of admitting that there are two reference frames in the claim that the gyro is picking up the drift. You can't claim, you have to claim the reference frames in order to make the claim you made earlier. So I think you're trying to use semantics to get out of your earlier claim.
Well, what I'm saying keeps being backed up by ChatGPT. Is ChatGPT also engaging in semantics?
No, ChatGPT is definitely not backing you up, mate.
It is.
So
it's
my
saying
question
that
is where I get
every object
confused,
exists in any reference frame is saying that you cannot leave a reference frame because every object exists in every reference frame. So that means definitionally it is impossible to exit it because you can still be described from it, which is what I'm saying. ChatGPT is saying the same thing, which isn't semantics. It's good.
I'm looking at it from a different. I'm looking at it from a different position, as in. Now I could be completely wrong. From my perspective,
so could I.
Yeah, from the viewer's perspective. So I understand that. I understand what you're saying, because I could be on a roundabout and I could be spinning at 100 k's an hour, getting sick and looking at everything else whiz past me while I'm spinning, right? But then you're looking at me from the side and you're seeing something different to what I am, but they're both in the same reference frame as such, because I'm just viewing it from a different viewpoint to what you are.
Eggshells, check your DMs.
That's why I'm saying. It's like saying.
I understand that.
It's like saying, do different perspectives exist, or like even if there wasn't anybody, even if we're not on the merry-go-round, I'm going to call it merry-go-round because it's Americans who call it a roundabout, and a roundabout's what cars go around. Even if there's nobody on the merry-go-round, it's sort of going, could we do physics, treating that as the place we're doing physics from? So we're on a non-inertial reference frame because it is rotating in space, and then because like from that perspective, we would need to do it from that perspective, because we were like, well, why are objects moving away from the center? Why, when somebody drops a marble in the middle, does it roll to the outside? And you go, oh, because it's spinning, right? Yeah. But yeah, you're with me now, AJ. You get what I'm saying. Whether I'm right or wrong is a secondary issue, but at least now it's clear that you understand what I'm talking about.
Hey, Eggshells, check your DMs and then read those.
About that.
Pull those on your screen. And then, like we could read them together, see if the answers in there maybe could help.
I'm still playing Kerbal, man. What is that? It looks like walls of text. Does it describe an object leaving a reference frame? What's it saying?
Well, it's about rotating masses and their effects, and it's all about. I think you might be able to find your answer in there somewhere. It's rotating masses and their effects on inertial frames. It's by Dieter R. Brill and Jeffrey M. Cohen. It's Sloan Physics Laboratory, Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut. This was back in November 10th, 1965. Maybe like just read through them. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm good.
Well,
Thanks, though.
I think that I think where the confusion's coming in here, yeah, and I think that there's a very small difference, and it is that although I'm viewing something different to you, I understand what you're saying. My roundabout is in your reference frame, and your solid ground you're standing on is in my reference frame from the roundabout. So you're saying you can't really leave a reference frame, yeah?
Yeah,
that's cool.
Exactly.
The way that I'm viewing it is that when I step off the ground and I'm spinning on that rotating merry-go-round or roundabout, whatever it is, and you're standing what appears to be on the ground that's not moving, because from your position, it's the merry-go-round that's moving.
Yeah.
Then I would no longer be in your reference frame. I would be in the non-inertial reference frame, or the reference frame that I'm viewing from. Therefore, I have now taken myself from that non-moving reference frame that you're standing on into the moving reference frame that I'm viewing now from where I am, and that's the only difference, man. You're saying we're not leaving it.
Sounds
I'm
like
saying
leaving and entering to me.
Yeah.
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 And I get it. Intuitively, I get what you're saying about that, and I don't remember, but I suspect I probably would have had the same conception when I first, started having these conversations. I get the idea of, it feels like I'm stepping off this moving thing where I had rotational stuff and centrifugal forces, and then I stop, and there is this sort of stumbling moment where I catch up or slow down or whatever, and then it feels like I'm entering another one. And I get that. It's just that's not the way physics describes it, and as ChatGPT says, and I'm sure I could find physics stack exchanges and stuff as well.
It is. In physics, the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection of moving objects when they are viewed from a rotating frame of reference.
Great. Yep. Still saying the same thing. It doesn't say something leaves a frame of reference, though. It just says it can be described from a rotating one, which is what I'm agreeing. You could describe any object from anyone. Some explanations will make more sense, right? And that's why it's saying you need the comparison, because if you view the Coriolis from, let me get this right, the inertial reference frame, it has no deviation. The deviation is only apparent from the non-inertial one, which is why you need to use two reference frames in order to describe this apparent motion, because it is it's a pseudo force. It doesn't really exist. It's just if you're on something spinning, then the path does appear to curve, because what you call
There you
straight
go.
is something
There
that's
you go.
rotating.
There you go. Detailed the difference.
I've been saying the same thing the whole time. So if you're saying there you go, that you might need to just check in with yourself about whether it's a comprehension issue.
So you
But AJ's on
detailed
the same page as me
difference,
now.
which defines the difference between the two reference frames.
Fine. I'm
One's
just saying they don't
moving.
exist in reality. Objects don't leave one and enter another. They are all
Things moving
all-
don't exist in reality. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Whoever said that's really silly. Did I?
You just did.
It sounded like you did, and you hoped that.
No,
that
you
you could
did,
put those
because
words
that's what a non-inertial reference frame is.
Well,
One's rotating and one's not.
one's has something acting on it, so it can be rotating, but it also could be accelerating or changing vector.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, correct. Yes, I'm just simplifying it. Sorry. I just understand though. Yes. So I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with what you're saying. I do agree with what Todd's saying, that I believe that once I step off something that's rotating onto something that's not, and I'm looking back at that rotating object or moving object, then I would be in a different reference frame to what I was to being on the object. So, but I do understand what you're saying. I just don't agree with what you're saying. And I feel like it's
So
just
writing-
a semantic play on words.
That's the only
Wait,
bit I was trying to
you're
get
saying
to.
it's a reification fallacy.
Yes, I'm saying that Flat Earth is saying that they're behaving as if reference frames are objective and get entered and exited by physical objects is a reification fallacy. Yes. Well said.
You can have different frames of reference, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. They just don't exist in objective reality, right? Like a company. A company doesn't exist in objective reality. It's an agreed upon fiction, right? There's a sign that says Apple, like has an Apple logo on the side of a building, but there isn't an entity that actually is a company, right? It's just an agreed upon fiction, or it's something, a convention we use to make sense of something. Same as you can't point at a dollar. You can point at a note, a $1 or $10 note exists in physical reality, but the underlying thing itself is conceptual. And what I'm saying is reference frames are the same.
Yeah.
They don't exist in objective reality. They aren't a force. They aren't a matter. They aren't an energy or a field. They are just a concept we use to explain physics.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Sorry, I went on a bit long.
So
That's kind of interesting. We could say the dollar makes the world go round.
I like it.
It's a conditional, right? So there's conditionals which are going to affect our perception of something.
Conditional? What do you mean by that? I think I might agree.
Conditional, right? So moving platform, right, is going to be the conditional, which affects the way you will view the motion of an object.
I think so. Yeah.
Whether
If
in
I'm
motion
understanding
or
that-
not in motion, right? So it's being within that, having that, experiencing that conditional, which is going to affect what you see an object in motion appear to do. Whether
I think I agree with that. Yeah.
but that's what they're saying is the frame of reference, right? That's what's going to affect what you see an object in motion appear to do. That's what they're saying.
I think I agree. Like the problem that it ends up seeming like doublespeak is a lot of the stuff that you are saying now, or generally flat earthers say about reference frames, is either bang on or very close to what they are, or what I think they are. So it ends up
Not
being
about
like you would,
flat earthers. It's not about what flat earthers say. It's about what the
chill, man.
textbooks
Take a
say.
breath. Take a breath. Take a breath.
Dude. No, I won't fucking take a breath when you want to just stereotype.
I'm trying to extend an olive branch.
Don't give a
Chill,
shit
man.
about your olive branch. Put it in the stew.
Here, I think I got a better way of olive branch here.
Go
I've
for
been kind of sitting on it for a while.
Go for
Okay,
it. I
so
think you'll
in a
nail it.
way, like in a manner of speaking, okay, not actual, okay, is
Mhm.
is Coriolis force or fictitious force comparable to a supernatural event for an atheist worldview? Like what I mean by that,
Coriolis.
yeah, what I mean by that is that if the atheist is inside the supernatural event and they don't have a way of adjudicating it, how would they know one way or the other?
Oh yeah. If an atheist is in it, well, I think the difference comes in there. I think there is a way to adjudicate it. So the Coriolis force, like we'll get into what pseudo forces or fictitious forces are.
Grow
But
the
I think-
fuck up, Harry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Inside,
Jesus.
yeah, but that's really quick. No, so
Look,
from
I
your
know.
point of view,
He's a fucking piece of shit. He fucking knows it. He's fucking talking crap.
Jesus.
It just
Okay,
fucking
so-
dribbles from his fucking chin. Fuck off, fucking Harry. You're a fucking piece of shit, cunt.
Wow. That was cranky. Anyway,
okay, so
well,
I'm saying
go
here
back
is-
to what you were saying, Crit.
okay, would you consider framing Coriolis as somewhat supernatural in a flat earth point of view?
Oh yeah,
Beyond outside of
yep,
nature.
yep. So like for how I conceive of what a flat earther thinks, the Coriolis is like outside of nature, questionable about whether it's real, untestable. Is that what you mean?
Nobody cares what
Right,
you think,
you're
what
pulling
other
out,
people
right?
think. How about what you think there, fucking Harry? How about you stand up for yourself instead of fucking taking everybody else's opinion and fucking making it your own? Fucking
Mate, I
stand up
think it
for
might be time.
yourself.
Might be time for a
Dude.
glass of water.
No, that's cool, dude. I'm happy with a glass of water. I'm telling you, dude, you're talking so much shit, mate. I'm fucking sick of listening to it.
Yeah, just maybe. Yes, I think the answer is correct. If I understood your question right, yes. I think it's a good way of putting it too.
You're not just saying that to like get along. You actually know what I'm talking about.
No. If I'm understanding the way you're putting it, but I think if I attempt to do that, we might have another little moment. I think it's a really good way to put it. Whereas for the Glober, it is like a objective, real, obvious, and here. But when a Glober goes to explain it, the flat earther goes, it sounds like you're describing something that is difficult to discern from being just straight up not real. So it sounds
like you've got everyone else's opinion but your own. How about giving your own there, Harry?
I just did. You weren't listening. You were too busy
No,
drinking,
you didn't, dude. You grabbed onto someone else's Glober's fucking opinion and made it your own. Stop fucking owning everyone else's fucking opinion and start fucking adding your own, man. I'm sick of listening to you crap, dude.
Well, I think the last statement you made was honest. I think the others were just incoherent. Is what I'm saying answering your point, Crit? Is that?
I don't know. Why don't we
Yeah,
bring it
so-
back to Jarvis?
I've understood you.
Yeah, so to give a good example would be like, so a theist or a Catholic would say Joan of Arc. Okay, Joan of Arc was supernaturally inspired to end 100-year war. You can see,
Right.
you know this because the forces involved to get a teenage girl, a peasant, teenage girl, no education whatsoever, couldn't read, couldn't write, had no idea how to ride a horse, had never wielded a weapon, suddenly out of nowhere, mastered siege warfare, expert shot with a crossbow, mounted combat, understood heraldry, could recognize nobles, could read and write Latin. Obviously, an angel was inspiring her, was telling her exactly what to do, and she was just acting it out.
We've been given a world where it is so unbelievable that the fantasy actually makes sense, and we really do need to get out of this spin. Yeah.
Okay, so the Catholics say that's 3 miracles, supernatural events, up to when she was finally killed, martyred, and her heart didn't burn. Where the globalist, the atheist globalist, says schizophrenia. She was schizophrenic. It just got lucky or something, So inside that framework, right, where they're unable to adjudicate, they're unable to even logically discern a supernatural event from a natural one. You ask a flat earther, how would you prove a fictitious force? And they say, it's schizophrenic rambling to talk that way. It's really out of this world to sit there and talk about your inside and outside of an inertial reference frame, that you can't tell the difference if you're rotating or not.
The funny thing about it is, Harry actually thinks that he's pretty cool with these flat earthers, and he can argue on both sides and everyone's going to be cool with him. Dude, you're fucking pissing me off, dude. You're fucking annoying the fuck out of me. You are so full of shit, man. Everything you fucking say is so topsy-turvy. You got no fucking idea which fucking direction you're going on. You want to claim fucking globe, but you want to fucking be cool with the fucking flat earthers, man. You're fucking full of shit, man. I'm calling you out. You're a piece of shit, dude.
You need to go back to your 80s rock ballads.
That's a good point, man. I don't mind a little bit of rock, man. Can you give me a little bit of direction with the 80s rock, man? Because there's a few bands that are coming to mind, but I don't think I should sing them here.
There we go.
There's a new RPG book I want to get. I'm not sure if I'll use it or not, or anyone will want to play it. And it's kind of expensive, but it's really nice quality. And it's got a lot of good ideas in there, too. It's like things you could use for other games. The hardback book is $15 more than the soft cover. And I'm not sure if I should just go with the hardcover, because your hardcovers are a little more durable. But if I'm only going to reference a few things once in a while, 15.
Hang on, RPG book is in for D&D campaigns.
Yeah, we're a D&D clone. Not exactly.
100% get a hard copy for D&D.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. I did that for the first time the other day. I thought it was going to be hella cringe, and I loved it. I thought it was so much fun.
Oh yeah, dude, it's a blast. Like people have this expectation, like where they see like the Big Bang Theory, and they're like, I would not want to even be in the same room with those idiots. But when you actually, we have people around, and there's a lot of fun, especially when you get a good DM and time just flies. Like I'll be sitting there just playing, all of a sudden like 3 hours have gone by. We're like, oh shit, guys, I gotta get home, like.
Just to be clear there, Harry, I'm not going to give up on you, dude. I have faith that I'm going to call you a piece of shit for the rest of your life, dude.
I think you might have been mistaken, mate. I think you might have.
I think you're living in a dream world, dude. Seriously.
I think
Dude,
it's
you
like
fucking
somebody who
carry
gives
on
a
about
shit.
fucking crap day after day. You fucking go nowhere with nothing, man. You keep fucking grabbing onto everyone else's fucking ideas. You've got none of your own, dude. Seriously, put something in that you're fucking valid in that I can fucking represent to say, yes, fucking Harry was right on this fucking aspect. Until now, what's it been, 6-7 years now, Harry? Seriously, dude. I've been listening and watching your fucking crap, dude. And honestly, it doesn't get any better, man. You're spinning around in the same fucking bullshit, arguing with the same fucking people over the same fucking shit. And honestly, dude, it's hypocritical, man. You are a fucking joke. You really are, man. You might be famous, travel the world, do whatever you fucking want to do. You're a fucking fool as far as I'm concerned.
You just want to turn it around and make it about the people, right? And about this group here. We're just trying to discuss what the fucking
Who's trying to make it?
textbook says.
Who's trying to make it about the people?
I
right
think when you
now?
said flat earthers,
Dude.
it was a little
it
intense
triggered
or
him a
something.
bit. Yeah, I didn't mean like. I was just trying to say like the difference between what the two sides say on this issue, or like.
It's not
wasn't
about
trying
what
to
the two
be
sides
like-
say. That's what I've been trying to point out. Like either
so I'm happy to
the
retract it. We
physics,
don't need
either the
to.
description of the Coriolis effect
Yeah.
within physics fits what you're talking about with the gyroscope, or it doesn't.
Harry's very neutral
One isn't.
until he's
Which
got
one is
his
it?
own
So
opinion.
simple of
yeah?
a fucking question. And
He's
you
so
just wanted to
fucking-
go on and on about pedantic bullshit about what
Exactly.
fucking reference frames mean and are
Well
we
done, Tawazza.
reifying them and all that. So fucking simple just to say whether the physics textbook descriptions of Coriolis effect matches what you think is happening with the gyroscope.
Sorry, I'm out, guys. Catch you later. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, Twad.
All right, mate.
Sorry, AJ.
See ya.
Yeah,
Cheers.
catch you, man.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, guys.
Cheers, man.
Big pond.
Cheers, man. Harry, I'm not trying to start an argument with you, dude. Fucking present something. You've been arguing with fucking flat earthers for the last fucking 5 years, dude, that I've been watching, and you've presented fucking nothing, man. Even Ruhi fucking presents more than what you do. All you do is fucking jump sides whenever it fucking suits you, dude. It's fucking hypocritical, man. You are a fucking joke, man. I am absolutely sick of listening to you, and this is my favorite channel. So if you're going to be on here, I'm going to be on here fucking annoying you. Yeah, I'm not trying to piss you off, dude. I'm not trying to create an enemy. You are a fucking fool, dude.
That's pretty
You've
funny.
got fucking
That's pretty
nothing.
funny, that.
That is funny. You've got nothing. You present nothing, and here you are acting like you fucking own the fucking server, cunt. Yeah? Get the fuck over yourself, dude. Present something that's fucking valid or fuck off.
Say you've been told.
Yes, yeah, all of that, all those were indeed all words. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, Poc, I put your pics in the chat that you wanted.
Cool. Just maybe read them.
I'll listen in. I'm not. Inertial frames.
And I don't know. It just seems like they had they've looked into that with as far as the inertial frames. And I mean, when you read it, some things just sound off. And I think that's why I don't know. This is what it is. You tell me what you get from it when you read it. If you do read it.
I'm not. I tried to read the opening bit, and I don't understand it a bit.
All right. It starts at
What's an Einstein-Rosen bridge?
some big things there, huh?
It takes that is something theoretical.
You're talking about the wormhole?
Dunno. Intergalactic, a wormhole. That's about a wormhole.
Yeah, well, what part are you reading? The very top?
Opening thing, the rotating masses and their effect on inertial frames is saying for large masses whose Schwarzschild radius approaches the shell radius, induced rotation approaches the rotation of the shell, these and corresponding results for an expanding and recollapsing dust cloud are examined for their consistency with particular interpretations of Mach's principle. The analytic extension of the rotating exsphere is a completely source-free rotating solution. It describes a slowly rotating, expanding, and reconstructing Einstein-Rosen bridge, which can be taken as a geometrodynamic model for a slowly rotating body. Feel like that's has anybody heard of those brothers who were like producing junk physics and were actually getting published? And they were just was on Foucault's pendulums.
A lot of this stuff is interesting that they even wrote this. This was back what did I say in 1965? I mean, if that's what they were telling people back then, and I mean, I don't know. Do you believe what they're saying? Do you believe what they're talking about?
I don't even understand it. It sounds like it's theoretical physics. It sounds like it's not based in reality. So no, I guess.
I mean, if you check out the other pages, they have calculations how they come to it, and they talk about just. I mean, I don't know. I think it's all pseudoscience. You know,
I would agree.
Because they're talking about that they know that the rotations, and they know that there's this, they know that there's that, and they know like that they're calculating the reference frames. Like I'm just saying, like that just sounds like along the lines of what you were speaking earlier, when you are ascribing to the fact that they're putting the Earth is spinning in a reference frame at all. It just sounds like it's all together. I mean, those calculations you can see, like they're talking about, like they're including all these positions of the bodies. I don't know. It just doesn't. Seems like one big mathematical fairy tale. It's adding up to them, but I don't know. How do you prove that?
I don't. I think it's, like I said, I think it's just theoretical mumbo jumbo about wormholes.
Well, I don't think it's about wormholes. I mean, I know it mentions it, but
What is it about?
It says an analysis is given of the stress energy tensor and geometry produced by slowly rotating bodies. They're talking about the rotating masses and their effects on inertial frames. The geometricized mass, it's too small for my eyes. GM / I can't tell what that thing is too close. Can I zoom in? Is that just C squared? Of the body is allowed to be comparable to its radius. The geometry is treated as a perturbation of the Schwarzschild geometry, which leads to considerable simplification of Einstein's equations. The rotation of the inertial frames induced by a rotating massive shell is calculated and discussed with particular attention to two limiting cases. One, for small masses, it reduces to Thering's well-known result. Two, for large masses, whose Schwarzschild radius approaches the shell radius, the induced rotation approaches the rotation of the shell. These and the corresponding results for an expanding and recollapsing dust cloud are examined for their consistency with particular interpretations of Mach's principle. The analytic extension of the rotating exterior metric is a completely source-free rotating solution. It describes a slowly rotating, expanding, and recontracting Einstein-Rosen bridge, which can be taken as a geometrodynamic model for a slowly rotating body. Newton's published his famous discussion of inertial forces on a fluid contained in a rotating vessel. Again, I just feel like this is just I mean, that is the science that we were born into right there.
Is it?
It's all theoretical. Anything having to do in space would be theoretical. I mean, if you don't agree to that, that's fine. But I think everything that has to do with science in space, like that is 1000%, in my opinion, all theoretical because none of it can be verified. I know they can say they verify it by their means, but I'm still saying it's just all theoretical, bro. No one's doing what any of that is saying in the real world. No one's traveling out there and measuring and gathering evidence, and they're not scooping up dust, and they recorded collapsing in, like all that stuff, bro. It's 1000% just theoretical. I would say everything that has to do with spaces. Because observing the natural phenomenons around us, and then you can try things, you can experiment and control it and calculate and hypothesize and all that stuff. But when it comes to space, it's just a fucking sci-fi book that they have modeled this whole universe at this point, to where they even know it's where we've been for 14 billion years, roughly, to the best of our equipment can tell us. Like, dude, it's just it's all a story, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it goes along with it, though.
Well, I mean, like whether the Earth's rotating is very easy to detect. How old the universe is, yeah, I'm with you. I think that's just a story. That's based on very little evidence, and they keep updating it. But
yeah, what they do
generally, that's how I decide if I'm going to treat something with a high degree of confidence. Is like, is this a new thing? Do they keep updating it, or have they used increasingly precise methods to keep coming to basically the same answer?
Well, it's funny because a lot of the times it seems like they run into a problem, then they create a new word or a new definition, and then they say this fixes our problem. and then they add a formula to it, and they say, "Eureka! It is this." Okay, now they put that on the shelf. That fixed that problem. Then they go down. Then they find another problem, and then they just do it again. And then they call that fine tuning and better equipment and better understanding. But again, I always ask this: if you were wrong the first time, but then you say you are correct now, guys, and then you're wrong again, like how many times does a woman have to get punched in the face by her husband before she divorces him and say, "You're a liar every time you apologize, you're lying to me," because you do it again. So every time, on the opposite side, every time you claim you're right, but you find out to be wrong again, like how many times would that be wrong under the fucking, "Oh, trust me, babe, I love you," under the, "Oh, trust me, our science just got better, so now we know the correct answer," and then they find out to be wrong again, and then they're wrong. If anything, they're just getting further and further and further away from the truth. That's what I feel. It's all personal opinion, obviously, but I'm just saying, logically, it just
Logically.
yeah, logically, like how many times does science have to lie to the masses, or be caught lying, or found out to be lying, or maybe not? See, here's the point, though. They're not lying because they think they're telling the truth, but so they're telling a non-truth. They're not. They're saying it's a fact, but it's not a fact because they were proven wrong, and then they go, "Don't worry, we forgot to carry the one, but now we have the answer, guys. This is it right here." And then the century goes by, and then you're like, "Oh wait, hold on, they were wrong." But now we're right. Like, come on, bro. Like, enough already with the bullshit. It's a fucking snake oil salesman telling you that the elixir is going to heal you, and then you die, and then your child buys it for himself one day, and then he dies, and then his child buys. It's like, dude, they're lying to you, and you're buying it every fucking generation. Where does this stop? I don't know. I guess it doesn't really, because, pun intended, it makes the world go around, right? These arguments, the careers that are built off of it, the thought, the schooling, like all that stuff it's just part of our society. So I guess it doesn't stop it. I guess it just does. It keeps going.
I used that joke earlier with $1. $1 makes the world go round.
That's funny. I think, wait, maybe that's why I said it, because I think while I was washing the dishes, I heard that subconsciously. I probably heard it.
Because $1 was a fictitious force.
All right. As it is a fictitious currency. Oh man. I don't know. When does it stop? How many times? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh,
no,
I was gonna say with eggs, like what version of ChatGPT do you use?
4. I'm paying for 4 because I use it for little bits of work as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm really verbose, where I write a lot, and then I'm like, say this in fewer words.
That's why I thought. I just didn't want to just say, "Hey, I know for sure." I thought you had mentioned earlier. When is it? Is it current? It's got real time, right? It's up to date, like today. Like,
yeah, you can ask it about. Yeah, you can ask it about current events, but it gives you a little warning, like it's probably going to be wrong about things that are like just unfolding.
Because the one I'm using, it's I don't remember the exact date. It's like February 2022 or something like that, or September. It's like February 2023, September 2022. It's like that range is kind of gray, and anything after February 2022, it doesn't know anything about.
That's the free one. That's probably
that's 3.5. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, what do you think with that? Like, asking it to say, what do you think is going to happen next? Like, what would be the logical? Yeah, I thought about doing it, but I haven't yet. So that's what I was going to say. Like, like how would you have to word them?
Who's going to win the election?
Yeah, you have to word it right though, because I think it has a default thing. It says, "I do not make predictions."
Speaking about the election, did you hear what they're saying about Biden?
Dude, yeah, He's out. Yeah, he's not even. That's not Joe Biden. Oh, you saw on the
Right.
stage. That's a
Oh
broken.
my god, he was such a busted, confused old man.
Yeah.
Hey, but Crit,
Well, I
here's
mean,
what they're.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just real quick. I was gonna say this. Like immediately, like the whole everyone they had like emergency meetings. Like they were like panicking, right? They're like, who are we gonna switch him out with? But dude,
Are they?
yeah, they're like they want to fucking switch him out. They want to get him under the 25th Amendment and kick him out and then replace him. But the problem with that is that there's 3 states in the union that won't allow that. So he will, if he does drop out and switch out through the
He will
25th Amendment,
lose those states.
yeah, they'll lose Wisconsin, Georgia, and Nevada because they have it. Once you nominate, that's it. You can't change it. So, or the only way, here's the kicker. So be prepared if it does go down that way. The only way you can do it is if the person dies. Then you can switch it out.
I thought you could. Is it 25th Amendment? Maybe it's the one you're talking about. I thought you could, if the incumbent party's like, we think he's not.
Yeah, he's not good in the brain,
like,
right?
He's not competent.
Yeah, that's the 25th Amendment, but it's too late to invoke that. It's too late in the game, if you will, to invoke that. That's for like if they're, like once you vote your nominee. For this is just having to do with only Nevada, Wisconsin, and Georgia. All the other states they can do it. They don't have a law that stops them. They actually have a law that allows them to do it.
The chance, like I'm not a big supporter of Republicans or Trump, but if I were American, I'd vote for Trump over him. Just because I'm like, look, Trump's an idiot and a liar, but he can follow a sentence. Like he can remember how a sentence started. And that seems like a super important thing for somebody who's got to make decisions. He's got to remember what fucking question you're asking.
Right.
It's just absolutely epic to me that those are the 2 choices that America's facing at the moment. Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but like I could easily cook up a bunch of conspiracy theories about how this is like, forces working to undermine American democracy or something.
Oh, they've been doing that.
Just insane.
Since Biden's got in power, they've been doing that, bro. I don't know if you've been paying attention to our politics, but since Biden's got in power, there's been a lot of undermining going on, especially with all the stuff that they've been allowing to happen. It's just interesting that we'll see if Joe, for whatever reason, dies of natural causes in his bed. He doesn't wake up one day. The way they always make it seem real beautiful. They're probably just going to kill him. But because that's the only way that to get those 3 states. Or if they want to fucking just maybe run it on the chance of like, we'll let the machines, do the glitches again. Maybe we'll let the ballot stuffers, which by the way, last week, another fucking person, I think out of Nevada, got arrested. Serving prison time now. She got busted for fraud, voter fraud. But there was a lot of voter fraud. But regardless, if they want to maybe try that again, see if they could do it again, maybe, and switch them out. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Just speaking about Biden.
Yeah, I mean, they were both. I mean, if you look at past videos, both of them were pretty low energy, but Biden just made it seem like Trump wasn't because of how like sundown he was.
Yeah. Sundown, that's right. That's that stage, isn't it, where like they don't want to call it Alzheimer's yet?
Yeah.
And it's like that state where elderly people just don't make sense if you talk to them too late in the day. You want to get a good answer out of them, you got to ask them early. Is that that's what it comes from, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of, kind of like where because the next day he was in, I think, Nevada, and it was like noon, and he was like piss and vinegar. So people were like, where was that Joe Biden last night? You're like, well, yeah, it was 9:00 at night. He was
yeah, it was late for him, bro.
Yeah,
no, actually,
it had been like that was like midnight. He ate dinner at
Georgia.
4,
Yeah, I was gonna say in Georgia it's midnight. No, on that side of the country at 9:00 at 9 p.m.
Yeah,
no, I'm sorry, it was 9 p.m. Yeah, you're right.
It was 9 for him. his 9
Right.
p.m. is like our midnight.
Right.
Because like he ate dinner like at 3:34. So
Right. He was ready for bed at fucking 7:00, bro, for sure.
Oh my.
I knew he was in trouble when he walked on the stage and there wasn't a studio audience, and he's waving to the studio audience and like,
He's like, "What's up, folks?" Like, bro,
yeah, what
Yeah.
I know, like he didn't have it. His mic is off, and he's walking up. He's like, "Hey, it's great to be here. Hey, right at you, buddy." Like waving and stuff. I'm like, Joe, there's no studio audience today. Like, what?
Just
Who the fuck are you talking to? And your microphone is off.
right. That shit was funny. That was a funny debate. That was like pretty much the. I felt like it was vindicating, because for a long time, everyone's been saying, "Dude, fucking stop." Like prancing around grandpa like Weekend at Bernie's. Like he's fucking old. Like he's not all there. Like we've been saying that for
stop
years.
pretending.
And
Yeah,
then
it's called a
I mean,
conspiracy theory. Like people who were talking about that was fake news. Like if you posted something on social media, like, hey, look at this, he's not there. Oh, that's fake news. That's medical misinformation.
right.
And now it's like they can't hide from it anymore. They can't.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it
even
was
said-
vindicating.
He tweeted the next day being like, "Hey folks, I might not be as quick as I was or look the same as I did. I'm still ready to govern."
Yeah,
It's like,
here's the problem though.
you perform poorly if you have to, after the debate, go, "Yeah, I look like I was confused and too old for this."
Right. But don't worry,
Just-
trust me, bro. I'm good.
Epic.
The whole thing with the alley cat thing is just cringe as fuck too. That's
Oh,
like,
What was the
yeah.
alley cat? What was the
yeah,
alley
he,
cat?
he kept calling Trump an alley cat. Like,
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
said he
God.
goes, "You have the morals of an alley cat." He's like for like the fucking 40s talking, bro. It was funny, bro.
yeah, it's like a slang for like a really loose woman. Like he should have said a tomcat. That's
Right.
for the male version. But he said
He's
alley cat,
retarded,
like
bro.
the female version. It's like, dude, even your insults are
Well-
incoherent.
Well, you have to remember he's part of he's around that a lot in his party because they support all that. So he's around a lot of drag queens. So he just looks at men and see female. I don't know, bro. He probably doesn't see the difference. They don't.
That's
maybe
pretty
if he's-
savage. He just doesn't know. He just
Yeah,
doesn't.
he just doesn't know, bro.
He doesn't
He
see
just-
gender.
He
It'd
just
be like
he
he
doesn't see
basically
there you go.
called-
He doesn't see gender no more. He's been around him for so long. He's like, I don't know what a man or a woman anymore. I just call him everyone a alley cat.
Yeah, like he basically called Trump a slut. He just called him, "Hey, you're a slut."
Yeah, because
He's
that's what
like-
that old term is. You have
Yeah.
the morals of an alley cat, meaning you're a fucking whore. Yeah, but I was gonna say that the down, like the part that like what has ended up happening though is that like parrot after parrot, these squawk boxes, these paid propaganda pushers, they're like, no, he's sharp. Oh my gosh, when we talk, he's just so on top. He's focused, like he knows what he's talking about. So they're like trying to sell America that he's good. So I'm glad that America saw how he really is, because he just fucking lost. Like that dude seemed like he was lost. But I think you're right though. Like people,
That he's even on the ticket to me is like they got caught with Bernie and they had an opportunity to have a real come to Jesus moment after that, Democratic convention where they got caught destroying Bernie's chances. And they had a real opportunity to have a come to Jesus moment where they go, okay, we've not been listening to our electorate. We've got to listen to you guys. Da 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 da. And they just didn't. They
ignored it,
they were
and
like,
now it's too late.
yeah, we're still going to put up crusty old white men. We're not listening to you. Just my friend put it this way, and I was like, it's a really good way of putting it, where he's like, it's just so arrogant that the people voted for Trump and they were still just pathologizing everybody and being like, well, it's this, it's that, it's misinformation. It's like you're picking every possible answer except we're out of touch and the voters are trying to let us know that.
Right.
Well, I thought it interesting too. Like the debates, the presidential debates and vice presidential debates, is always all the Democrats say they won and all the Republicans say they won. This
Hmm.
one was like 80% Trump won.
Nope.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
even on the politics server, which is like super liberal. Okay, like
Yeah.
they are super liberal there, like the admin and everything, and like also the members. And it was like 8% said like Trump or Biden won the debate, and their excuse was Trump lied a lot. I go by that definition, Biden couldn't lose because you think Trump was going to lie anyway. You know, like it
Yeah.
was like Bernie, Weekend at Bernie's. You know, or
Right.
Biden could have shown up and just stood there like a scarecrow, and by their definition, he won as soon as
Right.
Trump opened his mouth.
Yeah. You know, it's funny though. There's this person online on social media is fact checking everything. So all the lies that they're saying Trump said, they're like, well, let's check. Did he really lie? And they're fact checking everything. And there was a couple of things that he did say, I think, taken out of context from his own mouth. He kind of said it, but it went down another way, but it was a half lie, if you will. But there was shit that Biden said was flat out lies, and there was more lies than what they were accusing Trump of lying. Because they also
What did they say?
fact-checked-
What did? Because the only one I remembered that Trump, I'm pretty confident, said where he was saying they do post-birth abortions, and he said they put down babies.
Oh no, that's a real law. See, that's why they're saying they
It's
fact checked
not.
him. So,
Show me that law.
hold on. So
Show me
there's a
that
thing.
law. Like, I'll
Avon,
murder
you
a
are
lot
so
of
full of
baby.
shit.
Look,
That's so fucking ridiculous,
Here's
man.
the
Come
part.
on.
Here's the point, though. Here's the point. It was introduced. It didn't pass, though. I don't think. That's where I'm saying he's half lying. Like he's bringing up something
I don't
that
even
we're
believe
trying to
that.
push.
But he was saying there
he
was a
said it-
law on the books where they allow it.
So listen.
I don't even believe it was a proposed law to let people go and murder healthy babies.
Look at okay, cool. Thank you. I have media purpose. Okay, cool. Thank you. Here I'll find it for you. Okay.
Go on. Media perms. How do I do my staging? Priority of KSP2.
So what's up?
I'm looking at it right now. Hold
We're
on.
talking about how
Brenda.
confused Biden was and how much Biden lost the debate by not being able to follow basic English.
Okay. Yeah, he had a poor performance. Most people recognize that.
Yeah. Yeah, he really struggled.
Well, are you also talking about the lies that Trump told?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking
yeah,
about
that's what
Trump,
we're talking about
Trump saying there are post-birth abortions.
Yeah,
It just-
they're called. Oh, go ahead.
I do wonder it though, but yeah, if given the choice between a liar and somebody who can't finish a sentence, like can't remember how his own sentence started, I'd have to go for the liar. It's like a choice between being punched in the face and kicked in the nuts, but
So I don't know if that's actually the choice. I think it's a lot different than that.
What do you think of Trump, Biden misgendering Trump?
did he?
Yeah,
called
he-
him an alley cat.
What?
called
He
him an
called
alley
Trump-
cat. You should have called him a
Oh,
tomcat.
I want to check that one. What is the meaning of
I think that
promiscuous woman? Okay, right.
I think that Biden
sorry,
will. What?
I was saying go on, sorry. You think that Biden will?
He will come. Is there another debate scheduled? Because I think he'll do better in the next debate.
Oh, I think that statistically speaking, that is necessary. Because I struggle to conceive of how he could do any worse.
Well, he obviously could, but that isn't how statistics works. Right.
It was
So
I think Harry or Eggs was saying that it was an outlier. It was such a wide outlier, like so many standard deviations away from average that he could.
I've never seen anybody perform anywhere close to as poorly as that in a debate, and I watch flat Earth debates.
Reagan's second term was pretty
think it is possible, short of like, just randomly screaming the N-word in the middle of a debate. I can't conceive of how it could be any worse.
Hey, so
because if he just does the same thing again, then it won't be as bad as the first time he did it. People will just be like, okay, this is just a senior guy. This is not funny anymore. Like, I haven't seen any debate anywhere nearly as bad as that anywhere across any platform on any topic.
I watched it, and it didn't seem it. He definitely had a poor performance. He definitely did poorly, but it doesn't really seem to me to be that horrible. A lot of the things he said were factual and true. Right?
Bro,
his voice was weak because he's an older man and he was recovering from a cold, we're told, right? So his voice was weak and shaky, but so was a lot of people. So I don't see what the big deal is.
To me, the two bits, his we beat Medicare, and starting the sentence talking about abortions and finishing the sentence talking about illegal immigrants murdering women. To me, both were like, this guy can't.
He got caught
can't follow
lying.
a thought from start to end.
It's at this point, anybody that wants to support this guy still is just delusional as he is. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get how anyone could be supporting him at all. Even his own party's turning his back on him. Like, yeah, we got to get him out. Like, it's just crazy.
None of that is true.
And does it matter if you think it's true? It's still true. Just because you don't think it's true doesn't mean it's not true. It is true.
Well, his party isn't abandoning
goes the other way, Block.
But you said his party is abandoning him, and that's just not true.
Yes, they literally were getting together. You didn't see all their comments and concerns, and when they're interviewed, and they're like, "Yeah, we," they already made the meetings, the emergency meetings they had that same day. I'm sorry, next day. Like, come on, they're shuffling.
You didn't see the people that coming out and support it either, did you? Did you see that?
I understand there's a lot of brainwashed sheep in this country on both sides of the party, so they're going to go out regardless. Trump could have, guess what? If Trump got destroyed, people still would have went out and said, Trump's the man. I get it. There's people that are delusional when someone gets wrecked and just doesn't deserve to be in that position. But that doesn't stop the crazies of still supporting that. But see, this is why America deserves what it gets. Because if this is what they allow, then they are just as stupid as their leader. And that's why I like that old joke. Like, what's the difference between like the lions and the humans? Like, the lions don't pick their dumbest lion to lead them. Like, that's it's just crazy. Anyone supports them, that's all. It's just retarded.
It doesn't make any sense because it was said before that this was an outlier, and now you're saying you shouldn't support him because this isn't an outlier. Which is it?
Yeah, APOC doesn't think it is an outlier. APOC thinks this is Biden on his functionally normal day. This is the best you'll get.
So you think this was not an outlier?
No, I don't.
I think it must have been because I can't conceive of how the Democrats put him up for that, where they've been like drilling him. They've had, the entirety of his first term to choose, and I think if he was performing that way in everyday conversation for the last 4 years, the party would have got together and been like, we need to sort this out, because if this guy is ever put in a debate situation, we are going to get absolutely slaughtered. So I think he must have been massively underperforming that day.
Well, as he said, he had a cold, and as I said, he's elderly, and elderly people have thin voices, right? Because they're old.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't so much his voice. I like a calm or a thoughtful voice.
Okay.
When you're
So
hold on,
most
hold
of
on.
the
When
stuff-
you're look at, I don't care. He had a cold. I don't care his age. If you don't remember where your son died, there's something fucking wrong with you. He said Bo died in Iraq war. Bro, Bo died of cancer years ago here in America. Hey, you could defend the idiot all you want, because idiots will defend idiots all day, every day. I get it. But I'm just saying, he's a fucking moron. He needs to be out of there. He shouldn't be there, not right now. He shouldn't have been put there in the first place. Because there has been a decline since 2019. There was a huge decline of his health. In the his first year of being there, everybody started realizing, hey, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? What's wrong with this guy? He was declining quickly. But now, here we are, 4 years later.
Yeah.
And people are still going on the news and saying, oh, he's so sharp. He is so ready to do another 4 years. Bro, they're not even sure he's going to make it to the end of the year. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I haven't seen this decline you're talking about. I've seen a decline in Trump's mental acuity, but I haven't
Holy
seen that.
Fuck, are you? Wow. See, this is just crazy to me.
We talked about that too. No, we talked about that. We said that Trump didn't have a very good performance either. He just looked so much better.
No, I think he had a good. I think Trump had a good performance. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about over the past several months. Lots of people have seen a decline in Trump's mental capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, his rambling sentences. I think I've always
not knowing where he is.
Where's he not know where he is? Oh my God! Don't tell me choosing the most powerful nation on earth is choosing between two people that don't know which way's up. When did he not know where he was?
He clearly is. I mean, right now you're just making up lies, saying he didn't know where he was. Come on, yeah, he wave to the crowd as well? That wasn't there, like Biden did. Come on, man. Enough with you're.
Do you think he's hang on?
Delusional at this point.
Do you think he's a good choice?
I think he's the choice to make. Yeah.
No, I don't
think he's a good choice. Is my question.
What was that?
Do you think he's a good choice?
Yes, I do.
What makes him a good choice?
I don't mean just compared to Biden.
No. In comparison to what he did when he was here as president, and what he did. This is funny. A lot of Democrats don't like to look at what he did or accomplished. They don't like to do that. They get fed by the CNN and MSNBC so much bullshit that they don't even know what he accomplished, and they won't even look into what he accomplished.
What did he accomplish? He
accomplished a lot. He accomplished a lot.
Yeah. What is the biggest thing that's most in your mind about what Trump accomplished?
One of the biggest things he did was probably about the conflicts. He brought a lot of soldiers home, and that allowed us to focus on what we had to focus here with. He saved a lot of money, and a lot of that money allowed us to reduce the cost by all the deals he made, because he's a businessman, remember? And all those prices that we were enjoying 4 years ago, lowest inflation, lowest prices, I mean, with gas and the food, all of a sudden, everything skyrockets, and stupid fucking Democrats are like, it's Trump's fault. Like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, stop already with the nonsense and the gaslighting that you're trying to say, like, oh, it's Trump's fault. It's not Biden's fault.
I didn't hear anything. I asked for a specific thing.
I specifically said the biggest thing that sticks out to me is all the conflicts, right? How many wars did you hear about when Trump was in power? Who were we?
First president
Zero
since
wars under Trump.
Yeah.
Zero.
First president too to not start a new conflict. I think that's got to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, he started conflicts. Yeah.
But I mean, every other president since, like, I forget which one, it's like Jefferson or something, has started a global conflict, except him. I think that needs to go as a tick in his column.
And here's what's crazy. That was my first answer, and then I talk, and then what's like a reset happens in Brenda's mind. I didn't hear nothing. So what was your answer? What do you do? This is the problem with Democrats. You tell them everything he did, and then like a reset hits, and they're like, oh, wait, so what did he do again? Like, are you fucking retarded? I don't know. I'll shut up.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question.
I did answer your question. My
What
first
was your
sentence I
answer?
said was, I
Brought
said,
the soldiers
it has
home.
to, oh my
The
God.
conflict
For the
and he brought
third
the
time.
soldiers home.
Yes.
But
for the
he
third
did.
time.
But he didn't. That's the
Yeah,
point.
but he
All right.
fucking did.
He left
All right.
troops in Afghanistan. He left troops in Afghanistan.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
no,
yes.
that was Biden.
Wait, hold on. Yeah. Well,
No, that wasn't
the reason-
Biden. Biden
Hold on,
pulled
hold
him
on.
off.
I know. No, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. The reason why, though, now this is where maybe you watch too much MSNBC. I don't know. The reason why, though, that the only troops that stayed in all the countries, because obviously we have bases everywhere, so it's not like everybody the bases were dry and empty. But the points that I was making about bringing the troops home, meaning getting them out of all the conflicts of the world. Now, when you're saying they were left in Afghanistan, yes, the only soldiers that were left, quote unquote, because they were protecting the pipelines and the oil reserves for the region. Because if they would have left, because we were there protecting them. Imagine, it's almost like saying you're living in the ghetto with gangs all around you, and you leave the fucking doors to the fucking bank unlocked. What do you think's going to happen? They're going to fucking take it. So you would leave security. You can send all the employees home, right? If you're just going to say, all right, let's get out of here, guys. Well, we can't just leave the bank here, right? No, yeah. Let's leave a force here to protect it, because that's the only thing that's in our interest, is to protect those resources, right? To protect that money. So don't act like, oh, because you left troops in Afghanistan. Matter of fact, no, on Biden's bad, when Biden did this pullout, like that was he fucked up and pulled out the troops that he shouldn't have been, because then that got people killed. That's probably Biden's biggest blunder that's going to go down in history.
No,
is when he pulled troops out.
Yeah, so he didn't pull troops out of Afghanistan, and that's your example of him.
Wait.
Pulling
So
troops.
you're going to tell me he didn't leave all those tanks and jeeps that ISIS is fucking driving around right now? You're going to tell me that Biden did that? Because that happened under Biden's watch. You understand that, right?
Right. So Trump, your example is Trump not pulling people out of Afghanistan, right? That's your example?
No, oh my God.
No.
When I
That's not
talk
what
to
he
you,
said.
where
How
did
did
the
you
mind
how did you
Come to that
pigeonhole him into that?
right? Like, how the fuck did you... Oh my God.
I asked what was the biggest thing in your mind that Trump did. You said he pulled troops out of
Brenda,
places,
you're a
right?
pigeon.
And
Brenda,
then your
you're
example
a
that,
pigeon. I'm sorry.
Right.
You're
So
a
then-
fucking pigeon.
yeah, that's nice. So then your example is
my
one where
God.
he didn't pull the troops out of Afghanistan.
Okay, hold on. Let me say it one more time, because it's clear to me that you're a Democrat, and usually that comes with something, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. Let me say this. When you asked me, and I said the biggest thing he did was that he pulled all the troops home and there was no more conflicts. That's what I said.
Uh-huh.
Now, if I didn't say that clear enough, maybe I didn't say it exactly the way I said it. Let me reiterate it and make sure you understand. The biggest thing he accomplished, to me, in my opinion, if I was a African American black, because I have black in me, but I'm not like my cousin Ray and Robert and Raylene. They're black. But what I'm saying is, like, if I was that, maybe the biggest thing he would have done for me, in my opinion, if I was African American, would have been like, well, he like did a lot like for blacks. He like extended the for the schooling. They don't have to go no more to like beg from the government. He just made it like, here, you're just gonna have that money all the time for your schooling, which is a good thing for the black communities. He did a lot of things for the
Prison
black
reform
community
as well, I think, was a bit of a one.
Right, yeah, yeah, but so for me personally though, like that didn't really help me because I'm not going to black schools. So to me personally is that he stopped this military industrial fucking propagated war machine where they always had a conflict for the past how many presidents there. We've always been fucking something up somewhere. And he put an end to that. And for his whole fucking term, he stopped all of the things, and he didn't create anything, and nothing else was created, by the way. And by the way, there were times where there was going to be a conflict, and he actually stepped in and he stopped the countries from doing so. And he got a huge praise from the Middle East because he was helping the whole region out and kind of controlled it. And then Biden gets in office, and then that whole fucking place blows up. Makes sense, because they don't respect America when you have a dumb shit running it. So we do need. So to answer you, Eggshells, the reason when you ask, well, who's the best one, I say Trump just based off the merit that people fucking respect him. The leaders are.
Do you think he says things? Do you think he says things that are untrue though? Do you think he occasionally just
he lies constantly? He lies constantly.
Okay. Yeah, so does Biden. So does Biden.
Other countries.
Brenda, did Biden lie? Yes or no?
In the debate, I don't know.
Okay. Well, then rest assured, don't even go Google it. I'm telling you right now, he lied. Trust me, bro. He lied a lot, by the way. Yeah, he did.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking if he's a good person if the other choice is Biden. I'm saying you've got a country with 300 and something million people in it. Do you think he's anywhere close to like?
Wanna know why? One of the main reasons that I like him. Wanna know why? Me personally, is because, and he even said this way back in 2019 in one of the debates. He called out all the Republicans up there, and he said, "All you guys can be bought. I can't." I fucking love that, bro, because it's true. They can't fucking buy him like the way all politicians get bought. Because he's a billionaire. All those other politicians, they're barely millionaires, bro. They're barely millionaires.
Dude,
barely.
That's one of the best things I think about Trump is that he wasn't just pointing the finger at Democrats. He was also calling out Republicans for their bullshit too.
Yeah, he was exactly. That's what Democrats don't get. Like, dude, in this case, he's fucking on their side as well because they don't. By the way, Trump is very liberal in his ways too. I don't agree with the shit. Like, for instance, he is for the LGBTQ community, and he did a lot of shit for even them. And they don't even Democrats don't even recognize that. Democrats don't even recognize that.
Trump is not pro LGBTQ. He is not.
Are you kidding me?
He's not liberal.
MSNBC brainwashing right here, live and direct. Do yourself a favor for your own knowledge. Go Google, just Google it. What all did Trump do for the LGBTQ community? And just see what pops up. Don't go to CNN. Don't go to MSNBC because clearly they're gonna not tell you the truth. Okay.
Yeah, and you know what I bet Brenda doesn't know is that Trump hired a gay ambassador to his cabinet.
Yeah, CNN didn't pick that up at all, huh? They have to keep the lie going, the fear mongering going. That's what's crazy. Like, they don't understand. Okay, look, Trump said it in his speeches before. He's like, yeah, sure, he's not gay himself, but he's for America, and he's for Americans having rights and liberties. And yet, it's the Republican Party that fought for the civil rights movements to begin with.
I'm not finding much in support of what you're saying.
There isn't. So
I'll find it for you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know. Hey, you know what it's like? Eggshells. You know what it's like? It's like telling somebody, go research flat Earth on YouTube. And they're going to get all this disinformation. And you know what that means, right? You know what I mean by that. So let me go find the article. Let me go find the bill. Let me go find the thing.
Find your cherry pick source. So go ahead.
You only need one cherry here. You only need one cherry. One cherry that supports LGBTQ makes you a liar because you said he does.
It actually doesn't.
No, you don't. You need what you need to show is on balance. The policies he enacted were more in favor than against.
And he was definitely anti-LGBT.
Apparently, Trump administration launched a global campaign to decriminalize homosexuality in 70 countries. but he did a ban on transgender individuals serving in the military, attempted to remove non-discrimination protections for individuals under the Affordable Care Act, rescinded guidelines that protected transgender students' rights to use bathrooms.
Good.
It's not a question of whether you think it's good. It's a question of whether it's in favour or against LGBTQ people. Department for Housing and Urban Development proposed rules allowing homeless shelters to deny service to transgender individuals, and the administration opposed the Equality Act.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Anti-LGBTQ. Definitely
Okay, so-
against. Definitely against transgender and
Okay, you're
and gays
crazy.
and lesbians.
You're crazy. Everything you just read.
That doesn't make.
You're like, that's against us. Okay,
Yeah, it
so
is.
Let me read. Okay. Opposition to the Equality Act. You know what that is? Hello?
I'm waiting for you to tell me. Go ahead.
Oh, no, but I'm saying, do you know? If you don't know what it is, that's okay. Then I can tell you, but I want to see if you know what it is.
Yeah, the Equality Act covers it makes for it's illegal to discriminate.
Okay. So then, what do you think Trump did against, to help that or to alleviate that? What do you think he did?
He blocked the protections for LGBT people.
He blocked protections,
Yes.
or did he create? Wow, this is like CNN's got you brainwashed because that's what you think.
It
doesn't matter whether CNN brainwashed me or not. We're just talking about facts.
Yeah, just
That is
what's
so
the facts?
crazy.
Jeff, but you get the point, right, mate? You got to like, what are the facts? What are you arguing about with that? What's your case against that being true? Right, the Equality Act, aren't you saying?
I don't get it. I don't get how they're just so
What?
brainwashed by that dude. I'm telling you, bro. Operation Mockingbird is a motherfucker.
Did we
So
it
cut
works.
out, man? You're meant to be showing how you're saying, you think that was against LGBTQ individuals. Yes, it looks like it is. In what way are you suggesting it isn't?
You can't track
'Cause
conversations.
if you can't show in which way it is supportive or affirming or whatever you want to say of LGBTQ, then you're just saying, oh my God, you're so brainwashed, but you're unable to follow a thought from conception to conclusion, which is indicative of brainwashing, right? You're saying this is good for these group of people, and we're saying how, in what way, and you can't answer. You don't
The
get
problem
that?
is he knows it's the problem is he knows it's discriminatory. He knows it's discriminatory, but he doesn't want to feel like he's the bad guy. So he thinks it's a good thing that it's discriminatory. So he's saying, yes, this happened, but I'm not against gay people, or I don't want to be that, but I think this is a good thing. So he's like, you're listening to the cognitive dissonance right now from him. He's trying to figure out how he can breathe on both sides of this line. It's very difficult.
Oh, wait, hold on. So you think that I'm wait, what the fuck? You guys are okay.
I think you're unable to show why those policies were in some way pro LGBTQ people.
So what do you think? Okay, do you realize why bills are taken away and changed and even
that's
like
not the subject.
on?
That's not the subject.
No, it's definitely
It's a really
subject.
simple answer, man. Just give the answer.
Just hear it out. Do you understand
give the
why
answer?
certain bills get overturned?
Not the top. That's not what we're discussing. You are presenting your reasons why that's not anti-LGBTQ.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro.
Go for it.
Okay. What I'm saying is this.
Get wrecked.
There was bills in place, right? When he got in office, there was bills in place that
You're
he
doing a Biden
overturned.
right now.
He overturned and he took them out because what was written inside of them was way too liberal in a sick way. Like earlier, I heard someone saying, good, like there shouldn't be men and women. Good. Like I agree too as well. So there's things that he's trying to get it back to the basics. But
you can be you could be in favor of discriminating against discriminatory policies, but that doesn't make them non-discriminatory.
Exactly.
No. Here's what you're not getting.
You're owning yourself right now.
Hold on.
You're absolutely destroying yourself in debate.
No, I don't care what you're saying, Excel. Just fucking listen, okay? Because if you're saying that he did nothing for them, okay? So he struck down this. Hold on, listen. He strikes down this bill because what's in that bill wasn't cool. Okay, he's trying to protect everybody because you think you're a fucking woman and you have a dick and you want to go in a woman's restroom doesn't mean you should be in a woman's restroom where there's little kids.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about your problem.
Just hear me out.
No. Why don't you answer the question? Answer the question.
Listen. So in the bill where there are people that are allowed to do that, he takes that away.
Answer the question.
But then there's another bill introduced to still keep rights for them on other levels, in other ways, but not in all the ways that. See, this is why you guys don't get it, because it's not that he just like.
Do you understand? Do you understand what the question is and what you're failing to answer? Not like you're doing a massive Biden right now. You're doing a massive Biden. The question is really simple. You said this is.
What am I saying?
You said he was massively pro-LGBT. You were challenged on that. And then you said the Equality Act, I think we were talking about, you said, well, that's massively pro-LGBT. And we said, why? How? And instead of showing why or how, you've gone on to, do you know why bills are made? And then it sounds like now you're making a case for discrimination, which is fine. It is fine to make that, but it doesn't make sense to go, he's pro-equality or pro-LGBT people, because I don't think he should have been anyway, and he wasn't. So he conformed to what you think. Like, if you think mistreatment of people based upon their gender identity is good, that's fine, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. You're struggling. You're just completely not understanding this, man.
No, you guys aren't understanding it because you're thinking
that
he's against all these LGBT. No, dude. Like,
what was in favor of them? What was in favor of them? We aren't getting it because you need to make the case, and you aren't.
He introduced bills. Oh my god, man! Did you not hear?
Get wrecked.
You absolutely destroyed yourself. You just had to not trip over your own words.
No.
Massively.
You're not getting it. You're
into yourself.
What are we not getting?
That's right. It's your job to make us get it, and you are failing. You just need to show us how it was pro-LGBT people, and you can't. Just show it. What was good in favor? What helped them out? What did he make better about their lives? What was something that was positive for gay, lesbian, and trans people? Here's
the claim.
Let me tell you. Okay, Okay, I'm going to go down a little list.
Here we go. Have a red hot crack.
First one. All right. There was a campaign in all countries to decriminalize homosexuality. Trump launched an initiative aimed at encouraging countries to decriminalize homosexuality, particularly targeting nations where it was illegal. Okay, yeah, he's helping the community on a world platform, and he did an initiative to where other countries were not putting people in jail just because a guy would suck a guy's dick. If you want to say, oh, he's not helping them, okay, well, that's fine. Let's go to step number 2. He appointments and recognition. He appointed Richard Grenell as the first openly gay cabinet member in U.S. history.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. That affects. We're not talking about that. So, we're talking about.
Whoa! Hold on. What happened? Am I cherry picking too hard for you? You're over there. Get wrecked.
Yes.
Get wrecked. How about you shut the fuck up and listen? How about that? Number 3.
How about I'm allowed to present? How about I'm allowed to speak? Right.
Number 3.
You've been dominating.
I'm answering my question. H-House, did you not say that I wasn't doing a very good job of answering the question? Now I'm fucking answering the question. Now you want to cut me off as I'm fucking answering the question?
Really?
Really? So
somebody.
Okay. That's fucking delusional. If you're saying he's against LGBTQ community, yet he's the one that fucking try to help out on not just America, by the way, just in other countries as well. Because guess what? It's not criminalized here, right? You can suck dick all day and twice on Tuesday if you want.
Can you
Bro,
take
you
a
guys are
breath?
fucking
Can you
delusional,
can you take a breath? You're like flipping out here. So what you need to recognize is I already mentioned the global initiative to decriminalize homosexuality. I already mentioned that. And I said what you need to show is on average, on balance, he had more policies or had more of an impact.
Into the foreseeable future with this Space Explorer. If you're wondering about a certain lack of animation in their expressions, it's because they've been frozen solid to survive the tremendous time span of travel to another galaxy. A journey interrupted en route when their ship is blasted by a barrage of meteors. Battered off course, they're drawn into the orbit of a mystery planet. The Robinson family, space shipwrecked on this alien forbidding soil in the year 2000 AD, and your audience will be with them all the way, sharing their action-packed adventures. For instance, wouldn't Dad like to use this gadget to beat that throughway traffic? It's the jet-propelled rocket belt worn by Guy Williams, who made his mark as Zorro and now plays space scientist John Robinson, resourceful father of this castaway family.
So, we've all been taught to associate a blue marble with our home, which was indeed a rather low blow since people had no reason to think the astronauts or NASA would be lying. In fact, people were systematically prepared for space travel during the decades leading up to the Apollo missions. Predictive programming is very potent if repeated frequently and across the massive mainstream media outlets. The masses, especially in the United States, were primed and ready for the deception, thanks to the predictive programming in the form of popular sci-fi themes and, of course, theoretical physics. More recently, they've been laying the whole alien invasion thing on pretty thick, especially in the last couple of decades, so we can very possibly expect some type of a false flag alien invasion during our lifetimes. When the Illuminati assholes have played all their other cards, they'll probably release the hordes of humanoid clones from the permanent installations dug into the outermost semiplane or Antarctica. Of course, I'm being sarcastic and overdramatic here, but we really can't rule anything out given the level of technology possessed by the world military powers, including cloning, flying vehicles, anti-gravity vehicles, and that sort of thing, which are extremely possible. At any rate, their technology far surpasses anything we could even imagine in civilian terms. They certainly want to keep their control over the minds of the people, and I believe that up until recently they've been rather comfortable about the whole thing. They know that most people are not intelligent enough, or at least not motivated enough, to actually consider this truth with an open mind. They know that instead, most people will violently guard the very chains that enslave them, preventing anyone trying to break them free with this simple, obvious truth about the natural world. People often ask me, why do you care? What difference does it make what shape the world is? To me, it makes a huge difference, and I care because I hate lies almost as much as I hate moronic people who are totally incorrect trying to teach me something about physics. I honestly relate to the sense of humor involved with the liars because many of the mindless repeaters out there are extremely vulgar, stubborn, and wholly illogical. In truth, I even care about them, the billions of automatons, because they've been viciously fooled for the duration of their life, and they really don't understand what the hell they're talking about. People actually believe that if they can memorize the facts to pass a test, they are somehow smarter or more correct than they were previously. In truth, regardless of how well you did in school or how clever you might deem yourself to be in terms of physics, you have been tricked about basically everything for your entire life. If you think I'm crazy because you know the Earth is a spinning globe, then try to debunk it. Try to prove the world is anything but a fixed plane. I challenge you. In closing, I should point out that plugging your ears and closing your eyes, effectively burying your head in the sand, doesn't prove anything except a biased, willfully ignorant observer. Name-calling, ridicule, mockery, and slander also do not amount to proof. In order to prove the world is a spinning globe, you'll need to go further than the typical arguments, such as the masts of ships observed by Columbus, circumnavigation, or the Coriolis effect, just to name a few, as these so-called proofs are simply blatant misunderstandings. You'll really need to dig deep and scrutinize everything you've been led to believe as factual for your entire life, starting when you were a toddler. In doing so, in scrutinizing these assumptions, hopefully you'll realize the major flaws involved with heliocentrism, the Big Bang, and of course evolution, just for a few examples. And by scrutinizing these assumptions, I hope you come closer to the truth. If you failed to realize the motive for such a fantastic lie up to this point, I hope and pray that you have an understanding that there are possibly motives for this, one for theoretical physics, and two for the world military powers to continue with the lie. There is motive, if for no other reason than control, and ultimately to cap off our pioneering, infinitely curious nature at the bottom of a spinning sphere with no escape, which only exists in theory but none of us have ever lived on. In truth, nobody has ever seen a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles, and certainly nobody has ever lived on one. If we did live on such a spinning sphere, there would be abundant physical evidence to support the theory, and in fact, all of the evidence points to the Earth being flat and stationary. I invite you to check out some of my other videos entailing obvious proof of the world's lack of curvature and orbital motion. Check out the cards by clicking on the white circle with the letter I inside towards the top right corner of the screen. In response to the request of many of my subscribers, I've set up a fan funding account where you can help me in my quest to expose the truth. On the other hand, if you use PayPal and you'd like to support this channel, you can pledge any amount directly to mollyeelance@gmail.com, or again, you can use the Google fan funding option. It's all pretty easy. I should add, this isn't mandatory and only applies to people who want to contribute to my efforts, which allows me to continue dedicating my life to promoting the truth. I've set this up for people who asked for it and voluntarily want to help, and I will never put a gun to anyone's head and force them to watch my videos or support my efforts. I really appreciate those of you who have contributed so far. It really goes a long way and it means a lot to me, and if you want to see me continue making videos surrounding this topic and others, I really can't do it without your help. So really, thank you so much, and peace.
So this is Introduction to Plane Astronomy for the Use of Colleges and Schools by Philip Thomas Maine, etc., 1868. Now, this is 1868. We're 2022. Now look at point 4, and this is his proof that we live on a sphere. Now this is quite amazing to me. So point 4, here we go. And feel free to interrupt and answer each one as we go through because there's just 5 of them. So here's 5 reasons why we're on a sphere in 1868. Assuming the Earth to be approximately spherical, we should expect to meet with phenomena which are explained by this supposition and are incompatible with the supposition of its being a plane. Such phenomena abound. Among the most striking are the following. I'll pause there for a minute. What say you of that first underlined?
I take it all back. You continue. Yeah. Okay. I get it. In order for us to assume that we're on a sphere, taking this logic, that is going to be the assumption that we're on a sphere. But to assume we're on a sphere, we've got to go through this process. Here we go. Okay, I'll take it back.
Okay, but I just want to focus on that first beginning statement, because what he's saying here, assuming the Earth to be approximately spherical, we should expect to meet with phenomena. Well, that's what we're saying. We're saying, look, if the Earth is spherical with a radius of 3959, I want to see Earth curve. That's the phenomena. He's saying we should expect to see phenomena, which are explained by this supposition. And then he turns around with the "and" are incompatible with the another supposition of its being a plane. Now, this is ironic because they use three planes. They use the rational horizon, they use the sensible horizon, and they use the visual horizon. So here they are using three planes, and he's saying this sentence. This falls apart immediately if you understand what we've dug up on them. Now, to the average reader, this is going to be, oh, yeah, this makes sense. No, it doesn't, because such phenomena abound, really, for the globe. This phenomena of us being spherical, the proofs abound. Among the most striking are the following. Here's the first. I want you to answer each one as I go through it. The appearance of the offing at the sea as a well-defined circular line. Now, the offing at the sea, which I've shown and we've seen, is if you're in the middle of the ocean and you're on a boat and you turn around 360, you see a full circle like a cone, and you being above the ocean, kind of like a cone look. They're saying that's curvature.
So we only have one horizon, and the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator is Earth curve in Muppet Vision perspective omitting Muppet Vision. So no, the horizon is not Earth curve, because if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the black swan shows demonstrably that the horizon is beyond the limitations of a sphere Earth radius 3959. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve. So no.
Yeah, good answer, because the offing is the horizon. And I want John to answer number two. The observed increase of the dip of the horizon with the height of the observer above the Earth's surface.
Right, that's a differential between two planes, the sea level and your eye level, depending on altitude. That offing one isn't the horizon horizontal? How can it be? Never mind. I'll let you finish them off, Tim, and then I'll go back to that.
Yeah. Well, the offing is basically as far as you could see where the horizon is. And it's flat because you've described what dip is precisely the way you do dip. You're absolutely right. Number three. Oh, this is good. The manner of disappearance of a ship as it recedes from sight. At first, the apparent size of each part gets smaller and smaller. Oh, really? Sounds like perspective. This goes on till the ship reaches the offing, the horizon. After this, the hull is observed to disappear bit by bit from the lowest to the highest part as it becomes gradually hidden by the sea. In this manner, the hull gradually disappears till none of it is seen while the sails and the masts are still visible. Sounds like all the other bricks on top of the first brick. The sails then disappear in the same gradual manner and leave the top mast alone visible above the water. This then appears to sink a bit by bit and finally to vanish altogether. Nathan?
So in practical example, you buy a zoom camera with a bigger range and you can bring that hull back because it's down to an optical limitation, which you can calculate with the Rayleigh criterion. Further to that, if I give it in an example, if I were to put a brick on the horizon at a mile, there's a good chance that you could see the brick. If I move that brick to 3 miles, there's a good chance that the brick becomes too small to see and vanishes into the horizon. If I then build a 100-story skyscraper on top of the first brick, that does not bring back the first brick. The first brick is still invisible, i.e. still too small to see at the limitation at the deck due to its limited size. Ergo, at 5 miles, you're missing 1 brick due to the angular limitation and not because there's a physical geometric sphere edge horizon getting in the way. If there was, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as declared in the Earth curve mathematics. However, The distance to the horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the limitations laid down in the Earth curve mathematics, aka 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So as before, the horizon is not Earth curve.
Yes, and did you notice we got them here on orthographic? Let me read it. The manner of disappearance of a ship as it recedes from sight. At first, now all Earth curve math does leave this out. At first, the apparent size of each part gets smaller and smaller. Is that perspective?
Yes, that's angular size.
He's telling you what's happening. Oh, well.
It gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappears behind Earth curve. No, it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappears with perspective. Hurl first, because that's where the most limited angle resides, against the deck. You can widen your angle to the sky as wide as you like. Hence, there is no limitation to the angle to the sails. However, the limitation to the deck is an angular limitation. Ergo, perspective will cause the brick to disappear at 5 miles because it's too small, but not the building built on top of it. That's an angular limitation, nothing to do with Earth curve.
Excellent, excellent. Very optical. All right, number 4. The apparent positions of the pole star and the constellations vary when seen from different points on the Earth, precisely in the way in which they must appear to vary if these points all lie on the surface of a globe.
You'll need a flat Earth to measure that angular relationship, because that's what they're being described as. So you'll need a flat Earth to make that assertion. Furthermore, you'll need a Haversine formula to imply that the tool and its arc is actually the concave surface you're looking up at when measuring from the centre of said presupposed spherical Earth that you're in the middle of, and measure out from that centre of a presupposed spherical Earth out through the arc of the tool, now the surface of the Earth you're not standing on, out to the celestial sphere around a single position. Like John described earlier, like in Minority Report, when he grabs a little piece of data with his gloves and throws it out all around him. It's single point at the centre of a sphere Earth, the only point you can get an angle with a flat plane moving out from your position. So no, these measurements aren't facilitated on a sphere Earth because you can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curve.
All right, but do you see the hidden reference to R, and it's because of Earth curve, they doesn't say. Let me read it again. The apparent positions of the pole star and the constellations vary. Okay, so high in the sky, mid-height, the two at the horizon, they vary. When seen from different points on the Earth, precisely in the way in which they must appear to vary if these points all lie on the surface of a globe. He doesn't say why, but he's trying to tell you Earth curve gets in the way.
Gotcha. So he's begging the question, is assuming the Earth as a sphere with you moving around the protractor of the angle measurement that you take in order for his quote-unquote height adjustments to be in effect.
But you caught it. What kind of measurements did he take?
That description of the heights changing is elevation angle.
Uh-oh.
You need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, okay, last one. The shadow cast by the Earth on the moon in a lunar eclipse is always bounded by the portion of a circle.
One more time.
The shadow cast by the Earth on the moon in a lunar eclipse is always bounded by a portion of a circle. So basically, the little curved shadow on the moon there, saying that proves that the Earth is a ball.
Don't answer this one. Hold on. Don't answer this one. Let the Globers have faith that that's still a shadow.
Yeah, but it's very important since we're recording this. What's that one video? And it's a term I keep forgetting where the shadow is the opposite way. If Earth was in the way.
You're talking Selenellan. Yeah, I was about to say you're talking about the Seleninian, where you've got sun and moon above the horizon at the same time, and in the most recent filmed one, which was about 8 years ago now, they had the quote unquote shadow, i.e. it turning red, go in the opposite direction.
How does that work?
Well, it doesn't. But furthermore, for their assertion, don't they need convergent light? I.e. the light from the sun goes to the moon and then converges and then carries on past the moon in an orthographic representation to create the shadow, as opposed to
we got a problem now. Their light rays, their light is no longer parallel, which means celestial navigation cannot work unless light is assumed to be parallel, because you need a corresponding angle back from that plane that you use at the center of the Earth, the great circle cut in half, to where you have equatorial plane. That angle must also work with the angle, with that tangent plane that you have to draw on the assumed sphere, or else you can't get an elevation angle. So you need to bring your flat plane with you wherever you sail and have a section in your hand. Yeah, they're in a bit of a problem when the sun cannot cast out parallel light for the eclipses, but must for celestial navigation to work. If you're going to say, allow me the luxury of drawing a rational plane, a sensible plane, and the actual horizon, and let me have corresponding angles as long as light comes in parallel, then I can make it work on a piece of paper from a sphere.
Until you mention eclipses and then the light doesn't come in parallel anymore.
Oh, shucks. Well, that's all he put.
That's all she wrote.
But romanticized nostalgia is not the main reason that people cling so tenaciously, often even angrily, to what is essentially the adult version of Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy. What primarily motivates them is fear, but it is not the lie itself that scares people. It is what the lie says about the world around us and how it really functions. For if NASA was able to pull off such an outrageous hoax before the entire world and then keep that lie in place for 4 decades, what does that say about the control of the information we receive? What does that say about the media and the scientific community and the educational community and all the other institutions we depend on to tell us the truth? What does that say about the very nature of the world we live in? This is what scares the hell out of people and prevents them from even considering the possibility that they could have been so thoroughly duped. It's not being lied to about the moon landings that people have a problem with. It is the realization that comes with that revelation. If they could lie about that, they could lie about anything. Dave McGowan, wagging the moon doggy. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak today on the phony moon landings and space fakery. Now, I've put out quite a few videos on the moon landings hoax and space fakery, presenting a myriad of proofs, evincing that we've been lied to about pretty much everything related to space. If you are on the fence, I hope that I may present enough evidence here today that you'll go out and conduct your own investigation. At the very least, I can maybe point you in the right direction. I find it interesting how our affinity with space has become so strong that I would dare say that people love space, and that love is so blinding that they will deliberately not face the obvious adultery taking place behind their backs. I don't understand the willfully blind person. Hey man, I have pictures proving that she's lying and cheating on you. I don't want to see that. Get away from me. She'd never do that. Our love is too strong. I can't compete with that level of indoctrinated space love. No one has ever been to space, but the media has molded humanity into a society of myopic space lovers who will defend space's honor to their dying breath. I guess it's pretty pathetic. Hopefully, we can break your love affair with space. It's not a question about how much proof we have evincing that Apollo missions in space are fake. The real question is whether you will look. Here is one of the earliest attempts at faking space. The flight was in 1962, and yes, this was passed off as legitimate footage. We already know that these high-altitude balloons are the closest that we're ever going to get to space. But I do find it interesting how we were supposedly taking astronauts into these craft as early as 1962. But this part is the best. Here's the so-called footage from space. Let's look at that one more time. you know there's some shill liar out there somewhere trying to defend this footage. It's refraction that made the star appear through the moon. And that's why the footage looks like it was taken from the Twilight Zone television show. Obviously, the level of fakery has gotten much better since the 1960s, but mistakes are still being made. The proof isn't what NASA got right. The proof is what NASA got wrong. Because if NASA faked any of it, then we rightfully should assume that NASA faked all of it. NASA is a criminal organization. Every one of its executives should be thrown in slave labor camps until they pay back all of the money they stole under false pretense from the American taxpayer. Let's begin with the laughable Apollo moon missions. I don't believe there's a single genuine person who has diligently looked into the moon landings hoax evidence and still believed in the Apollo missions. The moon landings are patently ridiculous. You just need to be able to set aside your indoctrination and spend some time researching it with a skeptical but open mind. For goodness sakes, the last time man was allegedly on the moon was December 14th, 1972. It has been nearly 47 years since man was supposedly on the moon using only 1960s technology, which astronaut Donald Pettit says NASA destroyed.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
That fact alone says they lied and shifts the burden of proof to NASA. There is no plausible excuse. NASA steals $59.7 million per day from the American taxpayer. They certainly have enough money to repeat what was already done back in 1969. Oh yeah, I forgot what Don Pettit said. That amazing technology was destroyed. Back in February 2001, there was a special on Fox that was called Conspiracy Theory, Did We Land on the Moon? I watched that show when it aired, and I thought the Fox show raised some excellent points. However, a couple years later, I came across a debunking article by Phil Plait on the website Bad Astronomy. This article is still cited as the creme de la creme of debunking articles. I read through it all and became convinced that there was an answer to all of those conspiracy allegations. At least that's what I hoped. At that time, Phil Plait was my hero. He saved me from the crazy moon landing conspiracy theorists. From that time, we saw many other so-called debunking experts rise up, like the Mythbusters, Snopes.com, Metabunk, Popular Science, and many more. I mean, who can doubt the sincerity of the Mythbusters, Jamie and Adam, right? Damn liars. But let me get back to my story. For several years, I was one of those pompous people who scoffed at moon landing deniers because I read that article from Phil Plait. Then one day, another lawyer recommended that I read a series of articles on the fossil fuel hoax written by a Dave McGowan. I actually don't know if you can still read those articles, but what McGowan wrote made absolute sense, that there is no such thing as a fossil fuel. It is an utter hoax. We could devote a whole conference to that subject. But then I changed my life forever, because I clicked on another article by Dave McGowan titled, Wagging the Moon Doggy. David tragically died a few years ago from cancer, but I hope his work will be remembered for 100 years. That is, if it can survive the coming internet purge. I highly recommend you read the entire Wagging the Moon Doggy series while you still can. And if you prefer, I have the full narration on my YouTube channel. You can ignore everything I say here, but please, go read the Wagging the Moon Doggy series because it is awesome. I'm going to cover many of the points made by David McGowan, but I can't compete with his humor. Even though he believed in space, McGowan was brilliant. But above all else, David introduced me to these two laughable Apollo photographs that destroyed the NASA moon landings forever for me. I certainly didn't see these photographs on Phil Plait's website or on the Mythbusters. This here is the official lunar lander. When I usually show this to people, they automatically think it's a joke. No, seriously, this is an official photograph of the Apollo lunar lander, and you have to be a damn idiot if you don't see how ridiculous this is. Fortunately, they took a close-up photograph as well. Curtain rods, aluminum foil, tar paper, scotch tape, some useless abstract art sculptures that do nothing but look spacey, and some very poor construction. Look at the paneling. It's a disaster. If someone sheetrocked your basement like this, you'd demand your money back. But this is supposed to be an amazing spaceship constructed by the best engineers and scientists. It's absolute garbage. A shameful prop made by a high school drama club. Looking at the photographs side by side, it's unbelievable to me that they got away with this for so long. Are academics, scientists, and engineers so institutionalized that they can't see how absurd this is? It's incredibly stupid. I'm sorry, but this is not a spaceship, so this brings me to proof number 1, the lunar lander joke. There are so many problems that this entire presentation could be on the lunar lander. The first huge problem I want to discuss about the lunar lander is the fact that it was never flown on Earth. Not even once. Please go and try to find a video of astronauts getting some flight time in this piece of junk. Just think about it. This drama prop was never even allegedly flown by an astronaut on Earth in front of a camera. In fact, besides NASA's alleged dubious pictures in space, there is zero proof that this alleged vehicle could actually fly. This comical contraption, after traveling 234,000 miles in space, supposedly fell from lunar orbit at 4,000 miles per hour, and this difficult maneuver was never practiced. The lunar lander landed in poor visibility on very rough, crater and boulder infested terrain that was all the same Portland cement color. Just imagine how easy it would have been to hit a boulder or fall into a crater when you only have these small windows flying over terrain that all looks like Portland cement. This difficult type of landing was never practiced. The lunar lander ascent stage then supposedly blasted off the moon, again achieving 4,000 miles per hour to rendezvous up in space with a spaceship that had been orbiting the moon dozens of times. Again, this maneuver was never practiced on Earth. Here is Armstrong flying one of the much smaller so-called training vehicles in optimal conditions. In this vehicle, he has full visibility and there is no rough terrain. The accident almost killed Armstrong, but he wasn't alone. 3 of the 5 training vehicles crashed, and the training vehicles were much smaller, had much better visibility, were flown in optimal conditions, over runways, in daylight, were never flown in situations similar to what would be experienced on the moon, and still, 3/5 of the training vehicles crashed. That is not a good safety record, and these were far simpler craft. Notice that the conditions the training vehicle was flying over were nowhere near what would happen on the moon. It's flying over an airfield. You'd think that NASA would want its astronauts trained to fly in low visibility over rough, rocky terrain so that its astronauts would have practice not hitting a boulder or falling down a crater. Yet, NASA didn't find it prudent to have the astronauts actually practice flying the lunar lander on Earth. No reasonable, prudent person would consider this a safe way of landing on the moon. Could you imagine what would have happened if Apollo 11 crashed its untested lander and the astronauts all died a horrible death, and the public found out that NASA never actually had the astronauts practice flying the lunar lander multiple times on Earth? NASA would have been defunded forever, and its managers would have probably gone to prison. There's simply no way that NASA would have taken such a risk, and there was only one way NASA was guaranteed 100% success, and that is by faking it. Next, they want you to believe that this piece of junk could support life up to 3 days on the moon. What kind of life support would be necessary? What kind of air conditioning would be necessary in the harshest environment imaginable? The temperature on the moon allegedly varies from negative 387 Fahrenheit at night to 253 Fahrenheit during the day. The Apollo 17 astronauts supposedly re-entered the lunar lander on 3 occasions after even driving around in a dune buggy. What kind of dust-absorbing system did it have? Where were the batteries to give it power for 3 days? How much oxygen did it have to repressurize on each occasion and last for 3 days? How was there so much room in the lunar lander that NASA was able to attach a dune buggy on later missions? Did NASA have the foresight to leave a large trunk for a fold-up dune buggy with tires and large 1970 batteries? What about all of the bulky experiments? Where did they fit? The lunacy of the lunar lander should be enough to convince any thinking person that the moon landings were fake. But we can't stop now. Exhibit 2. Kubrick's Apollo 11 lunar docking footage. So, after the astronauts were able to play around on the moon up to 3 days, the astronauts had to hop back into the ascent stage of the lunar lander and blast off the moon and catch up with the command module that had been orbiting at 4,000 miles per hour up to 3 days. Fortunately, the NASA astronauts knew exactly where the command module was after it had supposedly traveled 768,000 miles. It's also important to note that not one person on Earth was able to film this command module orbiting the moon with a telescope. You can supposedly see dark craters on the moon that are only 1 kilometer in diameter, but you can't see a large chrome spacecraft that would be reflecting sunlight like a mirror orbiting the moon dozens of times. There should be dozens of amateur astronomy videos showing the command module orbiting the moon, but they don't exist. But I especially love this Apollo 11 redocking footage. This is absolutely ridiculous. These are 1960s special effects and are obviously fake to even a child. Look at the jerky motions. Look at the total lack of thrusters being used. I've had many people ask me if this is genuine NASA footage, and yes, it is. I actually feel pretty bad for you if you believe that's a spaceship that just blasted off from the moon traveling at 4,000 miles per hour. Maybe you noticed that the video footage of the docking lunar lander appears eerily similar and as fake as Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. Exhibit 3. The preposterous Apollo ascent stage. The last video was shockingly ridiculous. Again, it's unbelievable that anyone with a brain, let alone a degree, believes that was a real spaceship traveling at 4,000 miles per hour docking in lunar orbit. Institutionalized conformity is amazingly powerful, as even individuals with a PhD won't allow themselves to question their institutions. But this gets even better. This is official NASA footage of the Apollo 15 and 17 ascent stages. Remember, the engine was never even allegedly turned on beforehand. In addition to the preposterous and obviously fake footage, NASA claims that it used a remote control to operate the camera on the moon buggy left behind, and then beamed that video footage back to Earth 234,000 miles away. We didn't even have decent television remote controls in 1972, but NASA could not only operate the camera from 234,000 miles, NASA could also pan up and follow the lunar ascent stage and zoom out all in real time without delay. Look again, the camera zooms out and pans up in real time, and this remote control was supposedly 234,000 miles away. That, ladies and gentlemen, is impossible. Does anyone here actually think this looks real? One other thing, notice that there is no thrust from the nozzle. Yes, there should have been a huge flame and obvious light source from the nozzle. Exhibit 4. No blast crater and no scorching. This is a 7,500 pound thruster. Look at its power. Look at its heat. Look at the light it creates. Look at the dust it kicks up. And yes, the Apollo astronauts claim that its lunar lander also kicked up dust, and the phony footage shows the same. The Apollo lunar lander had a bigger thruster at 10,000 pounds. Obviously, the 10,000 pound thruster failed to displace or scorch any of the lunar soil. In one case, you can see the nozzle is actually bent as it collapsed on the surface. The nozzle is literally buried in the ground, and still it did not affect the lunar soil. It's very clear a crane sat this lunar lander down on the soil. There was no rocket. Exhibit 5. The marionette astronauts. I already touched on this in my last video, but the evidence is compelling. The astronauts were dangling from wires, and you can see it multiple times. This video proves that the astronauts did dangle by wires. There really isn't much more to say then. How in the world do you believe in this nonsense? Exhibit 6. The unmistakable Apollo movie backdrop. You can clearly see the use of 1960s movie artificial backdrops here. It's obvious. The backdrop lines are visible throughout all the missions. In this case, you can even see the carpet used to blend in with the backdrop. No reasonable person can deny that these are movie backdrops. This was not filmed on the moon. Exhibit 7. Thousands of studio quality photos. Our NASA actors were able to impossibly produce thousands of studio quality photos. What's wrong about that? It is the fact that the astronauts did not have the ability to use the viewfinder to frame their shots, or to manually adjust aperture, focus, or shutter speed, and do so all without the benefit of secondary light sources. But the astronauts managed to do this nearly every time. This can't happen in real life. Here's how McGowan put it. Skipping ahead 2 sentences. Simply stated, it would not have been possible to capture any of the images allegedly shot on the moon in the manner that NASA says they were captured. Back in the day, you see, and the younger readers may again want to cover their eyes, cameras weren't all that smart, so everything had to be done manually. The photographer had to manually focus each shot by peering through the viewfinder and rotating the lens until the scene came into focus. The proper aperture and shutter speeds had to be manually selected for each shot as well to ensure a proper exposure. That required peering through the viewfinder as well to meter the shot. Finally, each shot had to be properly composed and framed, which obviously also required looking through the viewfinder. The problem for the astronauts is that the cameras were mounted to their chests, which made it impossible to see through the viewfinder to meter, frame, and focus the shots. Everything, therefore, was pretty much of a guess. Focusing would have been entirely guesswork, as would the framing of each shot. An experienced photographer could accurately estimate the exposure settings, but the astronauts lacked such experience, and they were also handicapped by the fact that they were viewing the scenes through heavily tinted visors, which meant that what they were seeing was not what the camera was seeing. To add to their troubles, they were wearing space helmets that seriously restricted their field of vision, along with the enormously bulky pressurized gloves that severely limited their manual dexterity. The odds then of getting even one of the three elements, exposure, focus, and framing, correct under those conditions on any given shot would have been exceedingly low. And yet, amazingly enough, on the overwhelming majority of the photos, they got all three right. The fact that NASA astronauts took 5,771 photos is another major issue as well. Here's how one commenter put it. NASA wants the world to believe that 5,771 photographs were taken in the combined time of 4,834 minutes over an alleged 6 missions. This equates to Apollo 11, 1 photo every 15 seconds, Apollo 12, 1 photo every 27 seconds, Apollo 14, 1 photo every 62 seconds, Apollo 15, 1 photo every 44 seconds, Apollo 16, 1 photo every 29 seconds, Apollo 17, 1 photo every 26 seconds. Given all the facts, was it possible for two men to take that many photos in so short a time? Any professional photographer will tell you it cannot be done. Virtually every photo was a different scene or in a different place, requiring travel. As much as 30 miles travel was required to reach some of the photo sites. Extra care had to be taken shooting some stereo pairs and panoramas. Each perfectly exposed and perfectly framed picture was taken on a chest-mounted camera without a viewfinder, using manual camera settings with no automatic metering, while wearing a bulky spacesuit and stiff, clumsy gloves. The agency wants the world to believe that 5,771 perfectly exposed and perfectly framed photographs were taken in 4,834 minutes. If nothing but photography had been done, such a feat is clearly impossible, made even more so by all the documented activities of the astronauts. Imagine 1.19 photos every minute that men were on the moon. That's one picture every 50 seconds. The secret NASA tried to hide has been discovered. The quantity of photos purporting to record the Apollo lunar EVAs could not have been taken on the moon in such an impossible time frame. Exhibit 8. The Liars Press Conference. One of NASA's biggest blunders in 1969 was the fact that it didn't hire very good actors. On August 12, 1969, Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin attended their first major press conference. This is the first big conference of the Apollo 11 astronauts, and it was only 2 days after the astronauts were released from quarantine. Their faces tell it all. They are not happy with what they are doing. They look like they were being forced to tell a lie, and they showed no excitement that would accompany 3 men who walked on the moon. But the funniest part to me is when one of the reporters asked whether they could see stars while on the surface of the moon. Armstrong said that he couldn't recall seeing stars, and then Michael Collins added that he didn't remember seeing any. You can see Armstrong was bothered by Collins' answer. Collins' answer is hilarious because Michael Collins was never on the surface, and so he had no reason to answer the question. In addition, Michael Collins was the pilot of the command module, and he would have allegedly seen the most amazing show of stars on the dark side of the moon, better than any person that had lived up till that time. Michael Collins supposedly saw the dark side of the moon 27 times, and he doesn't remember seeing any stars. Exhibit 9, the ridiculous lunar rover. First, how in the world did NASA plan for a fold-up dune buggy to attach only on the later Apollo flights? The lunar rover was only used on Apollo 15, 16, and 17. Are we to believe that NASA left a big trunk for a fold-up dune buggy in the designs of the lunar lander? It had wheels, it had batteries, it had seats, a satellite dish, and other components in addition to the frame. That's not something that you fit in your luggage. Next, the fold-up dune buggy was on one side of the craft. Was it not a concern for NASA to test fly the lunar lander with extra weight on one side of the craft? Of course, NASA never thought it necessary to perform even one test flight. Next, there was no scientific purpose of the lunar rover other than it looked neat for the movie cameras. This is another instance where you need to apply some common sense. By introducing a moon buggy, which had no scientific purpose, NASA was taking the unreasonable and reckless risk that one of its astronauts would get injured, jostled, cause a malfunction in one of the packs, or break down. How easy would it have been for an astronaut to hit a rock and cause a part of his suit to malfunction, or for the astronaut to get thrown from the vehicle? What if the vehicle broke down after hitting a rock covered in dust? This wasn't a minor risk, as is clearly seen in the photographs. The astronauts had poor visibility and were cruising around in conditions like these, where even the smallest problem could kill the astronaut. There's simply no way that the reckless lunar rover would have happened. What's even more funny about the lunar rover is the fact that it really looks like it was just a remote-controlled car with an action figure. The astronaut never moves from his uncomfortable position. But even more damning is the fact that many times the rover didn't produce tracks, or produce tracks in strange ways. Here is a sampling of photographs of the strange and missing rover tracks. Exhibit 10, proof of secondary light sources. Of course, NASA could have easily filmed the Apollo movies with just one light source, but NASA needed those thousands of studio quality photos, and so NASA did use other light sources. Mythbusters tried to deceive its audience by busting this photograph by using a grainy, darkened version, and still failed to create the lighted astronaut as depicted in the demonstration. I changed out the darkened NASA photo used by Mythbusters and replaced it with the NASA original. Do you see the huge difference? Now, compare the original NASA photo with the Mythbusters version. Mythbusters certainly did not bust this argument whatsoever, and Mythbusters lied about it. But what's more telling is what Mythbusters ignored, and that's this photograph. This one photograph proves the entire Apollo mission's false, as it is 100% impossible for that astronaut to be lit up like that on the shaded side of the lunar lander without additional light sources. Exhibit 11, the tinfoil thin lander. According to McGowan, another curious fact that First on the Moon made note of was that, according to Harold Loden, Apollo 11 mission controller, the skin on the crew cabin of the lunar module was very thin, and that was all done because of weight savings. Another talking head added that if you really took your finger and poked hard at it, you could poke right through the outer skin of the spacecraft. It was about the thickness of 2 layers of aluminum foil. Project manager Thomas Kelly concurred, noting that the skin, the aluminum alloy skin of the crew compartment, was about 12/1000ths of an inch thick. That's equivalent to about 3 layers of Reynolds wrap that you would use in your kitchen. Astronaut Lavelle stated, "Whenever I saw a model of the lunar module, it had these rigid sides, and it really looked strong. Turns out that external portions of the lunar module are made up of mylar and cellophane, and it's put together with scotch tape and staples. We'd had to have pads on the floor, because if you dropped a screwdriver, it would go right through the floor." And astronauts lived in this for days with multiple repressurizations, and merely dropping a screwdriver would kill them. As pointed out by David McGowan, the lunar lander actually failed the Grumman pressure test, which blew out a window, and no one seemed to care as no design changes were ever made. Come on. Exhibit 12. The inverse square law of light. I think it was maybe Jeranism or Globebusters or both who first mentioned this, but this is a terrific proof of the fake moon landings, and it deals with how much illumination there would have been on the lunar surface according to the heliocentric model. The inverse square law describes the intensity of light at different distances from a light source. Every light source is different, but the intensity changes in the same way, meaning this is a law for all light sources. The intensity of light is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. This means that as the distance from a light source increases, the intensity of light is equal to a value multiplied by 1 divided by d squared. Here are the simple equations. As an example, if you place a 100 lumen bulb in a floodlight that shines on only 1 square meter of surface, that surface will be lit at 100 lux. However, if you back the floodlight away to shine on 4 square meters, the surface is now lit with 25 lux. The full moon, which is supposed to be reflecting sunlight, has an illuminance up to 1 lux on the Earth's surface. That's not substantial, but a full moon has enough illuminance to read from it here on Earth. It is allegedly 376,285 kilometers to the moon, from Earth's surface to moon surface. Let's assume our Apollo astronaut is 0.01 kilometers, or 1 meter, above the surface of the moon. We now plug the numbers into our inverse square law equation to find the intensity of the moonlight at the surface, solving for intensity at distance 2. I have the numbers on the printout, but you can see for yourself the problem. Sunlight has an illuminance up to 128,000 lux on Earth. That's pretty bright. That's as bright as it gets. Assuming my math and figures are right, applying the inverse square law, the Apollo astronauts would have experienced 1,106,175,009,570 times more illuminance on the moon's surface than direct sunlight on Earth. Essentially, based on the inverse square law, at the moon's surface, the light would have been the most blinding light imaginable, and there should have been no photographs possible on the lunar surface. This proves, based on physical laws, without a doubt, that there were no Apollo moon landings. One of the most common objections to the fake moon landings argument is that NASA has hundreds of supposed moon rocks. Of course, no one knows where these rocks are, and no one is allowed to actually independently investigate these moon rocks, but NASA itself destroyed this biggest proof of theirs when it gave one of its so-called moon rocks to a Dutch museum that actually analyzed the rock. As it turns out, the Dutch were given a glorious piece of petrified wood that most certainly didn't come from the moon. When one rock is proven fake, then we, the people, must rightfully assume that the rest of these alleged rocks are also fake. Building on the fact that you can see the 1960s movie backdrops repeatedly during the Apollo missions, we run into another problem. NASA reused same backdrops for different locations. Here's a good example. Another point that isn't discussed much, but I think it is a real issue for anyone who has been on a 12-hour flight, you know what I'm talking about. It is the human impossibility of sitting in a confined space for 12 days straight. Astronaut Ronald Evans on Apollo 17 supposedly sat like this for 12 days and 13 hours. I don't think that's humanly possible, and no one discussed this extreme torture. Once we agree that they faked the moon landings, and you have to be suffering from a major case of cognitive dissonance not to see that NASA did indeed fake it all. The next question I like to ask is, what are the reasonable implications of the fake moon landings? Here are my 10 implications. First, NASA has perpetrated a tremendous fraud on the world and cannot be trusted. All NASA missions should be presumed fraudulent unless proven otherwise with overwhelming evidence. Second, there will not be a Mars landing anytime soon, and it is right to assume that there is no rover on Mars or even satellite probes being sent throughout the solar system with obvious fake CGI images of space and the planets. Third, all first and second world countries failed to reveal the big Apollo lies and are controlled in some manner. All other landings by China, Japan, Russia, etc. are also likely fraudulent. Fourth, there was no big space race between the Americans and the Russians. It was fake. There was no benign reason to allegedly beat the Russians to the moon by faking the Apollo missions. The Russians were in on the deception, as evidenced by Luna 16. And if you don't know what Luna 16 was, here it is. I always have to laugh at the giant penis. You can't unsee that. Sorry. Fifth, the media cannot be trusted, as the media incessantly praises and repeats the patent lies of NASA, continually reinforces the fraudulent moon landings, and derogatorily labels anyone who rightfully thinks otherwise a conspiracy theorist. Sixth, universities, professors, astrophysicists, engineers, major churches, police organizations, the FBI, the courts, WikiLeaks, politicians, etc. all failed to uncover the obviously faked moon landings. They are controlled, directly or indirectly through conformity. Humanity cannot put their trust in these pseudo-scientists and mainstream institutions. Seventh, SpaceX and every other mainstream source has failed to reveal the fake moon landings. SpaceX receives substantial funding from NASA. SpaceX even speaks of a future Mars mission. SpaceX is also likely fraudulent. Eighth, there were no pictures of the Earth taken from space during the Apollo missions, including the famous 1972 Apollo, the blue marble photograph. Ninth, governments and their lying lackeys and shills can get away with big effing lies. Finally, every thinking independent person should now question all government and academic claims of space, the nature of the universe, the solar system, satellites, the Hubble telescope, the space shuttle, the ISS, and even the fundamental shape of the Earth. Skepticism is the only reasonable position, not conformity. Yes, the space fakery has continued since the Apollo missions. There are so many examples of space fakery now that it is hard to choose which ones to share. I think my favorite one is this augmented reality fail, as the ISS astronaut on the left grabs nothing from the other astronaut and sets nothing down. I love the guy in the background that is zooming around here on a harness back and forth. This wasn't a good day for NASA. And I think I just caught a new mistake. Maybe someone else has already pointed it out. But do you remember this disappearing astronaut? It's a continual shot. And so the naysayers can't claim that it's just splicing two clips together. But here's a similar one, just not as obvious. Do you see how his foot becomes see-through? Anyways, I could go on for days on all the space fakery from all the different nations. Unmistakable, permed hair that flows nothing like it should in a zero-G environment. Bubbles in space, repeated CGI mistakes. Obvious use of harnesses and wire fails. Evident use of blue screen technology. The reckless playing with water. The fact that the ISS was never assembled on the ground for extensive testing before it went into space. The impossible longevity of the valves and seals in space. A mistaken reflection of a cameraman off of a cosmonaut's visor, etc. But in the end, it really depends on whether you will allow yourself to investigate the matter. The bottom line is, if they can lie about the Apollo moon missions, the Columbia mission, satellites, ISS, or space, then they could lie about everything. Thank you again for allowing me to speak today, and I especially want to thank Adi Roos for organizing this spectacular event. This has been wonderful. I hope that we can all meet again someday. Thank you very much.
miles, we should expect a 66 foot of curvature. And at about 20 miles, that should be about 266 feet of curvature. Now, there's other consequences to curvature. It's not just drop over distance. There's actually a plumb will be deviating away from your zenith, where you are, from your original observer's position. Plumb will eventually be deflecting away from you as things drop over in the distance as well. So we don't experience any of these consequences of curvature in the natural world. So I know as knowledge that there is no curvature to be measured.
Wait, sorry. Can you just share with me what plumb means, by the way, when you say that? 'Cause, I don't know.
Plumb is in like vertical. So plumb is a vertical. So your vertical is always directly above your head. But vertical will deviate away from you behind a curve. So if you imagine a football, you put your finger on the top and you follow the ball round. Now your vertical. Yeah, your vertical is now perpendicular, when you go to 90 degrees.
I get what you mean. Okay.
Do you understand?
I get you. Yeah,
vertical doesn't shouldn't stay vertical at long distances.
Right.
So
right.
there's consequences.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I get what you mean.
But what we experience is level everywhere, locally, in the distance, everything, every measurement you make is level. You can use your theodolites, you take multiple measurements, and you can get a big circle of equal altitude, equal elevation in long distances. Everything's level and flat. So we know this to be true. It's in the math, it's in nature. It is just that the Earth is, water always seeks and finds its level because water always takes the shape of its container. Water doesn't seek to be curved, which would be the natural shape of a globe.
Right. So how would we exactly, I guess I'd kind of been this other way around, right? Where if it were curved, how exactly would you be able to detect the plumb change?
Well, apart from visibly, things shouldn't be level in the distance. But also, there's also, apart from optically, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but you should visibly see, for example, if you was in an aeroplane above the cloud deck, when you look into the distance on your aeroplane, those cloud decks the cloud deck beneath you will rise up to your eye level in the distance, as anything does when you look in the distance, due to your perception, your perspective. The convergence point on the horizon is the limitation of how far you can see. Right? But on a ball, if we lived on a ball, the cloud deck below us should be elevating down behind that curve.
Right, it should be going away. Basically, the plumb should
be going down.
I get it.
Yeah, it should be going down.
Right.
So exactly. So the cloud deck should be decreasing down to the Earth. You shouldn't be seeing the cloud deck endlessly go into the distance and then disappear into your convergence point. That shows you that the clouds are not wrapping down behind a curvature rate below you. That makes sense.
I totally get. Yeah. Okay. I'm actually totally understanding. The argument. I totally understand. Okay.
Yeah, these are just some of the consequences if we lived on a ball, what should be experienced in reality. But we know for a fact from all the observations that you can take, you're not seeing any consequences of curve.
Okay, I peep what you mean. I peep what you mean. I get you. So, do you mind if I ask, I guess, some questions just to kind of clarify? Because me personally, I am of the stance that, we do live on a round world, you know what I mean? It may not be a perfect sphere, but that it is curved and kind of round and elliptical in a sense, a very unique kind of ellipsoid for the world. But are you cool with me asking questions to kind of see where we
Yeah,
can
go
kind of
ahead.
see where things kind of diverge a little bit? So, granted, for example,
Be careful.
me.
ET,
Sorry,
what's
what?
got into you today? It's all right.
Okay,
ET's just
I
in a
guess
funny mood
I'll
today.
try and be careful. I'll try and be careful, but if I guess because I'll try and think of this, right? If the Earth is flat, right? Like you believe the Earth is finite at least, right? Like it doesn't just go on like forever and forever and forever, right?
Who knows, brother? Honestly, in the same way that the heliocentric universe is an expanding universe going on forever, and you can believe that, why couldn't you believe that the same with potentially the Earth? And I'm not saying I believe that because I don't, but why not?
Why don't I believe the Earth basically expands infinitely?
No, I'm saying if the universe can expand infinitely and we can accept that idea,
Yeah.
then why is it so weird, that the Earth, it could be the Earth instead? And I don't believe that, but I'm just saying let's not
Yeah.
take it off the
Yeah.
table.
Why do I not think it's the Earth, right?
Yeah, what reasoning would you say that's okay for the universe, but not for if the universe was a realm and it was all at this plane? Why couldn't that extend forever?
So
And then
a couple of
let's
things.
plane.
First and foremost, if the Earth itself were like very expandant like that, right? There would be a lot of other lands, for example, that I'd expect would be reachable. There wouldn't be this, notion or expectation of any type of map which would be finite at all that we have today. And it would be really odd that there would be a cutoff. And me personally, I would then hope to set on an expedition to kind of see the end of the map to see if there's more out there, right?
Nothing wrong with that, yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing. I'd feel like with over like 8 billion people now in the world, like there would genuinely be like a very common understanding from all of the like aviation that kind of took place in map building that it does not have like some kind of end like that. But granted, hopefully we're on the same page here that the Earth is finite. I guess the edge or the end, right, of what the world would look like, I guess would be the first thing that I'd become curious about. Because as of now, with the notion of like around the world, there's this idea that people can circumnavigate the entire world, like go around it fully and do a whole full loop. And there are claims of something like that. For example, to completely cross the Atlantic Ocean, fly over, Europe, Asia, go across the Pacific Ocean, back over the Americas to a destination point that actually happened in a straight, like arc over the entire globe, kind of orbiting like a satellite in a sense. With that kind of just idea, if that were, with that idea that that's a claim on a disc-like map, I would assume there would be some kind of way to explain the way that the plane kind of just comes around again. It'd be like a circle somehow. Is like the best.
I can help you. So east
Yeah.
and west are also circles on a flat plane. If the center of the map is the magnetic attractor,
Right.
So for a compass to work, you need a magnetic attractor. So either way, on a flat or a globe Earth, you have to have a magnetic pole. A north pole, that is, not a south pole, because all compasses work, for the north pole. And in fact, when you get to the south pole, you'll find compasses don't work. Anyway, on a flat map with a magnetic
Wait,
center.
what happens at the South Pole, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, you need a special compass, my friend. The compasses don't work once you get certain. I can't remember the distance, but once you get to the south,
I can.
once you get to the ice shelf, you need a separate there is a special compass for the South Pole. Yeah,
okay,
and that should tell you that there's already a problem with this two pole idea, because it should be simply an alignment, between the north and south. But it's not. you know, and the closer you get to the south, the more the compass stops working correctly. But my point is that on a flat map with the North Pole being the very center of the map, east and west is circumnavigation. So you are actually, when you go east or west, you are traveling not in a straight line. You are going in a
rather
circular path around. Yep.
Around, yeah, that's exactly what I was inferring.
Yeah.
That would have to be like.
Yeah, that's how we see it. That's how we see it. And actually, all of the maps that you have for your globe, you know, your longitudinal, latitudinal system, your Mercator map.
Right. Those
it's
would
all
be
built.
discs, actually, like circles
It's
that
all
are.
exactly, my friend. So the
I
AE
completely
map.
understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, the AE map. If you can wrap that around a ball, if you print out a picture of the AE map, really large, and you get a small ball, and then you wrap that around the ball, it literally is the globe. That's how you got your globe, and that Antarctic circle that surrounds it will nice and crisply become a small continent at the bottom, surrounded by ocean.
Right. Simply because it was wrapped around it. Okay.
It's a backwards engineered, yeah. And this is why the math works. The math works because the globe was backwards engineered from
the real world, essentially.
The real world and what we see and the perspective. So, for example, ships going over the horizon claim to be a globe proof or whatever. Now we have high-powered telescopes and cameras. We now have figured out that actually, no, that's not the limitation of the geometric horizon, because we can zoom these things back in, and angular size is the only thing making these things disappear from the bottom up. And actually, the reason why, angular size, based on the limits of your perspective. So the reason why with the radius, I believe, was picked, and the numbers that were picked for the globe were all based on perspective. So it's funny that we have something called my brain's gone blank.
No worries,
the Rayleigh criteria. The Rayleigh criteria. Now, the Rayleigh criteria is a bit of math that'll show you that there's a limitation to how far you can see, and for an average height person, it's about 3.5 miles in the distance, until eventually things become too small for you to see.
Yeah, you
Now,
actually
you can do
started
this.
touching upon the next question I was about to have. Actually, funny enough, but keep going.
Yeah, so you can do this if you bring a camera down to a tabletop and you hold it at the exact level of the table, and then you roll a coin away from you on that table. That coin will start to disappear from the bottom up. There's not enough angular size to see, past that. The bottom portion of the table becomes a physical block due to perspective. And the reason why I'm talking about it is because the math. And I'm not a good math person, but take my word for it. The math is in that radius 3959 is in the Rayleigh criterion. So on a globe, things disappear at about 3.5 miles as well. It's not a accident that they chose these numbers. It's actually because this is what we witness with perspective in the real world. Do you understand? So it's a completely engineered.
No,
looking into the math,
I get
it will be confusing. Yeah.
And also just another side note, like, just to keep it real, I'm not the kind of person who would be like, oh, I need like proof and numbers and don't say anything like that destroys like any type of capacity to have like a normal conversation. So don't feel like you gotta like describe everything down to the T with like all the math, especially because we'll be here for like 2-3 years before we get through all that. So
Ruth, you made a damn good point there. You did. I will say.
Thanks, ET.
So, yeah, I mean, that kind of does touch upon, I guess, kind of like the next thing. Because if that were the case, then the next thing that I guess my mind would be calling me to would be to that it just necessitates that we just essentially be limited by vision. If I get you correctly. If I'm on a flat horizon, right, there would be like some kind of altitude, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many miles up I go into the sky. If I had a big enough telescope and a strong enough telescope that I'd be able to see China, for example, while residing here in the US. But what would be like the obstacles for that kind of view?
mean, just the
I'm glad
atmosphere
you-
in general.
Brilliant. Whoever said that knows. Yeah. The thickness
talking
of
about
the
just
atmosphere.
I mean, you
the air,
can't really just see
clouds, the
forever
particles.
just in the atmosphere. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, if if the Earth was flat, yeah, you couldn't see it forever anyway.
Right.
So there's a myth going around that you can see the light from stars millions and billions of miles away. So that's why people assume you can see forever, and then they use it for an anti-flat Earth argument. In reality,
Not necessarily.
we have things like light attenuation. We also have things like standard candles, which is the inverse square law, where we know that light can't travel forever, not only due to our ability to resolve it, but also light has a limit to how far it can travel. And then, like my friend just said, the atmosphere is a very, like things in the atmosphere, light will scatter in the atmosphere. So combined with all of that, you're not going to see very far, my friend. I mean, you can see 100 miles, but you're not going to see forever. There is a limit to how far you can see for several reasons.
Well, you also can't see through the Earth. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, even if you could see it forever, you can't see through the Earth to China. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's essentially.
Yeah, so he's a glober, so yeah. Just
No,
don't
yeah,
say he's a flat earther. He's a
Yeah, how do
glober.
you see? How do you see stars from hundreds of millions of miles away then, or trillions, or whatever the number is?
I mean, intuitively, like I'm pretty sure we're all in
Exactly.
agreement that we don't assume a fundamental like equality in the nature of our atmosphere in outer space. Like in general, the idea is that space has a lot of void space and not as much interaction, because over here we have a lot of particles in the way. And this is why when thunder clouds, for example, are present, light dims a lot just because of the actual physical obstructions that exist here in the atmosphere. So that's like our planet has a lot of stuff kind of going on in the atmosphere. It's a very
lack of
very
atmosphere.
crucial.
Then we have more visibility. Then you're saying.
Perhaps, but
the problem is we know how light works. It depends on the luminosity to how far the light can travel before the scattering and the inverse square law turns it into something unresolvable. So what they're claiming is that the lights in the sky are so bright that we can see them from billions and billions of miles away. Fine, but what experiments do we have? What tests can we make to validate that? And I'll save you the time. Nothing. There is no way we can have an experiment of light traveling that far in a vacuum. It's impossible. So it is a belief. It is an assumption that light can travel forever. And somebody else in here said they don't believe space is a vacuum anyway. So now you've got even more light attenuation and more atmosphere for the light.
Pretty much.
So you can't have it both ways. But either way, this cannot be proven. The assumption that the lights in the sky are billions of miles away is just a belief, and it goes against the laws of light that we understand. And the
How far up the sun? How far up do you think it is? You reckon 3,000 miles?
Well, before anyone answers, we've got hot
Nigger,
spots.
the Earth is not flat. The Earth is actually a cube. You stupid nigger.
Whoa.
I'm going to ban him. Yeah, but we've
Don't
got
ban me, nigger.
we've got hot spots on clouds, guys. So if the light was coming in parallel from millions of 93 million miles away, then how are we seeing hot spots on local clouds? Why are we seeing the sun nested in the clouds when you're flying in an aeroplane? And why are we getting crepuscular rays from behind these clouds? Because
What do you mean by
crepuscular rays
nested exactly? Nested?
Can I just
Nested.
actually not derail but re-rail the conversation? And I actually just had a couple questions that I want to ask, if at all, because it's about to go into a whole different direction. So, you guys mind if I just continue to ask a couple more questions and just?
Yeah,
just
I've
kind of
posted a picture of the sun in the clouds, and ask yourself if this is 93 million miles away, why have we got that lighting on the clouds? And through the clouds, you can get crepuscular rays. But yeah, carry on if you still want to talk about the previous subject.
Yeah, because you guys can have a field day for me. I got a couple of meetings coming up, so I just wanted to kind of wrap this up. And more importantly, so just kind of hear how you rationalize things and just where you're coming from. So,
Well, I guess I don't know. I don't like that though, because there's a lot of people in here who'd be happy to talk to you now. Might have difference of opinions on how they see things, but we're all coming to the same conclusion that the natural world should be the basis of what we make our decisions on.
Yeah, reality, pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
empiricism.
Yeah, I'm almost down for conversations. In fact, I'll hop back in later if you guys are all online. It's just I got a meeting that I'll have to attend. It's just only that period of time where I'll be busy. But the other thing that I guess I wanted to mention, just like I'm pretty sure you've seen, for example, footage of things that fly into outer space. So one thing that I wanted to kind of pick out a little bit is the idea of the plumb. That anywhere we walk in the globe, whether it's flat or whether it's a globe, right? Sorry, forgive me for even starting off a globe, if that offends you at all. But the idea that the plumb basically changes for any specific place that we're standing at, the plumb will not be discernible for ourselves. And granted, with how vast things are and how far apart things would have to be for us to even be able to kind of test that out, it's a little difficult. But let's say that we just ride the plumb straight up. There are publications of just rocket launch footage in which after it goes out really, really far, that the entire Earth then comes out as this kind of complete round, object kind of going away. It looks like a little disc, on a 2D plane. So how do you, I guess, just describe that? Or just view that?
How do I describe the lack of deviation in the distance, or how do I justify expecting to see it?
Yeah, no. So as for example, the rocket flies away and the camera's just kind of pointing, you'll just see this massive, blue green clouds everywhere, just slowly start to just become a disc that just gets smaller as you just kind of pull away. Do you think that footage is valid and real? And
do you mean rockets?
Yeah, rockets that just fly away, right? That kind of footage, how do you describe what's there? They don't go straight up.
Yeah, they don't go straight up, so I would argue they arc until they go out of your angular size, until they go out of your angular view. You don't see a rocket go directly up. They claim that they go with the rotation of the Earth or whatever to get in an orbit. Mm-hmm. So what you're actually seeing is a rocket fly away from you and then disappear due to angular size.
Mm-hmm.
But they always
angular size.
A lot of people believe it. They crash into the Atlantic Ocean, and that all the footage is CGI.
Yeah, maybe, but I guess Roots. I guess my question would be, what is my angular view then in that case? Because I do understand that, of course, like as it's flying away, it's not always directly a perfect straight up line. And in fact, there are specific launch points, and it does also have some slight curvature in the flight, technically from the globest angle of rocket launches. But what's my angular view, if you don't mind me asking?
Does anyone want to answer that? I'm not sure if I understand the question properly.
When you're saying from my angular view, for me, if I'm standing on the ground, I'm just flying up, right? It'll kind of slightly curve, but in theory, it's flying up and up and up, and it's riding the plumb of where I'm standing at, right? Just a straight vertical line, essentially as close as it can, even if it's not perfect. But even if it could, the idea that it's just flying up and up and up, and then you're finding that the Earth is coming around as what looks like a sphere. And even if we say, hey, it's not a sphere, let it be what it is, right? Essentially, you do find on a 2D plane what looks to be like a disk view of the entire world. For me, I'd call it a sphere, but do you agree with just the Earth is at least a disk from
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. So you're on about, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but are you talking about how from a very, very, very high altitude, like high altitude balloons, etc., or even aeroplanes, you'll see that convexity of the horizon around you? Like the horizon is making a disk around you? Is that what you mean?
The horizon is making a disc around me.
I don't think I understand your question. Can anyone else help out here?
Like, do you think at a certain altitude you can see the whole globe? Sorry, the whole Earth, or just it'll look like a sphere, like a picture from
when
like.
you get to a certain, I think we're talking about the same thing. So when you get to
Yeah.
a certain altitude, remember that what I said, the Rayleigh criterion, right? So if you increase your altitude, you can see further.
Right.
And as you increase to, you can go and look at weather balloon footage, and even on an aeroplane, you get an element of this convexing of the horizon around you. The horizon is always level. Okay, so it's not that the horizon is curving, but what happens is when you get to a certain height, even at relatively low heights with no obstruction, you will see the horizon make a like an oval around you, and that is literally perspective. So you see in the distance, it's like when you look at the stars on the horizon. The stars are touching the ground. They're touching where the sea is. That is dropped on the horizon due to how far away it is. Now, if you was to get a camera, zoom into that horizon, that star would then raise off the horizon.
Yeah.
You're increasing your angular size. And it's a similar thing. Like everything on your horizon is the limitations of your view. That's called your it's curved visual space. It's called curved visual space, and you have a limit. And when things that are at the edges of your limit will drop on the horizon. And it's the same with the Earth. As you look, you can't see the whole Earth. So what you're going to see is the Earth sort of like, drop around your dome of vision. So a bit like the celestial sphere, you have your own personal viewing sphere.
I see. Okay. And then the Earth will just. So that's what you mean by angular view. Then the Earth will only just kind of reduce to that like small little like disc. Kind of that you just look at.
And it's the same with the stars. Imagine this is not a disc. This is a dome, a viewing dome over you. So in the sky, all these things will drop onto the horizon until eventually they disappear behind it. You pull your camera or your high-powered telescope out. You'll now bring all of that back, and now that will open the angular size of, and now all these stars will now be above you again. As soon as you stop looking through the camera, you'll see those stars are either on the horizon or slightly disappeared behind it.
I see. That's pretty interesting.
What's interesting is they didn't teach us this at school.
I do see where you're coming from.
Yeah, well, this is it. Every Glober I speak to has not heard of this, and I'd never heard of this, and they didn't teach us this at school. But it is 100% fact. Google the Rayleigh criterion. In fact, it's the definition of the horizon. The horizon is not considered the curve of the Earth. It's the horizon is what happens due to depth perception. And if you take an art class, you have something called the vanishing point. Now everything will converge and compress in the distance into the vanishing point. So they've taught us it in art, but they didn't teach us in physics. So we're not connecting actually what we're seeing in the distance. It's just a perspective of depth. And it's well understood, but never connected to perception. It's only connected to art and giving the illusion of perception. But we're not taking it into account when we look at the horizon. And that's the school's fault.
I peep what you mean. So I guess one thing that I'd like to kind of wrap my head around then would be, I got like roughly like 20-ish minutes before I really got to prepare for the meeting. So if you do have any questions that you'd actually like to ask me, feel free to pause me anytime and actually just, ask me anything as well. Because me personally, I like to learn, just kind of see like how or why you think what you think.
I got one for you.
Go ahead.
Is flat an adjective or a noun?
Well, I mean, in English, it could be both. Like, oh, I'm gonna go to my flat, right? Has its meaning, and then
it
flat
would be
could be descriptor as well. Like, this is flat, like adjective-wise.
Okay, so if you were to say flat Earth, would that be adjective noun, or would that be your apartment called Earth?
An adjective noun.
Yeah, is that this adjective flat, noun Earth?
Yeah.
Or is it
That would mean if I were
noun,
if I were to
noun?
say flat Earth, that means that the Earth in its property of how it exists is a flat thing. So it would
And
be an
then-
adjective, and then the noun is Earth.
Okay, so if someone said flat is a shape in context of flat Earth, that would be like pretty retarded, wouldn't it? That'd be like like arithmetic or grade school level brain farting of the English language.
Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from, but in that sense, just know that round is also an adjective as well. Like it describes.
Yeah, so
like a
curved.
round ball. Yeah. So like flat is
Curved or flat.
Yeah.
So if someone puts a disc and says a disc is flat, so therefore Earth is a disc-shaped object in space, they've got like 4 layers of inception that they need to unfuck themselves. Like true or false?
I think I see where you're coming from. I think I get it. Like that the Earth. So
Well, it wasn't that I'm trying to articulate a point of view of that mine. I'm just curious. You said to ask you anything. So, like, where are you
yeah.
at? Where are you at if someone were to say, "Hey, I have a flat tire," would you be like, "Dude, why are you driving around with disc tires? Like, the fuck wrong with you, dude?" Or would you be like, "Oh, that person's tire noun is
Right. I get what you mean.
described as flat."
Yeah, the person's tire is described to have a flat part of it
There you
because of
go.
how it's touching the ground in a flat way. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're thinking. I mean,
Yeah.
not that you're thinking, but we're tracking.
Yeah,
We're
no,
vibing.
I hear. I get you. No offense taken. I totally get what you mean. I like this.
Because it's hard pressed. Like my bar for why people ask, "Okay, why is flat Earth matter to you? Why do you talk about it?" I'm like, just simply that. Like, is it possible for somebody to come into an arena or a topic or a special interest group and understand anything at all? A lot of these people come in here, they click on the channel, and they'll never even understand that the word flat is an adjective. That's how, like, I call them bricked.
Dang.
They're completely bricked.
Dang. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, how'd it go with
That's
Brenda?
definitely a
I had to go
problem,
AFK for a bit. Did Brenda ever calm down, or did she spiral out and you guys had to kick her out?
Oh, it devolved into politics. So yeah, we stopped it from happening.
Oh, okay. Did she leave on her own, or did you have to throw her out?
No, she left on her own. I asked everybody to stop talking about politics. There was a raging debate about LGBTQ, and that's not what we're here for.
Yeah, I kind of felt like I threw that grenade because I was like tongue in cheek, joking around. Because Biden had called Trump an alley cat, which is a female like version of somebody who is like a streetwalker, like a slut, whatever. So I said that Biden had misgendered Trump.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. But
Oh yeah, I was just like earlier. I was hoping to hear the end of it because Brenda's really into misgendering is a microaggression or aggression. Flat out harmful to misgender someone. So I'm like, well, and she's really a Biden. She's on the Biden train there. So I'm like, well, how do you feel about Biden misgendering?
wait, me?
No, I was talking to Brenda, but I had to go, so I didn't know how the topic ended.
Oh, I see. She's gone though, right? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gone, and it didn't end well. There was no clarity, so it just created a shit show, I think. So we shut it down, mate.
Headache.
Yeah. I mean, that's well, yeah. You can go off topic for a little bit. Just to see, I think going off topic is helpful sometimes because it lets people connect at a human level, which is what a lot of times this topic is missing. People come in here like call them flurfers and flurmen. They've already dehumanized the other. So if you can get through to them and at least have them recognize your humanity, that can go a long way. And sometimes going off topic will do that.
Fair enough. No, that's true. And hopefully there won't be any more headaches, and all of our conversations hopefully can just be very fruitful and just like more understanding.
May the odds forever be in your favor.
Awesome. So for me, the one thing, I forget, was it called the Rayleigh or the Riley something?
The Rayleigh criterion, 1.225. Your optical limit of the human eye. The human eye is a tool, like checker hole.
Yeah, it's a limited tool at that.
It's a tool, yeah. The limit of the eye, of the human eye, is 1.225. That means at that distance, the two objects you're looking at will start to blend into one, i.e., the horizon, the sky, and the ground.
Yeah,
and it just so happens, what a coincidence that the geometric curve of the Earth is exactly 1.22. Huh? What? I mean, do you imagine? Like, what a coincidence. So, I mean, either it's like evolution just perfectly designed our eye to see the optical limit of the horizon, or the optical limit of the horizon is your eye.
Well said, Crit. And I just want to highlight to ET, that's why we always bring up the radius. We always talk about the radius because the radius has been backwards engineered. So that's why we always bring up the radius, because it's backwards engineered from what we see optically in the world. That 3959 math is within the Rayleigh criterion. Sorry, Crit. I just wanted to, because he asked that question and nobody answered it, so I just wanted to make sure he was aware. That's why we talk about the radius.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I just spiked the ball like playing volleyball. I just did a nice set and bang, right on ET.
I totally appreciate it. So I guess the question that I had in these last 10ish minutes, pretty much, the reason I was talking about, for example, something that goes up really high and then the whole world can become like a globe, right? Pretty much what I've learned, the explanation behind that is rather that I have a vision sphere, and my horizon and my view sphere just kind of remains the same, and the Earth just kind of envelopes and falls down, into that, into its respective angle based on how far away I go. And the second I touch, flat down on the Earth, the horizon, on the ground and the surface for me will kind of whip back up and fill that in, right? If I understand correctly.
No, I think you lost me. So you're saying as you go up, the elevation, the further you can see goes up, and as you go down, your distance you can see goes down too.
Yeah. No, look, not the distance. If I understand, remains the same. I have a limited sphere of view, right?
Yeah, he's talking about your curved visual space, Crit.
Yeah,
so
the curve.
It's the first time he's heard the horizon explained in its correct way, which is the limitation of your vision, and everything merges and blends, like Crit astutely said earlier, into that vanishing point. That is the gist of it, really. And and like he just said as well, when you raise your elevation, now you don't have hills and valleys to block your view. Now you're getting that disc that you were talking about earlier, that disc of vision. It's just like a grid of the limitation of how far you can see.
Okay, have you ever dropped a coin or maybe a contact lens or something?
Yeah, it starts to
get
smaller and smaller and smaller, as it's falling.
Yeah, and then to see it, sometimes you got to drop your eye down to the ground and then look across the surface of the ground. And then sometimes it'll stick out like a sore thumb. I've dropped a coin, I've dropped things, and it feels like it's disappeared. But if you go down and put your eye right on the surface of the kitchen floor and look around, it jumps out at you. And that's because of the amount of perspective there, where when you're above, you've got the whole floor you're looking at.
Right.
And then when you drop down, now the coin, you're comparing that to the amount of floor that you see versus the amount of wall you see.
Yes.
And it becomes a larger portion. So the key or the coin or whatever you're looking at, contact lens, is now a much larger percentage of your field of view.
Right. Totally understood.
That's the same why boats disappear over the horizon. The exact same concept.
I peeped that. So I guess the reason I'm kind of just kind of getting at this then, right, is then as I kind of like go up and up and up and up and up away from the world, the Earth, will become like a disc shape, right? I guess my question would be, from a flat Earth perspective, number one, what's all around me on my horizon, right? Like, what exactly is there? Not on that little disc where if I look down, right, and I see like the whole world is like this small, like coin, like blue screen cloud, all this stuff. That'll be down there. What is all around me is, I guess, the first question. The second question is, instead of coming back down and landing on the Earth, can I move far to the side and then beneath and around, or like, what exactly is there? Right.
Okay, you're talking about if you were to go up in the air and see the Earth as a disc.
Yeah, because when you
So
look down,
where
you
do you
see it like that.
where do you see the sun at in that sort of view?
Let's say to my left or right. I don't know.
Okay, it would still be above you. Yeah, it'd still be way above you. Like as far as you will go up in the air, about 5 miles. By any conceptual idea, I know it's after Speculation Sunday, but speculating the sun is about 3,000 miles away. You'll never get into the point of view where you're on par with where the sun is. You're like how far off you're off the ground is practically nothing in the scope of where the sun and the moon would be positioned in the firmament.
Dang.
And if you dig
I'll
down,
save you some time, bro, because you're not gonna get your answer because they don't have a model they could show you. They can't really answer that question for you.
yeah, I just did.
There is no flat Earth model, so
Yeah, there's lots of different ones. Yeah, there's lots of flat Earth models. There is no flat Earth model that someone's going to say this model is suddenly not a model. What it is a perfect representation of reality. That's the type of model you won't get. The globe, now, they did that, and they shot themselves in the foot. They sunk their battleship because they rolled this model out and said this model is a picture-perfect snapshot of reality, and we debunked it. We shot it down. So now they have to decide, what do they throw away, their model or reality? And and really a funny thing is they throw away their reality, and they start talking about they only know stuff 99% of the time. Like a 99%er is what we call them. They're so bought in that this model matched reality that when you show them a contradiction, they throw reality away. You will not see a flat earther do that. We work at the really is level, not this imagination land where you can build a Lego model and say, hey, bros, check this out. I made a model that you can use for absolutely nothing. No one on Flat Earth is going to do that. If we present a model, it's going to have an observation, hypothesis, and experimental validation. It's
well, I mean,
cover,
you guys do have a model essentially. You
yeah,
just
lots
don't
of them.
Admit it.
Yeah, no, we just don't
It's
call
basically
it
a snow globe.
We
It's
just don't
basically
call
a
it
heat
reality.
globe, snow globe on top of it.
Yeah, you just don't call it reality. You just don't say this model is not a model. It's actually reality. That's what you won't see flat earthers do. And you used to not see globalists do that too. Like Copernicus. Copernicus rolled out his models and he said, hey, do not mistake these for reality. I mean, there's a much more in-depth and context quote to that. And still to this day, people will say that Copernicus was wrong. His models were wrong. So in a large way, a flat earther and a globe earther are not that far apart. Over the last 300 years, the globalist has rejected 3,000 of their own models, 17 by Copernicus alone. The flat earther is just one more model away from you. You're just oddly attached to some model. And what's interesting too is like, what year did it come out? You're the current heliocentric model, or the current standard model. Like what sometimes no,
500, like 600 years ago.
No, those models are garbage, dude. Like Copernicus.
No, that's about when it was settled on.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
there's a lot of times we're wrong in antiquity.
Okay, dude, you're not listening. Okay, I want to shut your mic off.
I agree with you.
Okay, Copernicus had 6 planets in his model. Earth and the moon were one body. Right outside of Saturn, there was a firmament. Okay, no one on the globe side is going to say, this is my model. A lot of them mock the firmament and try to associate it to flat earthers. You're incorrect, sir. The first models of heliocentric had a glass dome or sphere, hemisphere, all around creation. The universe abruptly ended right after Saturn, and there was nothing after that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it flat. It's still based on a sphere.
No, it makes it a model that you shouldn't attach your reality to.
It's not based on a sphere, though. The raw data for your sphere came from a flat map. Your Mercator projection came from the AE, not projection, the original data from the AE map, the one where it had 4 continents at the North Pole. That is the original data for the Mercator projection. So these all came from flat measurements and flat depictions.
I think Jenna wanted to come in. I didn't mean steamroll you there. I was just in the middle of a point.
Yeah, this was Jenna's conversation, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I know. It's like,
thank you guys. Bye bye.
Oh yeah, take care, Squared. I said
Hey, come back, Squared. Really enjoyed that chat, mate. I'll be back later.
Awesome.
Come back later
I'll
if you're
try to be
about.
back later.
Round.
Are you there, Jenna?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
here.
unless
I
you wanna
just had
pick it
to, I
up.
had to make a phone call or whatever. You guys are good.
Oh, okay, it worked out well then.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly, actually.
I would like to do a lot of free flow conversations until someone says, "Hey, let me just talk to this person one on one." So yeah, I mean, I like to say when when you guys get around too. Like, I prefer more to just kind of sit back and just make sure everyone's like not the trolls in the background. But it's pretty slow right now. No one's freaking out in text chat or anything, and it's been somewhat normal. Other than the minor straw man that Cheeseburger tried to throw out there. But I think you realize that.
I'm not going to do anything.
Well, you said no flat earthers will do X, and that's a straw man.
What did I say?
That no flat earther will present a model.
Well, you guys don't have a model, is what I said.
Yeah, lots of models.
Well, yeah,
You could go to a flat earth convention. You could go to a flat earth convention.
You
There's
guys
merch.
do have a model, but you want.
Oh yeah, no model that will admit. Okay, go ahead, Jen.
The model is not the thing, right? And the map is not the place, right? So it's fallacious. It's fallacious for even Globers to be like, well, we have a model, right? And this is reality. That's absolutely fallacious. The model is not the thing. The map is not the place. Show me your flat Earth map. Show me your flat Earth model. It's completely fallacious to do. There's lots of models of
I
a
mean, it
globe.
helps
There's
to
lots of
explain a lot
models
of
of a flat
phenomena.
Earth, but it's not the place. It's not the thing.
Well, it certainly explains all the phenomena of the thing.
It really doesn't, though. That's the globe model is dysfunctional. It's lacking in so many things. The heliocentric model, the narrative, all of the calculations, the measurements. It's been picked apart, and once we pick it apart and we sit there, we realize, oh well, this doesn't quite work now. Okay, it doesn't work. Your model is wrong. Your radius value is wrong. We could go on and on and on and on. Excuse me?
It's a parabola. No, I hear you. You're right.
Cool. So, yeah, there's it doesn't represent reality. Okay, we can model, I can model things about Superman. I can model a unicorn with rainbows coming out of its ass, but it's not reality. It's not the thing.
Yeah. Good thing we're not talking about unicorns, right?
We're talking about palabras, though. I love that line, that palabra line, because, like, where is if you also agree with us that the Earth's curvature rate isn't 8 inches per mile squared, then what is
I
it?
was sarcastic. I don't agree.
Do you know what I mean? No, but you get my point, though. If it's not that, then what is it? And if it is that, and that's a general, but obviously that's not accurate for the whole Earth, then you've got to understand that if there are flat parts on this Earth, then what comes after the flat part? A more intense curve to take to counteract that flat part. So
I guess I could explain everything. As a glober, with the globe. I mean, so you know what I mean. Like my model.
I just find it
explains things
funny.
for me,
I just find it funny that globers agree with us that the curvature calculation's wrong.
No, I was being sarcastic. I don't agree at all. It's certainly not a parabola.
Yeah, but you called it a parabola. Yeah, but that's a globe argument.
Yeah, that was
not
being
our
sarcastic.
argument.
I was-
I've heard
it's kinda like
globers
mockery.
use that to debunk flat earthers because we're debunking the 8-inch per mile squared. So then you guys will be like, that's not even the curvature rate.
Well, I mean,
So I'm
that's not the curvature
aware.
formula.
I'm aware that a glober would say 8-inch per mile squared is wrong because it's a parabola. And
Yeah,
I say,
right.
fine. But then, well, what is the size of the Earth then?
Well, there is a curvature formula. It's not
But
that.
it's not 8-inch per mile squared, though. Is that what you're
No.
saying?
Yeah.
So what is it?
You could look it up if you want. I could
I
look
have,
it
and
up. but
it
I don't
says
really
it's
care
8-inch per mile squared. You're telling me something counter to
it's
the
not-
mainstream point.
No, it's certainly not 8 inches squared. That doesn't make sense at all. I mean, from just a general mathematical standpoint. It's
Yeah,
not
I
an
know that. I'm a
exponential-
flat
not
earther. I know.
exponential, you know what I mean?
My friend, I'm a flat earther. You don't need to tell me it's not logical. But what's the claim? Is the claim 8-inch per mile squared? Is the claim radius of 3959 or not? I know that's the claim, but you're saying that there's different numbers.
I'm just saying it's not that.
Well, what is it then?
It ain't that.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, brother. We agree.
Man, I hear you. I mean, I know a lot more about flat Earth than a lot of these people here, seemingly.
Well, if you figure out that curvature rate calculation or the new radius, let me know.
Maybe next time I'm smoking a cigarette, I'll look it up real quick and I'll send it to you.
All right, brother.
So you agree with the old boy? You think the sun is about 3,000 miles up? You reckon?
No, that's not what I said. You didn't listen.
Hey, that's what you said.
He said he would speculate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
did I
mean,
tell
give it
you
to him, yeah.
a speculation?
Hear you.
Like it's way high. It'd be like
What do you, I mean,
using
is it 3,000 or not? Is it around there or what's?
yeah, it'd be way high in the sky. Like if you use like math to try trigonometry to judge the distance of where it is, it's somewhere around there. But there could be it's unknown. It's really an unknown distance away until you get your happy ass up there and measure it and find out exactly how far it is. It's just a guess. It's just a
I agree with
gander.
that.
It'd be the same thing
Why-
if you go like to the rifle range and someone pop. There's a couple targets out there just randomly placed. Hey, is that 100 yards? Is it 150? Is it 110?
Well, that's-
Where's
I mean,
that?
you
And
can
and something.
certainly
Oh
look
no,
it
it's only
pretty
80
easily.
yards away. You're like,
You have
oh
some of the
fuck.
sticks with the wheels on them. You walk around with them. Pretty handy.
Yeah, I'm saying, but if you're just eyeballing it, eyeballing the sun and using some math, using like angle measurements from a flat baseline, which also demonstrates a flat Earth. That's how you know the sun would be about 3,000 miles away. Now, the Globe said all kinds of wild, claims. They've said the sun varies somewhere between 3 million and 300 million miles away. Their margin of error is smaller than the full distance that they're looking at. Like they could be like it'd be so bizarre. Like it's saying, hey, that dude I'm looking at off in the distance is about 100 miles or 100 yards away. he could be about 6 feet tall, give or take 2 miles. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no one's going to be 2 miles in height. I mean, like, what in like the distance? Their math is so off, is that you basically to say it more eloquently, Michio Kaku said it's the greatest mismatch between experiment and theory in the history of science. He can't think of another point in human history in terms of science where the model and the math were off by this much, that it's bizarre. It's literally bizarre, where it's off by a factor of 1 with 120 zeros behind it. That's how wild in the distance could be. So I say about 3,000 miles, that practically using the sun to take measurements and angle measurements, it could be around there. It would still work. Or it could be further or closer. And there's some phenomenon that isn't quite known, described, or understood that makes it appear as an optical effect rather than a physical effect. Until someone goes up and says, check it, I went about 3,000 miles up and the sun was still higher. Then you'll know. But no one's been that high. I mean, in 50 years, mind you. The highest they go now is low orbit, which is about 200 miles up. They've said they went further than that 50 years ago and never again.
Yeah. I mean, the moon is considerably further than 3,000 miles.
Based on what?
I mean, that, if we're accepting, on a global, common acceptance of the world, You're talking about when we went to the moon.
Who the fuck's we?
I don't know. You tell me. You're talking about 50 years ago.
Well, you said we. I said they.
Fair enough, dude. So why doesn't it get hotter when you go up into the sky? Why does it get colder? You get closer to the sun. That's so close. Is it inside the dome or is it outside the dome?
Atmospheric readings. We checked it out. It varies depending on elevation.
Is it in the dome or outside the dome?
Yeah, unknown. What dome are you talking about? The firmament or the? That's a Copernicus model. If you've got some inside Secret King knowledge on the sky, start spilling the guts. Let's see it. Instead of asking me some stuff that you also don't know, what do you got? Like, if you think the sun is X distance away, how do you know that? You think the moon is distance away. How do you know that? You think the moon is made of cheese or not made of cheese. How the fuck did you figure that out?
No,
Like,
I
share
don't
the
know none of
goods.
that stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm
so
not really. I'm just asking you. I just want to.
Yeah, I would say I don't know either. I can speculate. I could speculate on stuff, but yeah, it's a big question mark. The sky is a big question mark. The only thing you know for sure is it's a perfect timepiece that's repeated for all of human
Flat earthers
history.
are really, they're really set in on the globe. I mean, the domes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's because gas pressure requires a container. The physics of gas
Well, I know
requires.
it's gonna make sense for. I
a
mean, it
container.
explains. That's how they explain day and night, and weather patterns, and I mean, they try to.
You ever been to a planetarium before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No,
Do you know what I'm talking about, though? You ever heard of it?
no.
So it's basically a building that you walk into, and it's got a domed ceiling,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
scientist projects the sky onto that ceiling.
yeah. I hear you. That one in
That would
California.
be a best model, flat Earth model, representing the sky that I can think of. So people say, "Hey, what's your flat Earth model for the sun, moon, stars?" I say a planetarium.
Tough one. Yep. It doesn't really. I mean, you gotta have the dome, bro. Got to have the dome.
Yeah, that's it, right? You know the dome, how the dome works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coffee cup effect, bro. Doesn't really work though, so I don't know.
The planetarium doesn't work.
No, not the planetarium. Works just fine.
Oh, okay.
I forget what the theory is called. It has to do with the coffee cup and light. No.
Geocentric.
Wow, man, I'm deeper in it than you guys are apparently.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and that's good
grief.
because
Oh man.
because your idea is yours, not anyone
No, it's
else's.
not my idea. It's not my idea. But I mean, I'm essentially to explain day and night and the seasons and you know, you
I'll
can't
explain.
just go. Okay.
Yeah, that's all. That's all explained. Do you think these things lack explanations?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm not sure what to do with that because these things were explained geocentric by like ancient cultures for thousands of years before Copernicus, before there even was a Catholic Church for Copernicus to work for. I mean, you can go to Stonehenge. I don't know if you're familiar with it. You heard of a place called Stonehenge?
Yep.
You know how that tracks the sun throughout the seasons?
I don't know too much about it.
Okay, well, yeah, check it out.
So some big rocks out there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yep, some really big rocks that just seem to line up perfectly with the equinox. Or is it the equinox or is it the fuck, I'm trying to blank now. The other one.
Solstice?
Solstice, there we go, yeah.
No, well. There's a certain day, certain solstice where
The solstice, yeah. It's not the equinox. It lines up with the
sun
solstice.
is out for 24 hours a day.
Yeah, you can see it move throughout the year. Like each of the Stonehenge things, as through the months, the sun rises and eventually gets to the heel, back to the other stone, to the end of the stone heel, to the next one. And a lot of globalists like to say they did that. They don't know for sure how Stonehenge was originally because when they found it, it was toppled. You know, it was in ruins. And then a guy said, "You know what? I think this is what it looked like." And still to this day, Stonehenge, if they got it right and the way they set it up, perfectly explains the seasons.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that? So what, is it wrong?
I don't know how that explains the seasons.
The position of the sun.
Yeah, where is it?
When you look through the pillars, it shows where the sun will be. You can go there. Okay, you could go there, observe the sun through, like, be complete, like, so you don't know what the temperature is. Okay, so it's not like it's cold or hot. Let's say you were in some sort of a suit where you didn't know where the temperature was. You could observe the position of the sun through Stonehenge and know exactly what season it is. Perfectly explained.
I mean,
the position of the sun
Yes.
determines the season.
I mean, yeah, you can just go out in the middle of July and look in the sky, and the sun will be really high up, and you'll be like, "Whoa, we're in the middle of summer." You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can also go back to when people knew the Earth was flat and stationary, and just observe it through Stonehenge, and there's your working model of the seasons.
Not really.
Yes, really.
That's not a model.
Yeah, that would be a model of the position of the sun throughout the year, after year, after year,
Relative to what?
after year. Modeling the position, the movement of the sun.
Relative to what? The Earth, right?
Relative to the flat Earth. Yeah, the flat stationary Earth.
Right, but there's no model of the flat stationary Earth to base that on. So.
Yeah, that's the model that it's on. It's literally on the Earth, using the Earth, modeling the sun, the movement of the sun, in the seasons. See, I feel like you're getting into the bricked zone now. It's like
Oh,
you're
no.
starting to get bricked here.
No, it just doesn't explain the seasons or Coriolis.
Yeah,
or
it's exactly what it
day and
does. It explains the seasons.
You've got to admit, yeah, Coriolis. Coriolis has got nothing to do with what we're talking about, but you've got to admit that all the seasons were
Kinda.
tracked on a flat Earth before the globe. You do understand that, right?
You said what?
I don't know if I'm coming through clearly, but you do understand that all the seasons, all the stars, heavenly bodies were tracked on a flat Earth way before a globe.
Check or hold. Processing.
I was already
we've
going
got
to say
to-
something. I heard you
You've
speak.
got to
so
agree. I'm asking you to agree that the flat Earth, the ancient cosmology, tracked the heavenly bodies in the sky way before the globe.
Yeah, they had their ways. They weren't always great.
Yeah, so the seasons are not dependent on the globe. The seasons work on a flat plane as well.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all dependent on the sun, right? And
That's
I mean,
all
we
it
have no
depends
basis
on.
for the sun. I mean, nobody can tell me how far the
Now
sun
you're
is.
getting it. It depends on the sun, not the Earth doing anything, the sun doing stuff. Now you're getting it.
Yeah, exactly what I told you at the beginning. See, I don't know why this stuff has to keep getting repeated to you. Like, when I say check or hold, it didn't mean like just completely shit out your brains.
I had
just
no
pretend
idea what you
didn't
said,
hear
to be
anything.
honest. You just said it so rapidly.
Check
and
or
so
hold. Check or
out
hold.
of left field. I don't know, man. I'm a domer. I'll tell you guys that. You guys ain't on my level.
All right, I'm okay with that.
I mean, truthfully, you guys got some more
Yeah.
learning to do, apparently.
Yeah,
It's
I'm okay with
entirely
that too.
Makes sense. It would
Good.
make sense in the laws of science, my friend. How
What's
would you
that?
have gas pressure? How would you have gas pressure without containment?
Say it.
What do you mean by that?
Sega.
Well, how do we have an atmosphere next to a vacuum of space without a container? Without a container or containment?
Say it.
I suppose it would be gravity, wouldn't it?
There it is.
But that doesn't exist. That's just density we're talking about now.
No, gravity is just a description for the fact that things go down. If you want to invoke an entropy-reducing barrier, you're going to have to define gravity, because that's not what gravity is supposed to be. Gravity in your model is supposed to be pulling masses together.
Not gases.
Oh yeah, man. I was just wondering about Dan. I'm not trying to do all this, man. I'm good. Been there, done that. Just talking to my old buddy here, Crit, about day and night.
Yeah.
Like Kid Cudi,
And
day and night.
how far the sun is away,
Yeah, 3,000 miles, give or take.
based on.
Well, I mean, you guys
You
don't
have
know
to be okay.
whether it's in
You
the
have to
dome or not,
agree.
so-
Can you repeat?
What's up?
Just repeat back what I said.
What'd you say?
When I told you 3,000 miles, give or take, based on what? What did I base it on?
Bro, tell me
A
to tell you what you said.
speculation.
You don't even
You see,
know.
it's interesting. You can't even repeat back to me what I said. I just want to
You
hear
couldn't
if they,
repeat back what
did
you
you
said. You just said,
did you listen to anything I said? You heard the one part,
I
one
heard
thing.
you, bro.
Okay, based on what?
I just said give or take. I didn't
Give
say
or take
exactly.
what? Based on
You tell me.
it was it angles.
I don't know.
See, that's why we got it live stream. Just go back and listen. Maybe you'll hear it this time. I mean, you want people to keep telling you got a bunch of questions. They give you answers, and you don't even
No
care.
question. I was just talking.
Are you
This is the question,
intoxicated? Are you intoxicated right now?
Not at all. It's kind of an odd question.
Well, yeah, because you're not hearing anything, so it seems like you're
I'm
you're
hearing
space
everything,
cadet.
bro. This is
Slightly
totally frivolous. I'm
intoxicated,
done,
right?
bro. It's all good. It's all good. If you're gonna get like
I
upset
am.
and stuff, it's all good.
No, it's
I'm,
not upset. It's just repeating the same content
I'm all
over
right,
and over
bro.
again.
Okay. We can move
See,
on.
why should I repeat it if you're not going to listen? Just use
It's all right, bro.
just
You're
use
right.
your
We
answer.
can move on. We can move on.
I'm okay
I
with
don't wanna
whatever
move
answer
on.
you got.
No, I want to
That's
focus on
fine.
what we were talking about. Don't give me that move on
No,
stuff with
ET,
me.
I'm gonna time you out. I'm gonna ban you, time you out.
Is this the dude that was dropping the hard R?
No, I'm just joking.
I'm a reasonable man. Just popped in for a second. Then settle down.
Yeah, you know I like you.
I like you too.
Even though you believe in aliens.
You don't even know what I believe in.
Yeah, you
That's my
said
name.
all about your fantasy of maybe meeting green alien chick someday.
I never said that. I was
Yes, you
joking.
Yeah, I'll
did,
tell you what,
dude.
fellas. I got a flight to catch. I'm going from Santiago to Sydney. See you guys on the flip side. Catch
All
you
right,
later.
take
Hell
care.
yeah, good luck. Godspeed.
Bye.
I thought he was a reasonable man. I wanted to talk to him. I was laying down during your guys' conversation, Crit and Cheeseburger, and I was
Well,
like,
he was
I had to
originally
pop in.
talking to Jenna.
I was. That's true.
Yeah, we kind of like bulldozed through it.
Yeah, it got weird and dumb, but I like everyone here.
But it's good for Squared because Squared jumped in too, and
Squared, yep. He
got
he
called.
made some good points and very reasonable. Almost too reasonable, actually. Like, come on, Squared. I want to see your weird side. Be so normal. And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Yeah. And then he left. What are you gonna do? You live in a shoe. Yeah, I like Squared. I think he was pretty much just like a glober type. He seemed pretty damn certain, and it almost seemed like he was interviewing the room. What do you want to know? You know, it was like I was feeling like he was just interviewing everyone the most respectful way he knew how. You know, it is what it is. You know, whatever. It's all good. We're Squared. You know, that was his name.
Funny listening to their cog disc kick in and then they got to go.
It is funny how that does happen. It's funny. Funny. He did say he had to go to a meeting, though. He did give us a warning. He's like, I gotta go in like 20 minutes. And he's like, yeah, I gotta go in like 10 minutes. So I think he was probably telling the truth.
Was he telling the truth that he had to go to a meeting or that he had to catch a flight to Santiago? Or...
That was Cheeseburger. I'm talking about that Squares guy. I believe both of them. Squares had a meeting. Cheeseburger had a flight to catch. It was too specific. Santiago to somewhere? Come on. How do you come up with that? Am I right? You know where Santiago is.
You're new to this, aren't you?
I knew, brother. Like Santiago, I think that's like California. It's to San Diego.
Yeah, it's pretty close. You're about there.
Okay. See, not
You're heading the right direction. I mean, from Canada, you're heading the right direction at least.
From Canada, you go south. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting there.
So, anybody want to talk about space junk or telescopes?
No.
Well, sir, it would be my pleasure.
Well, there you go. ET will. Yeah, you got a bite.
Yeah, you got a good bite here.
Have you
Yeah.
seen the data about the space junk models and how they protect space equipment and adjust trajectories of the space station so they don't hit the stuff?
Oh no, but tell us all about it. I'm sure there's lots of interested people.
Well, if you don't know much about it, I'm not here to teach you.
I mean, I know there's like 50,000
Just wanted to
satellites
know.
flying out there in space and everything, and half of them don't work or something along those lines. But
Well, they only track the junk that's under a certain size or over a certain size.
Space Force.
But that's pretty small too. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I'm assuming you've seen that movie.
Let me see.
Because it was depicted so perfectly in that one scene in that movie, that very popular one. I think was it Interstellar?
Gravity.
Gravity, right, with Sandra Bullock. Thank you, Crit. Thank you, Crit. Yep.
Yeah,
there's
did we
that
do a watch
scene-
party? You
not
were
sure
there,
if I've
right?
seen that.
When we did the watch party.
I don't think I was there for that watch party, but I have seen that movie once or twice. Yeah.
The Kessler syndrome.
Yep, the Kessler syndrome. Yep, I know exactly what it is. Yeah. Well, the only reason I bring that up is because Angel's meta control, if I may call you that. It's basically what you talked about, space junk. And all the. Yep.
Let's
Yep.
do a small query and see what the lying internet says.
Okay. I'm due to watch that movie again. Gravity.
I was thinking a half an inch, but larger than
The
a
layer
softball,
of
so
thickness?
10 centimeters, 4 inches. That's
You're talking about the
because
thickness
objects
of
of
it?
this size can cause significant damage to operational spacecraft or satellite. However, there's also smaller pieces that are tracked.
Can you show us like a
1 to
video
10
or a photo of some space junk? It's not a cartoon.
Okay, satellite
pillow off
rocket
before you
bodies and other
continue.
fragments that can still, excuse me, I'm telling you the size of it. They can cause harm to spacecraft.
Well, here, Meta or
Um,
Angels. What we do here is,
and there's another
if you
one.
don't, Angels, listen, okay. What we do here is, if you've got a
Oh, here's the
citation,
chart.
Angel, listen.
Yeah.
You don't read shit, okay? You just post shit. That way people can read it for themselves. If you know something or you're speaking from lived experience, like first-hand experience, and someone asks you a question, then you answer. But if you got a citation, something
Okay,
you
I have
Googled it, yeah, just post it.
I have it.
Yeah, just post it.
Okay.
You don't need to read. Like, it's not like read to the class.
Yeah, Sandra Bullock was hot until age 50.
Oh, is he ban evading? Are you on the sock account?
This is my day account. When I have a mobile, it's a different
That's
account.
a yes. That's a yes.
I actually have.
Well, here,
data
let's sort out.
for
Let's get
my
your
own
main
server.
account. Let's get your account, your other accounts unbanned, or get this one banned. We got this. Is what we'll do here. So what
Well-
happened? What happened? Why you banned?
I'm actually only a problem to people who want to discuss things.
Okay, so then if
So
we
I don't know
hold
why
you
I
to
was
that
banned.
worldview, if we hold you to that worldview,
Well, the thing is,
are you going to like it or not like
the
it?
thing is I'm not gonna switch from space junk to proving the curve all of a sudden.
Well, no one asked you
That's
about
what
it.
I expect to come. Yeah.
Yeah, no one's-
I'm just
no one's
saying,
asked
if
you
we're
to prove
talking about-
anything.
We're gonna go for this information. Like I said, I'd spend a little bit if you're interested.
Well,
Let's talk about space junk. Let's talk about space junk.
ET's interested.
Yeah.
I
Not
had just
really
said.
setting up the curvature thing.
I just said that don't read stuff.
You
just
want a
post it.
reference? I'm gonna get you a reference.
No, I don't want
'Cause
the
I- you know,
reference. This is what we do, okay?
You said-
what we
well-
do here is that you don't read the people. You just, if you got something you Googled, say, hey, I Googled
Do you want a
this.
reference that there's universities, or do you want me to actually go bring you the universities?
You can do whatever you want to do. You do you.
Okay.
When you're in this
When I bring you
channel,
information, there's a process to vetting the information, so we'll go through that process. I don't mind.
just post it.
Some things are new to some
Each
people.
person has their own vetting process. That way they can use
Right.
it or not use it. They call it balls and strikes
Right.
based on their, like a lot of people reject anything U.S. government because they see the U.S. government as a very deeply theistic organization that's caused a lot of harm
Well,
around
that's
the
a
world.
pretty broad statement. Which department, which guy,
All of
which
them.
report?
All
Is
of
it
them,
the Pentagon
yeah.
Papers?
All of
Which
them.
one? Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of see America as fallen. As soon as Eisenhower replaced the motto of America from out of many one and said "In God We Trust," and then did a lot of other things too, like the military-industrial complex. They kind of feel like America had fallen at that point, and they do not trust the federal government. So just reading off a federal government source is kind of dishonest because they know not to trust that source already. So it's kind of like a bad faith
Yeah.
debate.
Well, it's
That's
what
why-
you're willing to invest in. Right?
No, it's what you're willing to show. Like
'Cause it
show
takes
your work.
time.
Like show then tell.
Right,
Like
it takes
Still haven't
time.
posted anything. We're
So-
waiting
Yeah.
for you to post it.
Like show then tell. Don't tell and never show. Like if you've got something to
Right.
share with the class, you show then tell. This is like
Okay,
grade
well,
school level. Like
let's-
I mean, if I got break it down even more, I
If you
can
want me to
understand
post
why
it-
you got banned.
So we can go
I
through
didn't
it
say
together.
I want.
I was gonna
No,
look for
I didn't say
a
I
quote,
want you to
but-
do it. I said
but I can't
instead
do
of
two things
reading
at once.
instead of reading something out, just post it so someone can read it for themselves.
Yeah, we've determined this.
Okay.
We've already decided that this is.
So are
because
you
you're
gonna
repeating
post?
yourself?
Are you gonna post it though? That's why I keep saying
Well, I'm
it, but
reading
you're not
right now
you're not
because you
doing
don't
it.
want to read because you just complained about the fact you don't want the link.
No,
So if you could
that's
be
not what I
quiet, I
said
could
at all.
continue
You're not.
reading.
You're not listening. I said I
oh,
want to.
okay. Well, the link is there if you're interested, because I do.
Okay, finally.
know how to burn
Holy
the candle on
fuck.
both ends.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
Space companies.
Yeah, the ESA.
Perfect.
That's government. That's European government. You just switch.
Oh well,
continents.
if you're not going to trust the government, you might as well just get rid of all nuclear weapons. They don't exist either. Right? It's all
Oh,
lies.
see, finally somebody admits it.
Okay, well, the government. If you're going to say the government's all lies, then I'm just going to say all science teachers are demons.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. They teach about evolution.
You said
and
that.
around Earth,
bad.
and they're demons. All
Yeah,
of them. Every
right.
Well, they're complicit. whether
Yeah,
they know
my
it or
local school just got. I probably docked myself here. Is under federal investigation because a bunch of trans kids killed themselves, and they found that the teachers were advocating for bullying. So now they've got federal, Department of Education people who are going to come in and vet what the teachers were up to.
Yeah, but
I
what
live in a
does that
very
have to do
conservative
with
area.
Science curricula.
Because you thought they're
What
demons.
does that have
I
to
would
do
say,
with science? What does blue hair teachers have to do with science curricula?
yeah, because they're the ones teaching.
They're not teaching their own morals like being gay. They're teaching the curriculum material. They're not
What they're
changing the
doing-
curriculum material and say, "Oh,
What they're
I'm going
doing
to bully
is they
you with
set up
Saturn."
a bully factory.
Let's not continue on. This is ridiculous.
Well, no, I got it. I tried to meet you at your level. You wanted to call all teachers demons. I said, hey, I think I can meet you halfway at least. I know at least that they're bullying kids.
Oh,
To
no,
the
no.
point.
I get your point. You know, that's a fair point, but that wasn't the context. I was just talking about they are demons, not because there's stupid people out there like pedophile priests. What I'm talking about is that the people, every single teacher teaching evolution and a globular earth must have demon blood because it's lies.
Well, they also
Seems like-
teach one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. So they probably do a lot of lip service at the same time they're bullying kids until they off themselves. And now under federal investigation, which will probably find no wrongdoing, because Nixon did sort of just made a department of education and just wrapped in all the states into one. So it's really interesting, this like advancement of Christianity through the school system. Because before I wonder if there's any data showing the amount of kids who were suicidal prior to the government taking over education and then after. Like really evaluate how good of a job has the government done with education.
Shocking. Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out, guys. I'm sorry about my attitude a little earlier, guys. I'd had a full bottle of whiskey, so please bear with me.
No,
if
you're good.
if
Eggs.
I was a little bit rude.
No, Eggs can take it. He's a big boy.
A little whiskey, eh?
Yeah, if it was somebody else,
whiskey.
I might have stepped in if it was somebody else, but Eggs is a big boy. He's thrown some shit too. Okay, so yeah, if it was just some random mousy globalist who's just really upset the Earth is a globe, I've been like, hey, dial back a little bit, okay? But Eggs,
By the way, Big
yeah.
Pond, I think I was one of those people a couple hours ago. Yes, we had a little.
Oh, you're all right, dude. I didn't think you were that much of a tool, but you proved me wrong. So,
Besides, Eggs can
you
get
done well.
Eggs can get a little aggravating too. So he kind of pushes people's buttons and
Aggravating.
Yeah.
Aggravating.
Anyway, guys, thank you very much. I've just been speaking to Laurie, bloke from Finland. He's a globe. He tried to troll me, but I set him straight. So hopefully I can bring a little bit of mental stability to a couple of
You've
other globes
converted
along
him.
the same line. No, I'm not saying I converted him, but I've definitely given him something to think about. I showed him my plethora of images and showed him that it cannot be denied that there is no curvature. But that's just comical to someone who, to most people that know that it's not a curving Earth. So that's all I wanted to say, and I'll shut up now. I'll try and
You came at the right
myself
time.
up
The
out of this.
conversation was pretty much just transitioning to other people's talks. Whatever that
Yeah,
might be.
dude, it's like I'm not trying to justify my rudeness, but I'm just trying to say I don't speak very often. So when I do speak, I sort of expect to be listened to because I've listened to so many people over the years. So it's probably my mistake that I
No, I know the feeling. I'm the same.
need to ease into it a little bit more than what I have instead of jumping both feet. But
It's a
apart from
crazy
that,
little battle. It is.
yeah. Hey, I love everyone, man. Even you, ET. I think you're all right, but you piss me off, that's for sure. With your stupid.
I'm sorry.
But apart from that, you're fine, man.
You know what I think about? Okay, I've been listening to this talk for like last couple hours or so, however the hell long it's been happening. One thing I never hear enough people talk about, I know it's brought up all the time, but I never really see people get to the depths of the conversation about, let's pretend the Earth is round and spherical-ish. What if they're lying about the size of it and it's massive? I know this idea is brought up all the time, but like I said, I've never really heard anyone get into it.
Orbital mechanics fails then.
Well, that actually
Yeah,
is the case. Because you can only have mountains to a certain height because of the gravity.
I'm
Would
on
crush
mute.
themselves back down. Well, the weight of the rock above ground. Like, I think the highest mountain's 6 miles or something. Like, you can't have like a 28-mile mountain. It would just implode.
The Earth
back
could
into
be.
the Earth because
That
of the
doesn't.
gravity.
That doesn't necessarily require that mountains to be taller, does it? If the Earth was larger.
No, well, the weight of the material above surface will have a certain pressure, and that pressure will crush everything below it because of the pressure, and that's because of gravity.
That's already happening. That's how I think they make that. They believe oil exists because, like, the
Oh yes,
crushing
of course.
pressure from the
But
ground,
it's
like
distributed, and it'll balance. So what I'm saying, if you looked at a globe and you felt the bumps on the globe, the size of the mountains and stuff, that's like exaggerated like 20, 30 times. Because if that was the actual size of those mountains would be like 80 miles tall.
I
And
don't
they
think they're
can't
lying
exist on
about
Earth.
the
They get
si-
crushed.
the
Prove it.
altitude of the mountains, though.
Prove
That's-
it. Prove it.
Well,
I'm pretty damn sure
this
they're
is why
mostly accurate.
a neutron star, which is basically a failed
Fuck's
black
sake,
hole,
dude, you're talking
a
about Earth. Now
quasar.
you want
It's the
neutron
smoothest.
stars.
Now,
it's the
listen. Okay, you got
smoothest
mountain
object
climbers.
in the
Okay, there's
universe
like
because of the
professional.
gravity.
There's professional mountain climbers that are probably pretty damn accurate about the height of those mountains, the altitude they climb. They're like get their breathing patterns all figured out.
What are you arguing? I'm saying you don't have any 80-mile mountains because gravity would crush them.
According to who?
According to there aren't any.
Aren't any 80-mile mountains? Okay, I don't know the tallest mountain. I think
There's
it's like
no
Everest or
mountains that
something.
are certain size because of gravity. That's why it's a ball. That's why if you get like a small meteorite or whatever, it can be potato shaped because it's not big enough. But once it gets to a certain
I'm talking about
size,
dumb shit.
like you can't bigger than that. It'll get crushed into a
I
ball.
believe there's multiple ways to measure the altitude, the height of a mountain, and I believe it's been done a long time ago.
Well, the mountain's interesting, but the point is that once you get so big, the structure will crush itself into a ball.
Well, depending on the structure, look at that. One of the Great Pyramids; those are heavy as all hell. And
No, I'm talking
yeah.
planetary size things, not a mountain itself isn't going to turn into a ball. We're talking planetary. Those things are balls, rock
Mountains
balls.
don't have gravity to
Crush
them
into like
sideways.
as if they're made out of liquid, right? The whole thing is just squish right in.
I don't know if I understand the concept, to be perfectly honest. You're saying it would be so massive that it would create its own gravitational force or something?
Well, that's exactly what it is. Well, that's
It's
the
not big enough
phenomenon
to
of
do
gravity.
that.
We don't know exactly what it is, but it's related to the mass.
Well, even if you
the more
believe the
massive,
under-
the more gravity. That's why a neutron star is the smoothest thing in the universe because its gravity is the strongest thing that exists
mountain
per
isn't
square
that
inch.
big,
So
even
its
if you
surface
believe
would
in
be
that
the smoothest thing in the universe.
Even if you believe that whole thing, a mountain is big enough to create that phenomenon. It's not big enough. Like, I don't know the numbers, but no, it's just a mountain.
Well,
it's like a giant hill or something.
You know, it's 28,000 feet. Mount Everest. Or
okay. Yeah. Okay.
So it's like
that
6 miles.
Okay, but we haven't determined the amount of mass that a mountain would have to have
Well,
to
the
start creating
science
its own
shows,
gravity.
as you know, gravity and pressure. That's how when something, like say if a mountain did start to grow, it would start to collapse underneath itself. That's what ridges
That's why
do.
they don't
do try to
collapse.
grow.
They don't collapse
Well,
within
that's how they're
themselves for that
formed.
very reason.
It's
They
tectonic
just sit
plates.
there.
They shove up in the air, and once they're too heavy, it'll be just like a water drop going ploop. It'll just fall right down through the surface.
Oh, that's
you know,
ridiculous.
crumble.
No. That's
Well,
not
it's
how it
so
works.
much pressure. Think about it.
I get what you're saying. I just don't think it's real.
20-mile mountain. What would that be? Go ahead, try to build a 20-mile building.
There's
It's
been
not gonna
20-mile
stand.
structures. It's done. Look at the Great Wall of China. That
Not
doesn't-
high, not a building. Not a building.
Well, it's got mass. That was the argument, wasn't it?
I mean,
I'm not
not
going
a
to sit
solid
here and
structure.
explain to you what mass is because I don't really understand it either. But I mean, like,
Well,
it's
you could have a
large.
carbon chain probably between here and the moon if you tried. I don't know.
Interesting. I don't think a mountain is big enough to
But yeah,
create
it's
its
just
own
the size of a
gravitational force. No.
Well, let's. I'm
Look at the
not
Grand
actually a
Canyon. How about
scientist,
that?
I'm
That's
just
fucking massive. That's way bigger than a mountain. And
Why
why doesn't that just
do
fall
mountains-
into itself?
I won't even pollute the well here. I'll just ask, why do mountains not
You're not
grow?
polluting, brother.
Isn't that funny? Grow
You're asking
bigger.
about the Grand Canyon. Why does the Grand Canyon suck itself inside of itself somehow?
8 miles or so. I'll say 8 miles or so. Like, why aren't there any 50-mile mountains? Right? No reason why not. It wouldn't be that big. Like the bumps on the Earth, just tiny little bumps on the map. It's not that big.
Glaciers.
Why
they
do
live
mountains
on
not grow
glaciers.
bigger than 8 miles?
Glaciers.
Because of the way the Earth's crust behaves under pressure. The Earth's crust is made up of tectonic plates that float on fluids, metal below, and the plates collide. They against each other, buckles, and forms mountains. However, the mountains grow taller. The weight of overlying rock increases, causing the crust to deform and eventually collapse under its own weight. This is known as mounting building limit, or critical height. It's estimated to be around 8 to 10 miles, 13 to 16 kilometers high, depending on the strength of the Earth's crust and the rate of the
Interesting.
tectonic activity.
So it's like an average.
Above this height, the
that they
weight of the
determine?
mountain. Weight is from gravity, right? But to be determined. Doesn't even mention gravity here. Mountains grow tall, the limit of how they can before the Earth's crust can no longer support their weight. So they use the word weight. So that might be an out for you guys.
I don't know what you mean by you guys, but I mean, at least I never read that article. so
You
that's
guys that
interesting.
would dispute that mountains could be as tall as you want.
Oh, well, I didn't think they could be that tall. I think they'd eventually tip over, but they were that tall. But
Well, what's making them heavy? Just the mass?
Oh.
Like what's
well,
pulling them?
they're naturally it is a mountain, but like you just read there, there's got to be a
Like, I
limit
could-
at some point.
I could imagine,
yeah.
I suppose, if I didn't get indoctrinated by science, that I could think like, having a pile of stuff, and the more stuff it's heavier, and eventually it would crush what's below it. I don't see
Well,
why
you just
gravity
tip over.
has to be
That's just how
in that
nature.
equation.
It's like a tree. You put a large ass tree.
Yeah, like
Eventually,
gravity
a tree,
truly is a
bunch of
higher
ants
level
will eat the
concept.
bottom of it, and it'll fall over.
Yeah, well, I think gravity truly is a higher level concept. I never really thought about it like that.
Oh, I hadn't either.
Well, one way you can really see it is in the atmosphere as the gases get depleted in the continuum between the absolute surface on the Earth. What do they call it? Air
Force
zero
One.
atmosphere? One atmosphere? That's what they call it. Pressure, and then as you go up, it decreases.
The
As you go
gradient.
down, it increases.
Gradient.
Atmospheric pressure.
Okay.
And as you go up, it decreases and the gas depletes. That's because the gravity is pulling the particles down, but some
That's
does
what I
escape.
think. That's what I believe. I know, and that's what I mean, you try to tell people when they give you that old "how do you have pressure without a containment" argument. This is exactly why. For that reason.
Well, gravity is the
specifically.
container. There is no physical
And
barrier.
also atmosphere. It's complex, but it's not the fucking rocket science. Actually, it's probably very complex, but I mean, it's not something out of the realm of understanding for most people. I don't think it shouldn't be. But yeah, they'll argue
sure
against
the-
it. Half of the
the
people in this room
particular
will
physics
fucking argue the shit out of it.
It's complicated.
Watch them.
Like if
It
you
is
wanted to do a
complicated.
real model of what's happening with every molecule in the universe, that would be complicated. But if you wanted to
I mean,
talk
I brought
about
it up
general
even
principles,
earlier today. There's like air coming from the oceans because the plankton and the trees in the forests, both of which there are a lot of. You get a lot of fucking.
so I don't know
air
what you're
there.
talking about, but I'm
Okay,
saying
well.
gravity is the explanation for why air pressures, one
Part of the reason, but I don't think it all.
sea level.
I don't think it all gets
and
trapped inside. I think a
decreases
lot of
as you
it does
go
go
up.
out into.
Okay, you
space,
guys gotta
personally.
you guys, it's a lot of chaos right now. Try to go back and forth. Like, be mindful when
Yeah,
the other person
guys.
speaks.
Hey, Angels, can you guys, you and ET, just
Sure.
like read the citation that I just put in the side chat about gas particle movement?
Well, we've moved on from mountains. That was gravity. Now we're moving.
Yeah, but
into
you just made a
the-
claim that gas particles are pulled down by gravity, whereas in the actual definition
Right.
of gas particle movement, it states that gas particles move at random in all directions. They don't have a downward bias.
They do have a downward bias.
Right.
No,
Relatively
can you read?
speaking,
Can you read what I just posted?
as you go up.
Is this university wrong?
Well, it depends if you're talking scale. If you're talking about a 1 meter square, or you're talking about a 5 kilometer square, those are different things.
But every single gas particle within that area that you
1
just
meter
said is
square are
they're all
basically, it's sort of
moving
like
in-
sunlight. Sunlight is so far away, you can just assume for all practical purposes that the rays are parallel. It's a perfect light source.
Your quote says, in the
It's so
gases,
far
the
away.
particles move rapidly in all directions, frequently colliding with each other in the side of the container.
So you can make approximations. We're so far away from the sun.
Yeah, Angels.
We can say the sun
Matthew was
rays
just
are parallel.
saying something, man. Like, try to respect.
Well,
when other
nobody,
people are talking.
nobody actually cares what I'm saying.
Matthew
so
was
why should
trying to say something, and then halfway through his sentence, you just started talking. Like you didn't even like.
I
acknowledge
just
what he
gave
had
an
to say.
explanation, and you guys treated me like I needed medication.
I didn't treat you like you need anything, man. I'm allowing you to
I
be
can see
here
why.
when you've been
Recognize
banned
what I
like
said, you
5
didn't
times.
acknowledge it, you just
I'm like,
went
all right,
on to
let's give this
something
guy a
else.
chance.
Could we
I can
stick to
see
the
why.
point?
Yeah, Angels, you're kind of proving why people have banned you.
Just
Well,
let
So the
Matthew
rest
say
of
what
the
he was gonna
quotation-
say.
Let around as if what I say doesn't matter. I guarantee
Okay,
you,
how about-
talk about
minutes
you?
as you guys pipe
Let's
up,
pump the
I'm
brakes.
going to be doing Earth Curve.
Matthew, do you think anyone's treated Angels wrong? Has anyone treated him like he needs medication or not given him a say?
Not in the like 4
No,
minutes.
you've ignored what I said. You
Say
ignored
we
what I
move on.
said as if it
I
was
say
delusion.
forget everything that happened the last minute or two. Let's just move on.
Well, no, the
Okay,
idea
let's
that
move
he
on.
could hear from somebody else to give him feedback that
Let's
he's
not let's get
worked
rid of
up.
the meta. He just said we're going to bury the hatchet. Let's not bring it back up.
Okay, we'll cut the shit too then.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the rest
Well,
of the
let's just
quotation says this.
Let's
With
reply
an-
to what the people say, and not talk past each other. And I'll.
Okay, the rest of the quotation says this: with an increase in temperature, the particles gain kinetic energy and move faster. And then it has the quote from probably the University of Victoria in Australia or something like that. So I agree with that. And gases, the particles move rapidly in all directions. They're bouncing all over the place.
Didn't you say they had a downwards bias a couple minutes
Yeah.
ago?
So when they're moving in the up direction, they slow down slightly, and when they're moving in the down direction, they increase in speed slightly. So they're moving in all directions, but the downward bias refers to the idea that there's slightly less pressure at the top of the room you're sitting in versus the bottom of the room you're sitting in, or the top of a container versus the bottom.
Do we know why that might be, or have an idea?
Do you have like
It's
something
due to
I
the
can
weight
look
of
at?
the air.
Like a citation or something that backs what you just said, or a physical experiment of some kind that's
Or
been
even just off the
documented?
top of Mather's head, like I'm curious to know what he thinks what that means.
Wait, say that again. So
yeah, also an interesting globalist, yes, citations. But what does Matthew think first? Let's do that first.
Sure. So the weight of the air is the cause of the pressure at the bottom of the room being slightly higher than the top of the room. And you're asking for a citation or proof. That's just an observation. It's an observation that nobody disagrees with. That's just how things work. The question is, why does that happen? And I say it happens because
air has weight. Now, obviously, air is very light, and an oxygen molecule is a very, very light thing. So that's why it's such a slight difference.
Yeah. So did you have like something I can look at that explains, or a citation that gas particles have a downward bias?
No, that's my explanation. That what you can look at is the observation that the temperature gradient exists.
My question for anti-globalists would be like, why do things have like that downwards bias effect at all? I know they all don't. Some have the opposite. I'm aware of that. But why would any of them? Why the majority of them? Pretty sure it's a majority. Why?
Well, I'm talking about gas particles in particular.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm thinking.
There's been claims put out that gas particles have a downward bias. So rather than just someone's explanation, I was wondering if there's any practical demonstrations or evidence beyond just saying this is what I think.
Sure. What you could do is get a very sensitive barometer and take a reading at the bottom of the room you're in, and then put it up near the ceiling and take another reading, and you'll see that there's a difference in gas pressure. And if the gas particles were moving in all directions equally with equal speed, then the pressure would equalize immediately, and you wouldn't have that. But the fact that there's even a slight little downward bias due to the weight of the air is what causes that difference.
You're saying because of the Earth's gravity, the gas particles are more dense at the bottom of the room. But if you change the temperatures around, like, won't you have the opposite effect? Isn't that more to do with temperatures?
Within the space of a small room, the temperature equalizes fairly quickly, and I didn't bring up gravity. I was just talking about the weight of a air particle.
But it's just a slight difference. You are only talking about a very, very slight apparent downward bias as well.
Exactly.
Maybe
that's
a slight temperature
That's why you need a
differential.
pretty sensitive barometer to do that.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking you, like, who like, how can you demonstrate that gas particles actually have a downward bias when it clearly says that they move rapidly in all directions? I mean,
well, I mean, how about this? Like, did he not
obviously-
just? I'm not being rude or anything about it, but did he not just explain it with that experiment with the air pressure barometer thing from the top of the ceiling to the floor? I mean,
I don't
you'd
think
get
that
different
explains
readings,
it.
wouldn't you?
No, we're
Maybe
talking
not.
about
Maybe you'd need to use a gymnasium.
the
or
globe
something, I don't know.
explanation, and what Angel's Meta just spoke about was that it's gravity. Gravity's pulling the gas particles down to Earth. Okay,
Right,
so
that's
we
the
have
argument,
these
right?
like
Yeah.
gas. Yeah, that's the argument. But Matthew's not talking about gravity, but Angel's was talking about gravity. So they're contradicting each other in the cause of the downward bias at the moment of the gas particles. But they
Right,
can't
that's why
provide
I kinda
physical
jumped in.
Demonstration.
Yes, that's why I
Yeah, I
jumped
know,
in.
me
I
too.
noticed the differentiation between the two, and I guess you as well. Yeah. We should unmute him too, because he obviously wants to talk about it. In my
Yeah,
opinion,
but you
I don't know.
can't let.
I'm not going to
you
mod
can't
here.
seem
but-
to let people like speak. He just kind of speaks over people. Oh, we'll try one more time. How about that?
So here's my analogy about gas particles moving in all directions. If you go to a building and it has a staircase, people can go in both directions on that staircase. They can go up and they can go down. You can see people sometimes going up the staircase and sometimes going down. But if you carefully measured how fast people go, I bet you'd find people move up the staircase slower than they move down. So just because saying that gas particles move in the same direction or in all directions doesn't mean that they necessarily go the same speed in all directions. That's the point.
Yeah, no, I get you. But I was just
Crazy
wondering if you
analogy.
can demonstrate that, like, just to make sure it.
Right,
is
and I told
actually
you
something
exactly
that
how you can
happens.
demonstrate it. With a barometer, a sensitive
He
barometer.
did bring up the barometric pressure in a room. He did.
I mean, you'd have to get a barometer in order to demonstrate it, or you'd have to believe me, when I say that I've done it and I've seen that myself. Those are your
It'd be
options.
best to buy two, measure them at the same time.
Well, there's the the mountain information as put on a napkin with the chat EPT.
About the mountain thing. Okay, well, I mean, how are we going to tie this in? Okay, let's pretend we learned something during this conversation. So the air pressure, let's pretend it does get more increased as you go upwards. That was exactly tied into the mountain thing, collapsing due to gravity. So the mountain probably has like a million times more mass to it than a measurement of air in a room.
Yep. In fact, it's kind of at that level of Newtonian physics, you can say solid and gas and liquid have different properties under pressure. But all things equal, not moving, you could say an invisible container, they have very similar effects under gravity. Same escape velocities. Same escape velocity. Oh, I think I lost my headphones, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. Can't hear. Hold on.
I just think these topics are so complex. People like to talk about them like they're experts, but they're very complex issues. They really are. I mean, for me, anyway.
Yeah, that's why I was asking for practical demonstrations and citations so I can look into it further.
Reasonable question.
And I should be able to hear. There we go. Sorry about that.
All good.
I think some people can turn these subjects into mathematical garbs, and I don't think you should do that. I think we should stay within natural science, natural world, physics.
I totally agree. Yeah, I think a lot of people use it against other people too, because some people are really good at math. Most people really aren't. Let's be honest here. And when you start using these mathematical strategies against other people, it's an easy win. I don't think it's fair. I mean, I'm not that good at math. I'm good at math if I have to be, but it's not like my second nature or anything.
Math's a language, right? So the trick is to get you to do math on stuff that isn't in reality. And then if the math works, then it becomes, something you don't understand. Rather than labeling it what it is, you know what I mean? And math is a language. It's just a way of talking about, expressing your model ideas.
I understand that. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't help us prove anything,
Well, I think it actually does. I just think that it's so misunderstood by many people that it can be easily used against people who are ignorant.
Oh yeah, math in general, like numbers. Yeah, numbers, you can prove things with numbers. But I mean, applying these concepts and then putting math to concepts doesn't help us prove anything.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because you can add math on top of I don't know, weird physics concept or some kind of weird science topic or anything like that. Yeah.
You'd have to look at where they came up with this concept of what gravity could possibly be, if there is such a thing, and how would you detect it? And we already know that those conversations have been had in this room several times.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I'm sure this conversation is also been had, but I mean,
the time the flat earthers were here the last time, about a year or so ago, I remember the conversation.
Well, we've all been there 100 times. Yeah, the gravity thing seems to exist, and then they tie math into it, and then 99% of people don't fucking know what the hell's going on anymore because the math is so crazy. Everyone's trying to figure out the gravity.
No, that's not what I mean. There's a known experiment where they have sort of like a hanging pendulum with these big long arms on a ball, or maybe it's
Yeah, I
on
know
a
that.
pivot, and it's like
Yeah.
near zero
It's
friction.
called Fulcrum's. It's
And
called
then they
Fulcrum's pendulum.
There you go. You do know.
I do know. Yes.
So yeah, through
Yeah.
things like that, they've compelled themselves to think in this way, and the math follows through and works. Not to lie to them, because if the math didn't work, they'd have to abandon it, like string theory. That's getting a little bit long in the tooth. I don't know if it's going to bounce back, but I think string theory's been quite a long, thinky thing.
You could argue
Not
that it
really
was a
bringing
stepping
much
stone into
results.
something greater, though.
It could be. Like, it did develop some things along the way, of course, and people striving made better tools. But again, to prove themselves wrong, prove other things right, or
I like
show
it when people
how
prove
far
themselves wrong.
you are
I
away.
think I think it's a healthy thing. It's like, yeah, I was wrong about that. So now you don't have to be wrong for me. I'll be the one who's wrong.
Some people claim that science has really woken up modern man to the majesty of how ignorant we really may be. It was a lot simpler back hundreds of years ago when people actually thought there was a firmament and the stars were speckles in the
Yeah, that was
dots and whatever.
Copernicus. Copernicus really was wrong on that. He used Catholic Church
So,
to make these claims, and
well,
yeah, the
which way?
the
Past
firmament.
the firmament?
No, the firmament was Copernicus. Copernicus said right after Saturn, there's a glass semisphere holding all of creation.
Oh
in.
yeah, it could be. Could be. Like, it's not surprising that you would take the narrative and just push it a little farther out. But the firmament I'm talking about is the one that's quoted out of the Bible.
Yeah, Copernicus said that.
Well, the one in the Bible was the first iteration of it, and everybody since then's been copying. Until science told them to stop doing that. But we happened to be in a room where
No, they
we're still
actually
gonna
doubled
have to
down on
respect
it.
that
They
idea.
went all of science went full in. Like von Braun
Full in
put the
on-
firmament on his gravestone. He wanted to highlight how important the
Yeah,
firmament is.
I don't know. You know,
Yeah, just look it up. You
Newton,
can Google
who
that.
came up with the laws of motion, thought he could make gold. Probably put that on his headstone.
Yeah, he played with dolls too. He was like an incel.
Oh, that was what it was. A doll player.
Well, no,
There's
he
something
did.
I
He
knew
did
there
drink
was
mercury. He's like one of the very first Darwin Awards. The guy drank mercury.
something. Maybe you were the guy that told me about him last time.
Yeah, maybe.
'Cause I remembered I was talking about him because they were saying great things, and I said, you know, Newton's also a little bit strange too. Most geniuses.
Well, no,
are.
that thing about the firmament on his tombstone, I believe that is real. Actually, Kurt's right.
I'm not surprised. Like, science actually came from the churches thinking better questions.
He was a genius, though. Keep that in mind. He made all those crazy rockets.
I think you're
and everything.
mistaking a lot of science, pseudoscience, though, Angels.
Well, I'm just going to talk to the stuff that has controls and is done with, you know.
But I mean,
no
I don't like
corruption.
Nazis either.
'Cause the
but
tobacco
I mean,
companies-
you'd have to be pretty fucking smart to have figured out all that rocket stuff back then.
Well, you would, but it's whatever. It's relative. It's language. He wrote a language of math that could denote what was happening. So if you put these symbols close to this, and this one represents initial, and the angle, and the mass, and gravity is in that equation, of course. G, little g, right? 9.81 meters per second was the number I used in school, I think. Many moons ago. From my demon science teachers. Teaching about evolution and stuff. Can you imagine growing up 100, 200 years ago when you would be in a classroom where this would be acceptable to really question the shape of the Earth.
Drop the
and-
passive aggressive bullshit, brother.
No, I mean, like, what would it be like to be a caveman too? This stuff fascinates me.
You just like usually you come in here
Sacrificing
and you
a
directly
chicken
insult
'cause of a
people, so you get
thunderstorm.
banned. This time you're doing it in just a different way. That's all.
I'm not trying to
Very
insult
obvious.
people. I'm a.
You are.
I live in
you're
wonder.
ridiculing us, and
Well,
you
wonder
are mocking,
to
and
you
you're doing it in a
might
little
sound
fatty,
like ridicule.
passive-aggressive way.
To me, it sounds like wonder. To me, it's just plain old wonder. Wonderment of a
parroting
child.
pseudoscience as if it's actual science. That's what you've been doing the whole
I'm not
time you've been
parroting
here. You
anything.
come in, you post your cartoons, the space
Well,
junk that
okay,
you can't
let's
verify.
back up. I'm
Just
sorry.
have a
If you don't-
belief
if-
system.
If I've stepped on your identity or something, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You didn't step on my identity. I'm just calling out how you're acting. Very obvious. I know you think you're being smart about it, but
You
it's
don't
very
think
obvious.
it's a wonderment to think of what man was like 500 years ago?
No,
Or
nothing new
1,000
under the
years
sun.
ago?
The cavemen were very tribalistic. The same thing's happening today. You can see it play out in real time. Because a couple days ago in America, there was a presidential election that split the country in half. Caveman style tribalism. One cave they're calling the Republican, the other cave they're calling the Democrat. Nothing's changed. It's
Actually,
exactly the
that's on
same.
November. That is November 5th,
It is
actually.
definitely effective inertia. I think you're speaking about monkey business inertia, for sure. We got teeth and fingernails and claws. We're animals, and we're still acting like it.
Yeah, but the point is, you
That's
try to
true.
like not, try not to be that. You try to be better than an animal. That's what I do.
Well, we are animals. What we can do is just not be vigilantes. That's when things go bad. You get 2 or 3 of your friends think you got it figured out and you're going to solve it when you might not have it figured out at all. You just don't want anybody to be your police sergeant going around doing vigilante. That's not a good idea.
No one likes to be told what to do. That's for sure.
Well,
Certainly don't.
we need due process. There's mistakes in that, but I think that's more civilized than 500 years ago, when we just take 10 paces and deal with it. I still think they don't even know what shape the Earth is. 500. Wait, now they did. When did they discover it? It was what the
Yeah, tell us how they
500s?
discovered it and who did that. What was the method
Well,
used?
yeah, I think it was 500 years ago. Galileo got in a lot of trouble because it took the Catholic Church 500 years to apologize to his family for imprisoning him over the kerfuffle over this business of heliocentrism.
Yeah, you got that wrong. Yeah, the Catholic Church was all in the heliocentric. All of it. The whole Catholic Church. They didn't want people talking about
They
it.
just wanted to say God did it. He said God wasn't necessary. They
No,
didn't
he
like
did.
that. And
Galileo
they
was
got-
deeply
and then they
religious.
got
He
him
said
for
God
bad
did it.
behavior.
Their yeah, same thing with Newton, same thing with Copernicus. Their science proved God. They said this model is
Oh,
so
I
full
see.
of glory.
I see. Right.
The
right.
reason
And
why
they said it didn't.
the reason why Galileo got put on house arrest was he defied the Pope. The Pope said, "Don't talk about this heliocentric model," and he did so anyway. So, in the height of the Inquisition,
That's right.
when people were getting burned to the stake for having a lazy eye, Galileo got sent to his room with dinner. Even by today's standards, he got
would have been. He would have
house
been hung,
arrest.
too if he wasn't so popular.
Yeah,
That's
that's it, because it didn't matter because these guys were all in on it together. It was a conspiracy.
You're lucky. If you get house arrest these days, you're good.
Yeah, but Galileo's
good.
house arrest was
Is that
basically
right? Okay.
it was a
well,
multi-acre
anyway,
castle.
The point is,
He had an indoor
remember
in
that.
Or go
outdoor.
to jail. You can go to jail or house
What's
arrest.
the line? I
Yeah,
don't
he
even
had
know
an
if it's
indoor
Galileo.
and
I think
outdoor
it's-
pool.
I think it was
Yeah,
somebody
Galileo.
else actually, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Aristotle
Galileo
or
got
somebody?
sent. Galileo got sent to his house for house arrest, which was a castle, a whole full compound, an indoor-outdoor pool. He had a maze, a garden. Like him getting sent to house arrest was like
He probably his
not
stock
even the
probably
punishment.
went up.
Sounds like
as
COVID
well.
lockdown.
Yeah. Well, his stock probably went up too as well. Twice as many women. food. But yeah, that's quite a thing to think of how many years ago, and I think it was actually not Galileo, but maybe Aristotle, who got into the argument. I forget who it was, but the church looks at him and says, well, we can say that, God did this. And he says, well, I don't see any need to put God into the model. And the guy goes, really? Pity.
Yeah, so you still haven't explained how any of these people proved the Earth to be a globe. Maybe you should start doing that rather than just waffling
Oh
on.
yeah, well this is way beyond that.
Let's get back into it.
Yeah, well, we're not talking way
you're going
beyond
back-
that.
you're
You
going
made a
back
claim
to-
that these people proved the Earth was a globe, and you haven't explained how.
No, we're talking about heliocentricity.
God, we're talking
God
about
did it.
this.
But
This
the
is what
other
we're
planets
talking
in
about
space.
now, angels.
They explained it because God did it. That's what their explanation. Their science, their cause
Well,
and
the church
effect
said the
is
planets go around in space because of God.
God, yeah.
I think Aristotle or the other
Said
guy
God.
said don't
Yeah.
see a need for God. But you guys want to back up and go another 1,000 years back
I'm just
in
saying,
time
let's see their God.
before
Let's
they know anything.
show the God. I want like Newton.
Yeah, let's go
Copernicus.
back to cavemen.
We'll just show this God. How about that? You can't show me the curve. You can't show me the Earth as a globe.
Well,
just show me your God. Let's see
I'm
that.
thinking back in caveman days when it thundered and lightning, they'd grab a chicken to sacrifice to the gods.
You know what, Chris?
That's where
I
God
actually
come from.
think celestial observation is the best argument for globe believers. I really do.
Because
I'm
God
not
did
an
it.
expert.
You can take
I'm
pictures.
not an
of the
expert
God
in it,
around.
but I know some of it, and I mean it's pretty damn compelling. For example, the whole thing about the moon. And now I heard you guys talk about the distance of the Earth and the Sun and the Moon a couple hours ago. I heard the
Yeah.
whole thing, but I know you know this too, though. The distance from the Moon, from the Earth, and the Sun and the Earth are so damn close that they almost make the exact same size in the sky, which is insane. That's one example. You have the weird star patterns and everything, and by that I mean stars rotating around Polaris for the most part, maybe. As I understand
evidence
that.
of?
We're talking about evidence of possible creationary form of the sky. And then
Are you talking about the globe model or the?
I don't even know if it matters, actually.
Yeah, because you said that the sun and the moon are similar distances, they appear that way in the sky. That's the complete opposite of what the globe model claims.
No, it's not. No. Then if you take a look at all the pyramids and everything with the star, what do you call those things? Constellations lining up with like the Egyptian pyramids.
Yeah,
and
impossible on a
everything, and
globe.
I'm not proving anything. I'm just saying that I'm not trying to prove anything. I should say. I'm saying it almost seems as if that this was designed somehow. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So then okay. I'll just end it at that pyramid thing with the celestial star.
Is the Earth spinning?
Constellation.
Is this created Earth? Is it spinning?
It seems to be.
You think the Earth spins?
I do actually personally, but that's not what I was trying to get into. I just named like 4 or 5 things that were like pretty spectacular that are amazing.
You just kind of like put bits and pieces of all different kinds of models together in your head and it's a globe, but then contradict the rest of the globe model that's required for the Earth to be a globe and just kind of
Well,
like...
That's just not true. see, all those things that I mentioned could easily work on a flat Earth too, as far as I understand them. I think. You would just instantly assumed that because I don't know why. Yeah, do we start over again? I mean, sure. Let's start over again. Okay, Earth and Moon, they almost look exactly the same because globe believers think they're a certain distance apart from the Earth and planet Earth, and then but most people agree that the distance is quite vast. That's weird. That shouldn't exist, but it does. Yeah, I can't even remember all the other ones. What were the other ones? We were going fucking constellations and shit with Egypt and everything. I can't remember them all, but
Orion's
weird.
belt. Yeah.
Yeah, Orion's belt over the Egyptian pyramids. Thank you. It's weird. Now people say that leans credit towards some kind of more of a dome situation. In my opinion, I think it means that the stars are so far away that the amount of time it would take for that alignment to start becoming disaligned would take so long that humans wouldn't even be able to record it in history. That's what I think. And yeah, that is an original idea. Makes sense though. That's how far away they are. By the time you measured it and the time your grandchild measures it, you won't even be able to see a difference. Explains a lot. Listen, I don't know if the Earth is flat or not. I just don't think it is.
When you say measure, you mean guess?
No, there's tools. And
Did you guys kick Angel out, or did he leave?
He left. He left before.
Good.
Usually when you mute someone, it pisses them off enough that
No,
they'll
he
just
wasn't
leave on their
muted.
own.
He was
was
left
muted
on
for
his
a long
own.
time. No, he was muted for like 5 minutes or something.
That's
You
because
sure?
he kept talking over everyone. You know, it
Oh,
was
okay.
either that or ban him, so he kind of got lucky there. You know, his main account is actually permanently banned by the server admin here.
If you guys,
The
I don't
admin
know
of
if
the
you.
server.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Crit. No, you're
Yeah,
right,
I
mate.
don't know if you guys can see this, but if you go to I think you guys can see the logs. All you see is like all day, Angel's muted. He just goes to different channels and just fucks with people until they get pissed and they mute him.
Might be one of
Like,
these internet trolls.
I'm looking at the log right now. It's like one log after another. You know, Angel's muted, Angel's muted, Angel's muted, Angel's muted. Just one after another. And there's a couple other people, like, you know, some other dude mutes someone else. And then Angel's muted again. Angel's muted. Angel's muted. Oh, he's in the channel he's in. You can see it in real time. The channel he's in right now, he's being muted and unmuted.
Yeah, Crit,
It might be-
I don't mute or ban many people, but as soon as he enters the room and he says, "Does anybody want to talk about space junk?" I just mute him. I just can't stand the guy.
Yeah, it's like he's being
I
aggravated.
actually
He doesn't
told
want-
him I would willing to have that conversation with him, and he didn't even talk about it after that. I was like, yeah. I'll
Yeah,
talk
he didn't
about
know what to
space
do.
junk.
Yeah, because his shtick is that flat earthers don't want to talk about space junk. So you said someone says, "Yeah, I'll talk to you," and he didn't know what to do. His dialogue tree ended there. He didn't know
That's
what to do
weird
next, so
because
he just
I'm
randomly
willing to
Googled.
have like a decent conversation with him about it if he was willing.
Yeah, he's a brat, man. He's a brat who's been given too much leeway because he's kind of like, you know, internet famous on this server. He's like, kind of like, you know, a character that this server platforms.
The biggest
So-
dick, yeah.
Yeah, so fuck him. Yeah.
Yeah, I just updated the chat log, the ban log again. Check it.
Here we go. Well, it is what it is. I don't know him. I don't think I've ever talked to the guy before, but I know most of you guys, like, Craig, obviously.
Usually he's much more aggressive. He'll just like start throwing out insults. Today he was using a different tactic. He was trying to be more passive aggressive, but he was just being condescending and trying to do it in a way that
He didn't like
he was
his
thinking he
tone.
wouldn't get banned.
Didn't like his
Yeah, I
tone.
think that's what his goal was. His goal was to fish for a ban and then make some sort of cringe claim, like therefore the Earth is a globe. But when he didn't get what he wanted, then he just kind of had to eventually freak out and just start. Yeah, whatever. Fuck him. He got mad that no one was listening to him. I'm like, dude, do you listen? Like, if you want people to listen to you, you should be able to listen to them too. It's a two-way street, homie.
For
And
sure.
even that he doesn't
100%.
get.
Yeah.
That's like beyond his skill set. Like, just hey, dude, if you want to talk to someone, you also have to listen. What?
Yeah. And people are they don't have the capacity. They just must be listened to.
He's just a
I've been
fedora wearing
noticing it
neckbeard
all over the internet. It's just, especially on Discord, it's just like, I'm talking now. Listen. Sorry, I even
How about
cut you
no?
off when you were making that point. Yeah, yeah.
No,
how
it's okay.
about
It's free
I
flow.
choose not. Yeah.
He just
Totally.
started filibustering too. Like he just randomly Googled shit and was vaguely reading it and not even reading word for word. Like reading like every fifth sentence. Like dude, it's like you're just burning the airwaves. You're clogging up the airwaves, and you're not even reading anything that people are understanding. Just post the shit. Just post it. Fucking post it. And then finally, after Radwin was like, post it or you're out of here, then he complied. See, like that's the only language he knows and understands. He's got to be given hard boundaries with severe limits and consequences. Otherwise, he'll just keep pushing the envelope and fanning the flames and freaking out.
Yeah, man. I don't know what the fuck people are thinking. I will say this though. I gotta give a quick little shout out, even though we don't really know each other. F.E. Batman. I haven't seen you since like 2020, I don't believe. A long time. Saw you. I remember your name. Your name is F.E. Batman. If you are the same person, that is. Just wanted to say, recognize you from 2020. That was back in the lockdown days, if you don't remember, people.
Yeah, be a little careful with that ET. You've let the C word slip a couple times. I've been meaning to say
Okay.
something, but
I know. I
just be more
sensed
mindful
that.
with
That's
your
why
word
I
choices.
shortened it to the L word. Can I say the L word?
Yeah.
You know what? I won't even do that. Yep, those old
All right, don't
C
then.
word days. Fine, yeah. I won't.
A code word.
Okay,
I
fine.
say
No, I get it. I
Sharona.
get it. You know what? No, I get it. I get it. I really do. But anyway, I just wanted
You know
F.E.
why, right?
Batman to Oh, I know exactly why. Yes,
ET.
of course I do.
Why? Why? Just tell me why. Why is that?
We've seen too
Why
many
do we-
men
why is that a-
fall. We've seen
No.
We've seen men fall too hard. We've seen groups fall. We've seen it all.
Shut
You know,
your account. Like we're broadcasting on YouTube, and they will shut the channel down.
I didn't even say anything.
Yeah,
That's
the C
why-
word.
Nope, I'm not
ET,
going to say
listen.
it. Let me say it.
Okay, don't. Don't. You've said it a couple times already today.
Well, fine. It won't happen again.
So cut the shit.
Fine. Won't happen again. Anyway,
Use
let's talk
a code
about
word.
Batman from back in the day.
There we go,
I
back
remember
in the
you
day.
from back in the day. I remember you, and I haven't seen you in a long time. So it's cool to see you again. Cool to see you again. Yeah, back in the day, Craig. Back in the day. Anyway, I do remember Batman from back in the day, and a lot of people liked him, but he was very nonchalant and like kind of a little bit mysterious. Funny enough. Thought that was cool. And you know what? From back in those days too, if this is indeed the same Neil, is it the same Neil from New York? Neil from New York? Hmm? Neil from New York? Do you guys remember that Neil? I don't know if it's the same one. Neil?
Yeah, it's not that Neil.
Okay. You know who I'm talking about, eh?
Mm-hmm.
That guy is fucking funny. Miss that guy. He was
Are
like
you
highly.
talking about that Neil guy? He's like part of Nathan Oakley's panel. He's got
I
a
don't
real
know.
thick New York accent.
Well, yes. Well, I don't know if he's part of that Oakley channel or not, but he used to be on Discord all the time, and yeah, very thick New York accent, but hilarious. Like great sense of humor, and then the accent just made it even funnier. Yeah, I used to love that guy. Neil was his name, I believe. Neil. Yeah, I can't do a New York accent, but he was very funny.
AT, you never been in politics when Nathan Oakley does his show? Because he's normally in there.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't really care about that guy. I know exactly who he is. I don't really care to listen to him. No offense to anyone in this room if you're friends with him.
Oh no, I just mean Neil's always on his panel.
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I know. I kind of. It's weird that I'm in this room right now because I know it's a 24/7 room, but I kind of quit Flat Earth Discord talks with people. I kind of left everything. I just did. Actually, I don't know why I'm laughing when I say that. I just left. I basically have left the whole thing. I'm in a couple rooms, but that's about it.
Yeah, I
For
got
me
the
personally-
DJ, I just got it.
cool.
I saw it earlier, but I didn't think about it until I saw, hey, did it work? And yeah.
Yeah, Banshee just asked me to double check that it's working, so sorry for the ping.
No, it's good because that way we know if there's ever a problem in the channel instead of having to DM people. Just bang.
Yeah,
I've had
exactly.
that come in before where I've had, hey, I gotta go, or I got something going on, but I don't want to just leave the channel just like completely unmodded and then something fucked up happens.
Yeah, so if you see anyone like join that you know is a flat earther for sure, you can just add the role to them, and then we can ping. Hopefully, once we have that role given to most people that we know, hopefully we can send out a ping and get a bunch of people to join the chat when it's quiet, or if it's already if there's a good conversation happening, we can let people know. And it automatically gives them the media role as well.
Okay, I gotcha. How do you add the role?
Yeah.
Okay. Just right click. Right / and it's the very top command. It says add community member.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just hit that, and then add the person.
You know what else? I just want to add this really quick.
Banshee can give the image perms. Sorry, I just want to ask that question.
No,
Can we give image perms?
Yeah, anyone that's a mod can use that. Add that role of 24/7 Flat Earth member, and that will automatically give the person image perms.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, sorry, ET. Go ahead.
That's totally fine. Thanks. I just wanted to throw this one thing in there. It was just that if you see something, say something. Be good.
Yeah, we say that about the curve all the time. You see it? Tell us.
All right, has it been done already? People have done that already. Damn it! You clever people.
Yeah, we were thinking about taking an advert out, on the milk where it says missing person. We were just going to put missing curvature, but we couldn't raise the money.
Right. I thought it would be slightly immoral, seeing as they're trying to actually find missing kids.
Yeah, I think that's only funny because I'm not from America, so I've never seen one of those. So, my bad.
Yeah, it's a thing. I'm actually not even American, but I know about it. But yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, that was
They made
quite
a
a
South
sick one.
They made a South Park episode about it. People have joked about it before.
I've got an image now. Got milk? Got curve? Question mark.
Oh, Got Curve. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
AT, what do you make of Tesla saying that Einstein's relativity was a mathematical garb to
I don't know.
trick those?
I don't know about that. I like Elon Musk a lot. I listen to most of like his quotes because everyone fucking quotes the shit out of whatever the hell he says. I hear most of it. Missed that one. Tell me about it.
Yeah, not Elon Musk. I'm on about Nikola Tesla.
Oh, did I make that up in my head? Okay, can you say it again?
That's the trick. That's why Elon Musk has a company called Tesla, because everybody will think of Elon Musk when Tesla's bought up.
Right. I do like Nikola Tesla a lot. I respect him a lot as a scientist and a free thinker. I really do.
Yeah. Well, he said Einstein's relativity was a something like it's a mathematical garb built to impress beggars. Something about it's the equivalent of a beggar dressed in purple or something, which is the color of royalty. But yeah, he basically destroyed Einstein and said it was just a load of rubbish.
Interesting.
A mystification of a simple principle of relativity.
Right. That sounds like something Nikola Tesla would say. From what I understand from his writings, of which I've not read all of it, he sounds like he did figure out something very profound, and I could totally see him criticizing Einstein for some of his ideas. I mean, I have a lot to learn, but yeah, I agree. I probably agree for the most part about him, Nikola Tesla. Yeah, and he seems to have created a lot of things that Einstein did not think of himself. Plus, Nikola Tesla, I believe. Okay, I don't know exactly when they all lived, but like I know he died in like the 50s or something. He might have been older even. So, meaning, I don't know that actually. Anyway,
Tesla died as an old man in a hotel room, apparently.
Yeah, in New York in like the 50s.
Oh, in the 50s. I thought you said when he was 50.
No, in the 50s. Yeah, he was like 80 or something years old,
Right.
wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. He looked very old.
Einstein was old too, though. But I've heard a lot of things about Einstein that, that I don't know if I like. I don't know.
Wasn't Einstein Austrian or German?
I think he was Austrian, actually. Yeah.
Really, he should have been he should have been a Nazi, really, shouldn't he? I don't know why
Maybe
I'm
he
bringing
was
the Nazi
related.
stuff.
It's possible that they all knew each other. Yeah. Whereas Tesla was more. What the hell was he? I know he died in America, but I mean, I don't think he was originally American, was he?
No, he was Serbian.
Okay.
I think.
It's crazy. I don't know. Like they have there's that whole thing about like that guy that said they invented the light bulb and it turned out it wasn't him, Thomas Edison. And a lot of people were like, "Oh no, Thomas Edison," but they're like, "Oh no, he actually stole his invention from some other one." other person. And it's like, what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Tesla. I'm pretty sure Tesla came up with the AC/DC current as well.
It's crazy stuff, dude. I don't know. If that's real, that's wild. I mean, whoa. Because that would change history and like everything that everyone believes about like science and like imagine kids growing up. They're like, I love Einstein and all that stuff. It's like, no, it was all a lie. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wasn't there. A little before my time, but
Well, the story goes that he was being funded by General Electric, and they were gonna basically, because apparently back then you had loads of different competing electrical systems.
you talking Einstein or
Well, just in those
Thomas
days,
Jefferson or whatever.
I'm talking Tesla. So Tesla was working for General Electric, or he got an opportunity to work with them, and I think Edison was in with them, and that's where Edison stole a lot of his ideas. But apparently he was being funded to create his electrical system because there was lots of different competing systems. This was before, I think it was Steinmetz who finished off the AC/DC, all the hardware, like he put the last final touches in. But Tesla was basically being funded to create his basically energy system. They didn't know it could create free energy at the time, and apparently they caught wind of it and then they defunded him. So it was like he was in the circle for a while till they figured out what he was trying to do.
I could see that, yeah. That whole free energy fucking conspiracy thing. Yup. I could totally see it. Also, what the fuck was I gonna say? Hold on one second. It was just that that the involvement with the Rothschilds and energy from like back in the oil days is highly related to that, in my opinion. And I think there had to have been some kind of weird connection between that family and or whatever the hell they were back then with those technologies. I truly think there was probably a connection. There had to have been. I mean, like you had the richest family in the world communicating with like technologists who had like the top of the line energy products. Come on. But anyway, I don't know. I guess that's theoretical, but I can't prove that. But anyway.
Well, all I know is there's more than one way to harness electricity, and it's almost like we've forgotten that there are different ways of using electricity, even just like, not even like Tesla's counter space and all that shit. I'm talking about just normal sort of DC or AC, I can't remember which one it is, but the original current, there's different ways to actually use that. So I just think it's interesting how we just allow them to lock us into this one system of electricity that costs this amount of money, and there is other ways to get electricity.
Absolutely, yeah. We've all watched those YouTube videos where people are like, yo, look, I put a little water here, a little salt there, on a battery over here. It's like, boom. Crazy. I mean, exaggerating, obviously, but like, yeah, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, a little water here, a little salt there, and mix it up a bit, and it's like, look, my wash machine is running. It's like, what?
The most creative one I ever saw was salt water and magnets, and the magnets were moving the salt water around, and the salt water was creating basically tidal electricity. Like, wow.
Yeah, that's nuts. That is crazy stuff. Yeah.
That's creative.
Highly creative. I don't know how to do it myself, but I mean, I highly respect people who do know how to do that. That's impressive, and that's the kind of minds we need in our future. We need that kind of mentality, in my opinion, to move forward. We've come so far. We've done great with computers, in my opinion, but we need to keep moving forward, and it has to be something like that. It's got to be.
I think we're stuck, bro. I think the reason why we can't move forward is because we have to take a step back first. We've gone too far down the wrong route.
Maybe. I don't know.
Burn it all.
What
burn
do
it
you
down.
mean by that? Why go back? Tell me that.
Well, if your fundamental understandings are faulty, then there's only so far you can take your ideas. For example, space-time. Space-time can't be taken further, and we can't understand the universe. Even like molecularly, we can't understand things like evolution properly because of the limitations of space and time.
Yeah.
The
We never
ideas and
we have
concepts.
never understood any of those sciences, and I don't think any respected scientist can say that we have. I mean, evolution and space-time theory especially, those are things that are just like maybe. Those are maybes. Well, alternatively, we have crazy computer science happening and all sorts of stuff like that. I'm betting on the computer science angle of things at this point. Look at AI, for example. I'm going with
Yeah,
AI,
dude, that
or
stuff's
I'm
gonna.
going with the space-time continuums and whatnot. I know that might be real, but we're not there yet, and so no, I'm not betting on that, and I'm not betting on that. No, won't do it. We don't understand it. I don't like messing with things that I don't really understand. You know what I mean,
No one does. It's just concept, isn't it? It's a concept, and it's not descriptive at all. It's just like a dimension. It's like saying length and height. The universe is built in length and height. Great. Do you know what I mean? What are you going to figure out? What length? What height? What are we talking about here?
exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely not going to start building space-time portals, even if I think I figured something out. I'm not going to start jumping into those things or anything like that.
Why not?
Because it'll probably kill you. Would be the main reason. Do you want to go first, Dove? You can.
Well,
Go
I mean,
first. It just makes sense that I mean, I guess that's why they experiment on animals first, is because nobody actually wants to do it themselves. But
yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think
think
that's
we're there. It's not fair. I love animals. I don't think we're there yet as a people. Space-time portals and shit? No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I chimed in. I didn't hear the whole thing.
It's fine. You didn't miss out on. You came in at the right time. It's fine. I just think that the portal thing. Okay, fine, maybe. But
Wait,
I mean, I'm
aren't they
not.
doing it with CERN? Didn't they do it already, or are they trying to do it?
Maybe. Who knows? What do you guys think?
I mean, I've heard some wild stories. It just depends who you talk to, what their angle is.
I know. I've heard some wild stories too. I mean, it's possible they're opening up a portal for another dimension of entities to come through, but I don't know. Are they?
Well, I think my favorite one I heard was that they're doing it because it's the only way out of this this space and time that we're in right now. There's no other way out. I don't know if that's true. I mean, whatever. Everybody's saying all types of stuff. I mean, it's interesting to think about all of them. I mean, if you don't, I mean, kind of.
Oh, it's highly interesting. It's weird that they're doing it at all. They should maybe not be doing that, in my opinion. Like, just don't do that maybe for another 100 or years or so. Maybe.
Well, I mean, I think if Atlantis existed, and then I like history repeats itself, right? I mean, it's I was just listening to this interesting thing on Sufis, the 40 Rules of Love, and one of them it was saying that for every greedy person that dies, another greedy person is born, and for every good person that dies, like the same good person is born back in. So nothing changes, but nothing stays the same, or something like that. It was like a interesting philosophy. I don't know. It kind of got me lost in thought. I don't really have a conclusion about it, but I could send it to you if you want.
I thought that was super interesting what you said. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think it's like totally, you could apply that to CERN. You could be like, say, yeah, we made all this weird, evil portal shit, and then same time, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how to. What the? Yeah, I like that idea though.
By whose standards are we determining good people and evil people?
So they said greedy. They didn't say evil. They said greedy and I think kind were the or some what was the other adjective?
Selfish people, that's a very real thing. Which Batman said greedy. That's another word for selfish. And people are so damn selfish. They go look at how everyone you know and how selfish they are. People are generally incredibly selfish.
Here, I'm posting it in the side chat. I thought I watched a couple times. I've sent it to all my friends.
How selfish of you to do that, even share it with your
Annoying.
friend. Come on.
Or it could be annoying. It depends how you look at it, right? Not another one from
Yeah,
her.
totally.
I can't remember which one that is. Like the last one's really nice. 40 is nice. All the 20s are good. So are the 30s. I mean, they're all lovely. They're all very, you know, you can have a discussion, I guess, on each of them.
There are like 20 chapters.
I don't remember which one. Let's see.
40. My bad. 40 rules.
So it's not per se about romantic love. It's just in general. I mean, you're either in love or fear, right? So you're either like expanding or contracting, like kind of one of those. I guess it should be romantic all over yourself in general.
To be perfectly honest, that's something I'm gonna have to watch later in my own time, I believe.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I wasn't suggesting that. Yeah, whenever.
I just felt you're like pressuring me to watch it right now.
No, I'm just sharing it. You can save it. Just
No,
copy and paste
whatever.
it,
No,
save it
you
for
were
later.
pressuring me. You were like forcing it on me.
No, it's not. I was not. It's your interpretation.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But for serious, there's no way I can watch that right now. That's a later tonight kind of thing, I think.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's rent. Did everybody pay their rent today? Yeah, the calendar.
Yeah. Funny how the bank owns everything, isn't it?
Guess pay your dues, right? One way or another.
Even the landlord works for the bank, apparently.
See.
That's wild shit.
Yeah. How's the mic on? Is it clear? Is it good?
Horrible.
Yeah.
It's
I
horrible.
can't even. Yeah, it's the worst.
Mm. Well, I like
I'm
the other
kidding.
answer.
I'm kidding.
I know. I know. I know. I I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know.
What are you gonna do? You know, what are you
I know.
gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do? Really? I mean, I don't know either. I mean, like, what you gonna do?
I
What are
know.
you gonna do?
I know. I know.
Yeah, I know it's the worst. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. Like,
I have honestly no
what
idea.
can we do? What are our options here? I don't know.
I think I hate. I do sort of not
Hate
hate.
life. Did you say
Sometimes.
hate life?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, come on. You have so much to live for.
No. Sometimes, like, no. I'm okay. Like,
Yes.
on a real note, no, not really. Like, I've already
Come
experienced that. I
on.
realized, no.
You have. Come on. Come on.
It's. There's only so much, and then you're just like, well, after
There's a
experiencing all of
lot.
that, it's
You
just
haven't
like, when,
experienced shit. Come on.
what makes you say
Come
that?
on.
What makes you say that?
Jump on my back. We'll go for a walk. Come on. I will walk.
Alright. Yeah.
You have so much. You have so much to live for. I don't know why you'd be like this.
What do you mean? I mean, it's just being real. It's not like being depressing or negative.
You're not being real. What are you, like 20 years old? I'll show you real.
No. I sound like a youthful, but I'm an old.
Yeah, me too. I feel like a kid inside. I'm getting old and I feel like a kid.
I'm getting a 86 Chrysler.
That's decent. That is
Now
decent.
I know a lot of people make fun of that car, but I actually kind of like that it gets hate because then it
No,
makes me
I love
feel-
it. An 87 Chrysler sounds fucking awesome. Good job, buddy.
Does
Good job.
Does
Yeah,
it
of course it does. 87, that was the year I was born in. Plus, I know a Chrysler. that's some old ass vintage shit. I like it.
That's what I like the older cars because they're built better with steel instead of plastic.
Hmm. Yeah, you want
Modern
that.
cars are made out of plastic.
Yeah, you don't want plastic. So.
Although I think
job.
the Chrysler has like plastic rims.
I believe you.
Hey man, I drive a 2003 Toyota Echo.
2003. That's I would say 2003 is I don't know, anything after the 90s seems like it's went downhill for cars.
Taurus made some good '90s cars. I believe that. Me personally.
Driving a
Taurus. Again, I think I cut you off. What was that?
Every car I've driven has been a 5-speed. Little 4-cylinder bangers. Good on gas.
Lo-Fi has the entire rest of his life to look up to, in my opinion. I think he has a lot to live for, and you know, do a lot of cool things in life. That's what I think. That was Lo-Fi. Lo-Fi guy, was that you? I think it was you. Lo-Fi guy. God damn it. All right. Well, let's assume it was Lo-Fi guy. Dude, it's all good. You go buy that car or whatever. That Camaro or whatever the hell it was. It'll be fun. That's so fun. Doves, what's up with you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll be back. I gotta go to my server for a second. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep a Lo-Fi guy here up in the game. Lo-Fi guy, what's going on? Lo-Fi guy. You know? Just want you in the game, you know? That's all we need. That's all we want. Just want you in the game. Alright. Yeah, I mean, like, I can't speak for Lo-Fi guy. I guess I can pretend to be him. Okay. Hey, boys and girls, this is Lo-Fi guy. On you at 92.74K. This Monday morning. What's going, everyone? All of my listeners. This is Lo-Fi guy. We got a couple hits we want to play for you tonight. They'll be pretty good hits. Yeah, before we get into that, get into the weather. It's we're riding about an 86-degree Fahrenheit average with approximately a 90% percentage precipitation. I mean, you got a good chance of getting some rain, that's for sure. Anyway, aside from that rain, do you have a pretty good day? Yeah. Stay tuned. And, we'll have a little fun. We'll have a little fun. Right. Back to you.
Yeah, we need a radio bot right now.
Come on, I'm working on my radio voice. Give me a chance. Neil. Radio hater. I'm just kidding. I'm seeing if I can somehow become good at it. Because I know it's like it takes a lot of skill. I'm like, if I practiced a lot, could I become good at that? I don't know.
Glover's at.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We got some couple Globers for you in this July 1st episode of our broadcast for you today. So, basically, you got a bunch of Globers, and they're talking about the Earth, they're talking about the Moon, and that's basically as far as we've come today. See you later. We got a precipitation of about 90%, good chance of rain. I'll talk to you guys later. Back to you, Neil.
I feel like they need like our Discord channel on like GTA 6 radio. Like you're just driving your car in GTA. And
Oh yeah, totally, yeah. Well, if you check out real radio, like good radio is actually like that. It's like, I mean, like, come on, like, why are you not checking us on a July 1st, 2024 broadcast at KSVR 2800K? I mean, come on. What else would you be listening to right now this beautiful afternoon? Back to you, Neil.
delivering packages right now.
What are you delivering?
I'm delivering packages to old people.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we see what should be happening, Neil, is what should you should be vocalizing the experience on radio for everyone. That's what you should be doing.
I'm currently looking for this package, and I can't find it now, which is kind of dumb.
That is a weird problem. That's not good.
No, I'm looking. Oh, could it be this giant bag that
Yeah, that's not good.
It's the giant bag that I missed. Perfect. I got it on me.
Wait, did you just find it?
Yeah.
You found it. See, Neil found it, everyone. See, that's how good he is at his job. He found a specific package. He found it, the exact one he was looking for. Here we are. See, that's how good we are at what we do here at KRSV 2800. We're good at what we do. You know, that's why you tune in. You know we're good at what we do. You want to hear about it. Back to you, Neil.
Yeah, I had a mini heart attack for about 5 seconds, but yeah, it's coast clear. We are back rolling. We are shifting gears. Next stop is in T-minus 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
2 kilometers away from our next drop location. Hoping
Wow,
to make
that's pretty.
poor elderly man happy that they got their prescription drugs from the pharmacy. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll
big
absolutely
goal.
do that. For sure, we'll do that.
T-minus
Oh, I
4
got
minutes
it.
now.
T-minus 4 minutes. Hear that? See, what we do here is we win. We deliver packages and we entertain the folks listening. That's what we do here. And now, we may not be the most talented people in the world, but we still are good at what we do. And so, you might as well just tune in. Listen to us at 1240 KRSV. And you know what? We're better than... I don't know, what is your plan here? You're going to listen to BBC? You're going to listen to good old MSNBC, CNN, God forbid? You know, you're doing the right thing here by tuning into Neil and E.T. with the old 1240 HK 1270. And so anyway, I think it's a wise move. He's delivering. I have the benefit of being able to work from home at this moment today. So I am working from home. Neil is delivering packages. That's just the situation. That's the reality of the situation. I'm home. He's working physically. That's just the way it is. No.
Today, time and temperature check. It's 12:35 p.m. Like 22 degrees, nice and sunny all day. Got precipitation of 7%, and
Nice.
we just cruising right now. Minimal traffic because it is Canada Day. Happy Canada Day,
Yeah.
all my Canadians.
Neil, that just sounds straight up ideal, if I'm going to be honest with you. That sounds ideal, and I'm really happy about those temperatures and whatnot.
Thank you. We're coming at you from beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, really? Oh, you know what's funny about that? I didn't know I was even co-hosting this radio show with a fellow Canadian. I did not know that.
Oh, nice. You're from the East Coast?
I've delved. I've delved around. You know,
I feel ya.
I'm
No,
a
most
little
Canadians.
Yeah, I know that. Yep. Most Americans don't even know the majority of Americans live right above the border. It's like 90% of them, or something. Yeah.
Border.
Excuse me, Neil.
Just stepped out of my car. We have arrived at our next location.
Oh,
So,
see how time flies, folks. Folks, see how time flies. It's just boom. Now
Going to an
here we are.
apartment now. We're doing a 3-in-1 apartment delivery. We've got one package, two packages, three packages for this apartment complex.
This is this is exciting. Is what this is. 3 deliveries in one apartment building.
Oh yeah.
Hold on to your hats, folks. This is some crazy stuff.
Hey, brother. Soaking it in. That's all it is.
Okay.
That was the resident
Number
watch
1.
guy.
You have to
He's
actually
always-
speak with that person at any point.
Not really. I just leave it at their door.
I like that. I like
Like
that.
this one, instructions: ring doorbell and leave near door.
Wow, are you serious? So they want to know the package has been delivered, yet they want you to go away by ringing the doorbell and then walking away.
Yeah, pretty much. I take a picture of it just for my record. So
Cool. I like it.
hi, pharmacy. Thanks.
Ooh, that was a real human, wasn't it?
Yeah, you were talking.
Pharmacy. I'm so sorry. I should not have. I didn't know. I didn't know. That was so stupid. Yeah, some person's getting her pharmaceutical order, and fucking dumbass ET is like, "Hey, what's up?" Stupid. Very stupid.
I hear you. Don't worry, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was silly. Shouldn't have done it. Well, damn. You going back to your car now? You said 3.
Still walking in the park. Here we go. Hello. It's a bit late today. Yeah. Okay. Have a great one. Yeah. And that is the money voice right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn.
That is the I am very white voice. That's how you get paid.
I guess so. I felt bad about that one time I was talking during one of them.
No, don't worry about it.
That was kind of stupid.
That was the intercom. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Take it easy. Happy Canada Day.
Oh, thanks for recognizing and remembering. It is today.
Yeah, I was tripping because all weekend everyone had their Canadian flags up. I was like, what? It's already Canada Day, but I guess they celebrate the weekend, right? So.
I think Americans are starting to respect Canada's presence on this continent. We're huge. We're bigger than we are. Yes, you do. We're bigger than you.
I think they think we're a joke, and I would like if they actually took us over.
Listen, we're geographically larger than you. We're actually the second biggest country in the world after Russia. So don't forget that. Then number 2,
yeah. All trees.
Well, we do have a lot of trees. That's true. Then
Trees out.
Go on. What about trees?
Nice color.
Excuse me? What did you just think you just said? And how dare you.
Red. Never seen that color before. It's nice.
Oh, nice. What color was it? What color was it?
Red pickup truck.
Red pickup truck.
Never seen a Toyota.
Nice. Yeah, I don't think I have either.
Alright. I'll be back. I gotta call this person, so I gotta get off the Discord call.
Fair enough.
We agreed at the beginning we should. If you still think we should take the Bible literally, you got Yeshua, the Son of God, Jesus Christ himself, Isaiah, Peter, and John telling you all the stars are going to fall to earth. Put that in perspective. That's just one galaxy. You've got pictures like this. All the stars are going to fall to earth. If that's true, we got bigger problems than terrorism and the Antichrist. If Andromeda's heading our way, it's going to be a bad day. So somebody's wrong here. Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, John, all said all the stars are going to fall to earth. Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these other guys, Michio Kaku, say these are spinning galaxies with billions and billions of stars, all with planets going around them, are coming to earth. Someone's lying. I don't know about you, but I'm not prepared to say that it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, or John. It's kind of poetic that I'm having this talk here in a venue called the Milky Way. The God's got a sense of humor. Yeah, in 2017, at that. Wow. And when they asked me to come and talk about this, I'm going, really? Yeah, I was content in my little cubicle making YouTube videos. Well, I mean, I'm one of those that have built my life on saying that my Bible is my source for truth, that it was Holy Spirit inspired authors who wrote it, and that I can trust it. Well, I found myself in a lot of trouble when I did that, when I started looking into this. You know, and you look into Edwin Hubble, and you read some of his quotes, and he talks about the idea that we could be the center of attention, the earth. That he would use words like horror at the prospect that we could be that important. It was inconceivable in his mind, so as a result, he has a preconceived notion. I can't believe that, so I've got to come up with something else. So he starts looking at blurry dots through his telescope and spiral-looking things through the telescope that used to be called nebula. And he applied the word galaxy to it. Anybody know what the word galaxy means? It means Milky Way. This word galaxy means Milky Way. So when we say the Milky Way galaxy, we're really being kind of redundant. It's the Milky Way, Milky Way. It's really milky. So he looks at all those other things and says, okay, that's spiral, and I see this thing over here, it looks like this Milky Way thing, and so maybe that's the wing of the spiral arms. We're in a spiral galaxy too. Now he just applied the word to those spiral things, said those are galaxies. So then he says that we must be in one too. And then shortly after that, we have textbooks that I saw when I was in school that showed the Milky Way spiral galaxy with a spiral arm and a square over one corner of it and a little dot. It says, you are here. And I raised my hand and said, who took that picture? I mean, you have to be in Andromeda to take that picture. But yet they have the audacity to pass that off like they actually know what they're talking about. They don't say theory. They say this is a fact. You are here. We're on this wing, this arm of the spiral galaxy known as the Milky Way. You are here. No proof, no evidence, nothing. And Hubble's looking out there and he's like, okay, so red, I see red stars. Well, we know that the color frequencies have different wavelengths, right? Blue has a tighter wavelength and red has a longer one. So if we're seeing it and it's red, that means it's really blue, but by the time the light is reaching us, it has red shifted into the color spectrum of red, and that's why we see it that way. So he starts with the preconceived notion that that speck of light that's red, and he says it's 14 light years away, is really blue, but we're seeing it red because it's so far away. I'm like, wait a minute, you just said that thing's 14 light years away. How the heck do you know what color it is? What if it's just red? I see green lights right there, a blue one, red one, yellow. What if it's just red? You see the assumptions that they start to make? Then they write it off as fact and they pass it off to us and we read it in school. We just, well, smart people said it, so it must be true. Because I tell you what, if Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, and John are right, they're not billions of light years away. And they're not huge. Start looking into that. If we look at the sun, let's say it's about this big from our perspective, right? And they say the sun is 93 million miles away, right? Okay, let's double the distance. What happens to the size? You half the size, right? Let's keep doing that until our sun looks the same size as all the other stars that we see. You basically end up at the distance of Pluto, according to that model. Okay? And then they say, well, look at all those other stars. They're so far away. If we're only at the distance of Pluto from our sun, and our sun looks like a star just like all the other ones, then those other stars that are the same size that our sun looks like from Pluto, those suns must obviously be way bigger. So how many of you have seen the pictures of, here's the Earth and here's Arcturus and Betelgeuse? Do you see how they're backwards engineering this? And then they'll say that the North Star, because the North Star doesn't have perceived parallax. You know what parallax is? Motion parallax. When you're driving in your car and the trees are right on the side of the road are whipping by, but the mountains in the distance are barely moving at all, right? That's motion parallax. Well, we see other things zipping by and stuff like that, but we look at objects like the North Star, and it doesn't really appear to be moving. So therefore, it must be really far away because there's not much perceived parallax. But if it's really far away, and it's supposedly 300, I think, light years away, if you do the math out on that, I think a light year is like 6 trillion miles, I forget. And you figure that out, how far away do you believe you actually see something that far away? Really? And how big does that thing have to be at 300 light years away for me to be able to see it? So you start thinking this way, you're like, why did I believe half the things that they're telling me? I think a lot of people are starting to scratch their heads and ask the same question. Judges chapter 5. What are stars? You know, if they're not, well, by the way, it says that God created the sun, and when he wrote about the stars, we get one little half a sentence. And he created the stars also. That's a little anticlimactic if the stars are really what we're told they are. Yeah, and he created the stars too. Yeah. But you'll notice they're two separate things. He created the sun and the stars, which means the sun is not a star and the stars are not suns. But in what we're told, they're one and the same. Our sun is just a star, right? And all the stars are suns with planets going around them. And they're telling us that we're seeing Earth 2.0 out there, or the Kepler, right? Look at how far away they say those. I think it was like, I forget what it was. Whatever it was, you do the math out on that. I'm like, yeah, do you really believe we can see that far? Crazy. Biblically speaking, what are the stars? Well, you see things like stars fighting in heaven in Judges chapter 5. You see fifth angel sounded in Revelation 9, and I saw a star fall from heaven, and to him was given the key to the bottomless pit. Revelation talks about the dragon taking down 1/3 of the stars and casting them to earth. The hosts of heaven. Over and over and over again, when you look through the scriptures, you see the word star is synonymous for angel. Angels are described as stars. Stars are described as angels. The hosts of heaven are described as the constellations, but they're also described as the armies of heaven. And various people in the biblical account were worshiping them as gods, sentient entities. All through the scriptures, stars are referred to back and forth: angels, stars, angels, hosts of heaven, armies of heaven. The book of Enoch comes right out and tells you point blank that the stars are a class of angel called the heavenly luminaries. And they are decreed to stay in a very specific pattern in the sky and not deviate it from it at all, or they'll suffer a very severe punishment. And Raguel is an angel who is assigned as basically a heavenly police officer to make sure that they stay where they're supposed to. There are some who decided they didn't want to do that, and they are the wandering stars that Jude wrote about. that are reserved for judgment. Stars are angels, angels are stars, all through the scriptures. And the book of Enoch comes right out and tells you that. Just more on the armies of God right there. Okay, then we get to day 5. He creates, birds and fish. Okay, that's cool. He gets to day 6. Creates man in his own image and his own likeness. We go back to the whisper down the lane. And, back in ancient times, we were created in the image and likeness of Yahuwah about 6,000 years ago, give or take. And today I heard we evolved from monkeys, which evolved from slime, which came from molten rock out of a micro dot that exploded 14 billion years ago. See how things changed a little bit? And not too long a time. So, when we think of cosmology, when we think of the world that we're standing on, this rock, which one is it? The textbooks are telling us that this is an oblate spheroid. Have you read about that? Heard about that? An oblate spheroid. This guy right here says, no, it's pear-shaped. Then, of course, you got NASA pumping out pictures all the time as a perfectly spherical Earth. And you got the Bible saying, nah, don't, you live in a snow globe. So, which one is it? Why do you believe what you believe? When I first started looking into this and started talking to other people who had come before me who were doing this research, one of them challenged me. He said, Rob, I understand you're hardcore globe Earth guy, I get it. He said, I challenge you, and I'm going to challenge you with the same thing he challenged me with. Prove it without using NASA or any other space agency, the government or military of any country in the world. Why would I say that? NASA has been proven to be liars time and time again. I could spend a whole weekend here showing you the lies of NASA. How many of you believe your government is 100% honest and can be trustworthy? Come on. Okay, so you don't, one person suffering from severe cognitive dissonance. Yeah. And how many of you know the military answers to their government? Okay, so if those 3 sources, space agencies, which are typically military government organizations, governments and the militaries of the world, are all proven liars, why would you trust them? Fool me once, right? Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I say, continue to believe pathological liars and you're an idiot. But that's what we've all done. And so, I look at these stuff, we've all seen the textbooks, we've all seen the videos and movies and all these things, and there's so much of it. Do you know what the budget NASA has? Do you know how much they get? How much money they get? Tens of billions of dollars a year. Have you seen the movie Gravity? Okay. That's made for about $100 million, give or take. And if you saw the movie Gravity, that was pretty impressive. I saw it on IMAX, big screen, like, wow. I felt like I was with Sandra Bullock flying around in space, freaking out myself. Very impressive. Just saw the movie, Passengers, I think it's called. Same thing. Okay, this is what they're able to do with $100 million. What are you able to do with tens of billions of dollars a year since the 60s? And why is it that all the astronauts, if not all, most of them, have to be Freemasons? How many of you know secret societies are good at keeping secrets? Kind of why they say secret society, right? So you have organizations, people say, well, it's too big a conspiracy. There's no way, too big a conspiracy, too big a... No, it isn't. There's supposedly over 7 billion people on the Earth today, right? Look up how many people have allegedly been to space. About 550 out of 7 billion. Most of those from the United States and Russia. How many think those 2 countries are very trustworthy? They always tell the truth, right? Their government never lies. My government never lies. And most of the astronauts are military trained. I was in the military. We're trained to keep secrets. Right? Yeah. I say don't trust me either. And they're Freemasons. Okay, secret, all over the place. 500-something people. It's not too hard. The mechanic has no idea what the king knows, right? There are people working for these agencies that believe what they're doing is what they're doing. They're making parts. They got to go on something that's going to get launched up somewhere. That's all they know. There are other people who sit in front of computers that get data coming from somewhere, and they interpret that data. Are they in on the conspiracy? No. They're just doing their job. But I'll tell you, some of these people are starting to question their job. People say, we've all seen the curve. If you ever look out, you ever fly in an airplane, you're an idiot. If you ever flown in an airplane, you've seen the curve. I've flown in airplanes lots of times. And I would have said before doing this research that I saw the curve too. But you didn't. You thought you did. You convinced yourself that you did. Next time you go up in an airplane, take a camera with you. Make sure you don't have a fisheye lens. Take pictures out your window. Bring it into some kind of software like Photoshop. Put a parallel line over it, and you're going to see it's flat as a pancake. I was thinking about something this morning. Let's say this is my field of view right here. Okay? And in this field of view, I'm claiming to see a curve of the Earth. Right? You with me? Here's my field of view. Here's my curve of the Earth. What happens when I do this? If I do this and I still claim to see a curve of the Earth, I've just created the McDonald's sign. Right? Field of view, curved Earth. Field of view, curved Earth. Curved Earth, McDonald's. We're living in McDonald's. You're not seeing curve. And I'm going to challenge you to start looking for the curve. If you've ever been to the ocean, you've seen the curve. Okay, prove it. If you've ever been to the beach, you've seen ships go over the curve. Okay? Go buy the Nikon Coolpix P900 camera. Has an 83 power optical zoom lens with a digital zoom that effectively doubles that. I'll just say, go have fun. Go watch ships disappear over the curve. I went to an electronic superstore one day. I had already bought mine, and it took me a long time to get a hold of one of these cameras because they were always out of stock. I went to this one superstore, and they were out of stock. And the guy that was there, I was asking him about it. He goes, "Yeah, you know, we can't seem to get them." He said, "I want to check it out too. I've been hearing a lot about this camera." I said, "Yeah, I know why you can't find them anywhere." He goes, "Really? Why?" I said, "Do you know what cognitive dissonance is?" No? Well, it's when you believe something to be true, and then somebody challenges it, and you think the other guy's an idiot. Oh, okay. Okay, so with that being said, would you like me to continue? Yeah. Flat earthers are buying them all up. What? I said, cognitive dissonance. Remember that? Because I live right near a place called Lake Louisville that has a good 7-mile stretch that I shouldn't be able to see stuff on the other side that I could see. And I started telling them stuff, and you guys remember the cartoon, The Flintstones? There's that sound effect. It's like that's the sound you hear when the gerbil jumps off the wheel in somebody's head. Hey, check this out. Look at that. You watch the ship go out, and you see it disappear from your eye because of perspective and all kinds of other stuff. It looks like it's disappeared. Hey, let's get the camera out. Zoom in. There it is. And if you've been watching my YouTube channel, you've seen a lot of other videos on it as well. So, I mean, as you do this research, what ends up happening is you'll think you come to a solid conclusion. I proved this. All right. But then the yeah, but guy shows up. Well, yeah, but. And whatever his yeah, but is, well, it kind of makes sense. So then you go, well, yeah, but, and you play the yeah, but game for infinity. It never ends. And I just came to the conclusion for myself that, you know what, how long are you going to waver between two opinions? I'm just going to have to make a choice. And it's going to be a choice based on belief. Yes, I have plenty of other proofs and things that I have done that have helped along the way. But for me, it came down to let God be true and every man a liar. I have a belief. But what did we already establish at the beginning of this presentation? Belief is absurd. What you believe, Rob, is stupid. What I believe is right. Okay, what do you believe? You live on McDonald's? Show me the curve. Where's the beef? Show me the curve. Yeah. Okay, Rob, so what? Why is this stuff important? Well, I hear that question a lot. So I came up with about 5 reasons off the top of my head why I think this could be important. Genesis is the foundation of all that we believe in the Bible to be true. If Genesis is wrong, then it all crumbles under a faulty foundation. Genesis says nothing, zip zero nada, about the earth being set in motion, orbital or rotational, around the sun. In fact, the sun doesn't even show up until after the earth is already in place with life already in existence. Genesis says the sun, moon, and stars were placed inside the same firmament within which that earth was formed, not outside of it. Thus, we have a completely enclosed system within which the sun, moon, and stars move, not the earth. Number 2, if what we are seeing concerning the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, then we are all there is. We are center stage. We are the main attraction, and there can be no argument as to whether or not there is a creator. None. His existence could not possibly become more blatantly obvious than in this model. 3, if the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, evolution goes out the window, and the theory of ancient alien cedars is obliterated. In this regard, I believe we become painfully aware of the great deception and will not be fooled by it. 4, if the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, then we cannot ever trust NASA or the government about anything, and we will finally be forced to fully trust Yahuwah's word as our sole source of truth and stop trying to bend and manipulate it to fit false paradigms. 5, if heliocentricity is false, then Scripture is true. If Scripture is true and can thus be taken literally, why should we not take it just as literal when it describes the earth as fixed, not moving, set on pillars, a foundation of pillars carved as a circle with edge borders inside something with 4 corners inside, enclosed under a dome? Something to think about. We'll take a short break and we'll come back. And when I come back, part 2, we're going to talk about we're going to shift gears a little bit, talk about a seed war, the beast, and a strong delusion. And as we do that, I'll put this image up here, which is from a weather balloon shot up to 100,000 feet with no curvature. See you back in about 10 minutes.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
It's all yours. All right. Wow, most of you came back more punished. That's amazing. Although our atheist friends look like they have left us. Oh well. All right, we'll go a little bit deeper now. And we'll do a little checkup on you. The 3 responses I talked about at the beginning of the presentation may have changed for some of you. What? Are you out of your mind? Go buy stock in tinfoil, you stupid idiot. I'm still hoping you guys are in this category. That you're just listening. You're absorbing information. Whether you believe it or not, you're just taking note of what's being said. And hopefully, you guys will go home and check it out for yourself. Because again, I'm going to say, don't believe a thing I say. You know, who am I? Just some crazy dude from Texas. Here. So, test to prove all things. A seed war begins pretty early on in Scripture, actually. The first prophecy in the Bible shows up in Genesis chapter 3. After Adam and Eve have sinned, and God shows up, and there's this big showdown there, right? And the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this thou hast done?" And the woman said, "The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat." Take note of that word beguiled, because we're going to come back to it a little bit later. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, "Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, and it shall bruise," the word there is crush, "thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel." So the first prophecy in the Bible, God tells the serpent, the devil, that Eve's seed's going to crush his head. Okay, if you're receiving that prophecy, what are you going to do to her seed? Getting your head crushed is a bad thing, right? You're probably going to start messing with her seed, aren't you? Yeah, that's I think, exactly what happened. Next thing we see, Cain kills Abel. You know, so the one who was inclined to evil killed the one who was inclined to good. Then Adam and Eve had another child, Seth, right? Now, if you had 2 children and one of them killed the other and then you had a third child, don't you think you might be a little bit protective of that third child? Maybe just a little? I think, yeah, right. I think they were probably quite protective over Seth. And the devil wasn't really able to get to Seth. And so we turn the page, a couple pages maybe, to Genesis chapter 6. And we see the sons of God, as I mentioned in the previous session, our angels came down into the daughters of men, of women, right? And so they create this hybrid. Now I'm watching Ancient Aliens, and there is this, how many of you heard of the show Ancient Aliens before? There's an episode, I can't remember what season it is, but it's called Alien Breeders. And of course, they're all about the, beings from other planets coming here and doing stuff. And in that episode, they have David Wilcock here is quoting a guy named Dr. John Hawkes, and they're noting that something happened around 3000 BC. At 3000 BC, the human genome took a radical change. And it was modified by, I forget what this, 7%, I think it was 7%, they said something had changed. Something radically different happened in the human genome about 3000 BC. Now I'm going, wow, that's pretty amazing, because they tracked it back to the exact same time period I did when I was doing my research for the Genesis 6 experiment. And according to my calculations, that's 3550 BC, is a little bit later, a little further back, is when I believe the Genesis 6 experiment took place, and that's where we find in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 4, but I'll focus on verse 4. The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God, angels, came with the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, men of renown. These are the gods of the ancient world. They can trace back to this event right here. And I trace that back again to about 3550 BC. This is a timeline chart that I created to show that. So here, these are secular researchers looking at DNA, looking at markers, seeing something happen to the human genome in their research that happens to be exactly where I had already been pointed in my research. I'm going, wow, there's some confirmation right there. I believe the Genesis 6 experiment took place in 3550 BC. The book of Enoch said that the first generation Nephilim, that Josephus, the historian Josephus, likened the first generation Nephilim to the Titans of Greek mythology, who were bound after a great war in Tartarus, the prison of the gods. The book of Enoch said that the first generation Nephilim were to kill each other off within 500 years. They would not live beyond 500 years. So if you go forward in the 500-year time period there, you end up getting close to the 3000 BC timeline. All kinds of interesting things start to happen. You have the Aztec or the Mayan calendar showing up at 3114 BC. You have the death of Adam about 20, 25 years later. Right after that, about 20, 25 years later, after Adam dies, is the end of the first generation Nephilim, after what the Greeks stylized into what became known as the Clash of the Titans. Then the Watchers, who were their parents, were judged, bound, and buried and put into Tartarus. And they were to remain bound and buried for 70 generations. 70 generations from roughly 3000 BC. If you define a generation as 70 years, 70, 80 if by strength, according to Psalm 90, verse 10. If you go by the lower number, 70 times 70, 4,900 years from 3000 BC, you end up basically the end of the 1800s, early 1900s. Think about that. For 5,000 years, it was horse and buggy, basically, beasts of burden. All of a sudden, boom, industrial revolution, planes, trains, automobiles, supposedly putting men on the moon. Computers. All that within about 50-year period of time. Something happened. It is my belief that the end of their judgment was about the end of the 1800s when the Industrial Revolution. And if we go back to like 1860s and that time period, and you start having people like Charles Lyell and Charles Darwin and Huxley and others questioning the biblical timeline, changing everything around, this was the influence of the Watchers, in my opinion. That's a whole other lecture. We don't have time to go into all that. What intrigues me, though, is that when you get to the post-flood side, one of the big questions is how the Nephilim come back after the flood, if they were destroyed in the flood. And my Archon Invasion series really details all that. But there's an individual that shows up not too long after the flood, and I refer to him as the man of many names. The post-flood man of many names. We know him as Nimrod in the Bible. This is one of the timeline charts. It's on that digital thumb drive there, one of two. It shows the lineage of Noah and it also shows when Nimrod shows up. Nimrod is born in 1908 AM. AM year since creation. So 1908 years after creation, Nimrod shows up. Keep that in mind. He's most famous for what? Tower of Babel. Everybody is of one language. They're all gathered together in the plains of Shinar, and they have this intent of building a tower that might reach into heaven. What's always amazed me about that story is when God looks at what they're doing, he says, now nothing they have imagined will be restrained from them. That's pretty extraordinary, especially if you look at to see what they were really intending to do. And I'll show you that in a second. But I've been wrong about this in my other research. I always said it was not about height. Because my thinking was if they're going to try to reach into heaven, they would start building on a high mountain. Right? Get a head start. Didn't make sense to me if they're trying to reach into heaven. Of course, I'm thinking spinning a heliocentric ball and all that stuff. They must have did it in the planes and they made a Stargate. Right? It's got to be a Stargate, an interdimensional portal. That's what must have been happening. That's what they were trying to do. Stargate. That's what my former belief system was on this. Until I realized that everybody in the Bible had a circular enclosed cosmological worldview that I showed you in the previous session. And then I started thinking, well, if that's the case, they probably really were. If we think about the three sons of Noah, they lived for about 100 years prior to the flood. They knew what the pre-flood world was like. And they lived a long time after the flood also. So I can imagine grandbaby Nimrod, hearing the stories, right? From Ham, telling a story to Cush, and Cush telling a story to Nimrod, and Nimrod thinking, oh, really? So windows up there opened up and big, bad, mean God flooded this place? Well, we're going to get him back. And when I started looking into the text that I had already published, and somehow just, even though I read it and published it, didn't see it, because I had a different mindset, it starts telling you things about how big this structure really was. In Jubilees 10:21, for instance, it says, and they built it. 43 years were they building this thing. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was the third of one. Its height amounted to 5,433 cubits and 2 palms. And the extent of one wall was 13 stades, and of the other 30 stades. Note, 5,433 cubits is 8,150 feet. That's over that's like a mile and a half. I don't know what that is in kilometers, but that's big. That's really tall. Wow. Dig a little deeper. This individual named Alfred Edersheim wrote in a book called Bible History Old Testament, in chapter 8, of the magnificence of Babel, the capital of the empire of Nimrod, the mighty hunter, it is difficult to convey an adequate conception without entering into details foreign to our purpose. But some idea of it may be formed from its extent, which according to the lowest computation covered no less than 100 square miles, while the highest computation would make it over 200 square miles. That's why they're in the plains of Shinar. They're looking for a place big enough to build a foundation for a building that could be, according to this, over a mile high. They were trying to reach into the dome. What was their intent? Joshua gives us the details. The book of Joshua tells us that all the families assembled themselves, consisting of about 600,000 men, and they went to an extensive piece of ground to build the city and the tower, and they sought in the whole earth, and they found none like one valley at the east of the land of Shinar, about 2 days' walk, and they journeyed there, and they dwelt there. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they imagined to complete. And the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. And they began to build it. And whilst they were building against the Lord God of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. Their plan was to go make war with God. All these people, all the families divided themselves into 3 parts. The first said, we will ascend into heaven and fight against him. The second said, we will ascend to heaven and place our own gods there and serve them. And the third part said, we will ascend to heaven and smite him with bows and spears. And God knew their works and all their evil thoughts. And he saw the city and the tower which they were building. And when they were building, they built themselves a great city and a very high and strong tower. And on account of its height, the mortar and bricks did not reach the builders and their ascent to it until those went up had completed a full year, and after that they reached to the builders and gave them the mortar and the bricks. Thus was it done daily. And behold, these ascended and others descended the whole day. And if a brick should fall from their hands and get broken, they would all weep over it. And if a man fell and died, none of them would look at him. And it was taking them days to go up this thing to bring bricks and mortar back and down, back and forth. They were planning to kill God and set Nimrod up as the king of the universe. And what's crazy about that is God says now whatever they're imagined to do wouldn't be restrained from them. Now, I don't think it'd be possible for them to kill God, but to reach into heaven by going up, looks like it might have been, at least enough to make God upset to confound their languages. And as a result of that, everybody went away from the same event, from the same person that they were serving under, Nimrod, talking about the same guy, but now in different languages. So Nimrod becomes known by many names. I cover this at quite some length in my Mythology and the Coming Great Deception DVD. Gilgamesh, Baal, Melkart, Adonis, Dumuzi, Dionysus, Bacchus, Mithra, Orion, Apollo, Tammuz, Osiris, and many more, all coming out of structure. Now this was my earlier view, that it was something like this, a ziggurat that had maybe a stargate at the top of it. I have had to begin to rethink that as a result of my more recent research. Identifying the beast. Revelation talks about a beast in the end times, right? The Antichrist. Well, I found that, Yeshua said that it's going to be a day like never before. The last days will be like a time that has never been like it before and never will be again. A very significant time in the history of mankind is the last days. So do you really think that if this is the most significant time of all of human history, from the creation of Adam, that he would leave us hanging concerning the details of the characters that are going to be involved in such a significant time? Do you think he's going to just kind of leave us out there? Or do you think he's going to tell us exactly who's going to do what? Amos chapter 3 says he doesn't do anything. I think it's verse 7. Except that he tells his prophets first what he's going to do. I believe he's going to tell us exactly what's going to happen in the last days. And he's going to tell us who the Antichrist is. And he's going to tell us who the Antichrist is by name. And with that premise, I start looking through the scriptures. And I really have to give credit where credit is due. The two people that really got my mind going in this direction were an individual named Peter Goodgame, wrote a book called The Giza Discovery. You can read it for free online. The Giza Discovery, an amazing book. And Dr. Thomas Horn had written a book called Apollyon Rising, also sort of building on the work of Peter Goodgame and others, followed along the same line of thought. And as I started looking into this for myself, trying to confirm what I saw in their books, I found that I agreed with them. Revelation 17 says, "The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit." Stop. Where does the beast come from? Open list. This is an open book test right here. Oh, so you mean he's not coming from Kenya? Or Hawaii? Or the European Union? Or the Vatican? Or the Trump Tower? See, Americans especially seem to have a very Amerocentric view of prophecy. Everything's going to be our deal, right? It's our president's going to be the Antichrist. I was kind of hoping Hillary would win because I was going to see how they would all twist and distort it, how the Antichrist would become a woman all of a sudden. Not really. I'm glad she didn't get in. Not that I think Trump's a whole lot better. I don't believe in the system anyway. When you realize that all 44, 45 of our presidents, all of them they are all related to each other, and they're all related to one guy, King John Lackland, the signer of the Magna Carta. So we're taught in America that we have presidents of the people, for the people, by the people. What would the statistical odds be, if that were true, that they would all be related to each other and to one guy? Yes, even Obama. Yep. All of them are related. So, at that point, you realize this is a big scam. It's a big lie. And, I used to be very politically active myself back when Ron Paul was running and all that. And after I did the research for Babylon Rising and discovered this whole thing's a big scam, I said, you know what, I am not of this kingdom. I serve a different king, and I'm not going to mess around with that stuff anymore. But we have this view in America, at least many end times prophet type guys, end times prophecy, that it all is going to come out of America. America's everything. America's Babylon. America's got our president's the Antichrist, as if that's a badge of honor to wear or something. It says he comes from the bottomless pit. You know, I don't have letters after my name. There's no reason you should listen to me, but it's an open book test. It says it comes from the bottomless pit, so I'm going to go, okay, well, I guess that's where I'm going to look for if I see some dude coming up out of the bottomless pit, you know, maybe CERN might have something to do with it, I don't know. Then I'll know, okay, that's the dude we need to watch out for. He's going to go into perdition, and they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world. Stop. Wait a minute. What happens to your name if you don't accept Jesus Christ or Yeshua as your Savior? It gets blotted out. Well, that means it was there to begin with. It had to be there to begin with in order for it to get blotted out. Which says to me that where Scripture says God is not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance, that he proved it by putting your name in the book. All you have to do is confirm your reservation. The price has been paid. You know, people paid to have me and my wife fly here. We walk into the hotel, and I had to just confirm my reservation. It's already been paid for. Go to the desk, you know, they look my name up, and there it is. It's already been paid for. Here you go. Here's your key. You know, the price has been paid. If you've accepted that payment, the blood of Yeshua that was shed on the cross for you, then your reservation has been secured. You're good. Your name stays. If you say, you know what, I reject that payment, I don't want it, no, they're going to be like, well, I mean, we did everything we could for you. We paid a high price for you. That would be like me going to the nice hotel that I'm staying in and saying, yep, I know it was paid for. I know my name's on your list. I'd rather sleep in the dumpster out back. They'd be like, all right, dude, I mean, you're crazy. It's already been paid for. You know, the price has been paid. So who are these people whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world then? Their names were never put there. I'm going to suggest these were people or entities that were never meant to exist in the first place. These are abominations. These are likely Nephilim. These are likely chimera. These are things that are being created in laboratories, in my opinion. They were never meant to be here. Their names were never written in the book of life from the foundation of the world. When they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is, and here's the mind that hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. Now, John has been shown a beast that has 7 heads. It's an allegory, right? It's a metaphor. It's a symbol. And the angel comes alongside to explain what the symbol means. And we see that the beast is referred to as the one that was and is not and yet is. How is Yeshua referred to in Revelation? The one who what? Is, who was, is and is to come. The one who was and is to come. But here's the one who was and is not and yet is. Interesting. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. We've just been given a ton of information to help us identify who the end-time Antichrist beast is, just in this one passage of Revelation alone. Let's dive in a little deeper, though. I emphasize that it's kings. It's not kingdoms. Yes, they do also talk about kingdoms, and many times beasts in the symbology of Scripture represent kingdoms. But John chose the word for king, basileus. It's the word used for ruler, king, and emperor. He did not use the closely related word, basileia, I don't know if I pronounced that right, that means kingdom. He used the word for kings. Kings are individuals that rule kingdoms. And he said that 5 have fallen. Now, the list that I'm going to show you came primarily from Peter Goodgame's research. He was trying to think, okay, if they're Antichrist, then they have certain characteristics that are Antichrist. So if I look at the biblical narrative, who can I find in Scripture that had Antichrist characteristics? Well, obviously the first one we come to is Nimrod. He thought himself a god. In fact, his plan was to kill God. Pretty good fit. Second one, Pharaoh at the time of the Exodus, the Pharaoh of Egypt. Thought himself a god, tried to wipe out God's people. Good candidate. Sennacherib, same thing, thought himself a god. He's from Assyria. And one night, the angel of the Lord came down and wiped out, I forget the number, I always get it messed up, 180,000 or something. Pretty much all of his troops overnight. Sent him home, and his own sons killed him. King of Tyre, the narrative starts off describing a man, but if you keep reading it, it sounds like he's talking about the devil. So there must be some kind of affiliation that this guy had with evil. Antiochus Epiphanes is in what, depending on your Bible, would be in the intertestament period of the current sort of Protestant Bible. It does not include the Apocrypha. If your Bible includes the Apocrypha, then you read about in the Maccabees, Antiochus Epiphanes, and you see what he did. In fact, when he set up the statue of Zeus and offered up a pig in the Holy of Holies in the temple and whatnot in Israel, they called that the abomination of desolation. Real good candidate right there. Another good candidate, I would say, I could go either way on number 5, Antiochus Epiphanes or Alexander the Great. He's another good candidate. And when you read about his description in the book of Daniel, he's described as the he-goat, and he has a little horn between his eyes, and the little horn represents the first king. Well, the first king that we read about in Scripture is Nimrod. So it seems like he's doing whatever he's doing in sort of the like spirit, if you will, of Nimrod. So I can say that this is a pretty good list of 5, the 5 that have fallen. The one that now is depends on when you think is. Like Bill Clinton said, what's the definition of is? You know, did John write an earlier rendition of the book of Revelation before the destruction of the temple? Or was it written after the destruction of the temple? I've heard good arguments either way. Some say 90 AD, some say right before the destruction of the temple. I could go with either one. Either way, you end up with a Caesar, either Nero or Domitian. And then the one that will come and whose reign will be short, I think a really good case could be made for Hitler. And I think a lot of people who lived during that time probably thought the same thing. So let's continue to dive in and see what the Scriptures have to say. Well, Revelation chapter 13 gives us some more details. It says one of the 7 heads was wounded. It had a mortal head wound. So let's look at the list. Which one of these guys had a mortal head wound? Well, Nimrod had a mortal head wound. The text said that Esau cut his head off. That's a head wound. Pharaoh of Egypt, no. Sennacherib, no. King of Tyre, no. Antiochus Epiphanes, no. Alexander the Great, no. Nero, sort of. It's said that he stabbed himself in the throat. So maybe in the Hebrew reckoning, we might consider that, part of the head. Benefit of the doubt, let's say he's a possible candidate. History says that Hitler shot himself in the head, although recent forensic evidence suggests otherwise. In fact, they've, I think, proven that it was a female skull, and some say he escaped to Argentina, maybe Antarctica. That's a whole other lecture in and of itself. But all throughout the Old Testament, we see a title used for the Antichrist, and that is the Assyrian. Looking at the 3 candidates right here, which one do you think is the Assyrian? That's all you got left. Nimrod. And when you look at all the other names that he became known by, especially if you start looking at texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh, for instance, you see things like this. Who can compare with him in kingliness? Who can say like Gilgamesh, I am king? Not exact, but pretty close to what's said in Revelation 13:4. And they worshiped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? The idea is, who is like this guy? Very similar. This led me, now this is all prior research. This is stuff that I did back in 2010 through 2012. But when I started getting into sort of the flat earth cosmology research, I started to realize there is a really peculiar timeline that began to manifest in the beginning of the 20th century. Probably goes back further than that, but not too many people had made it as far south as Antarctica until you get to the late 1800s, really. Remember I told you that Nimrod was born in 1908. 1908 AM, or year since creation. Well, in 1908 AD, an individual named Ernest Shackleton boarded a ship called the Nimrod and headed down to Antarctica on the Nimrod expedition. You can't make this stuff up. I found this by accident. I was on Google Earth looking around, Antarctica, and you know how it has the little icons, you can click on it and a picture will pop up, somebody took a photograph in that area or whatever. And I think I was in the Ross Ice Shelf area, if I remember right. And I saw a little icon, I clicked on it, and it said the Nimrod Hut. I'm like, what? The Nimrod Hut? So I started looking into that and found out the Nimrod Hut was created by these guys that went down there from the Nimrod expedition in 1908. And you can look it up. This is the Wikipedia entry on it, talking about them going down there. I'm like, wow, you got to be kidding me. So this is what intrigued me. Enoch. Enoch was not, for God took him, right? That's about all we get in Genesis. Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Joshua, though, gives us a little bit more detail. In chapter 3 of Joshua, it tells us that they were looking for him, and they went looking for him in a place filled with snow, with their very large walls and stones of snow. Wait a minute. Enoch disappeared and went home, went to heaven in a place of snow? Whoa. Yeah, okay, so, one of the arguments people say about flat Earth is, well, that's stupid, people would fall off the edge. Well, not really, just do a Google search. Go on Google and search for coastline of Antarctica. And you're going to see that the coastline of Antarctica consists of 200 and 300 foot ice walls. No one's falling off of anything. You know, and then you see depictions like that where a dude peeking under the firmament. You know, these are ancient depictions right there. So, you know, I'm really intrigued by all this. More Antarctic expeditions follow after Shackleton. After World War II, the nations, especially Germany, Russia, and the United States, become literally obsessed with Antarctica. Now, a big part of that was supposedly after World War II, a lot of the Nazis went down there and supposedly set up shop in Antarctica. So we have this character, Admiral Byrd. Enter Admiral Byrd. He's the youngest admiral in the U.S. military. He is assigned a whole fleet of battleships and all kinds of stuff to go down to Antarctica, presumably to go look for Nazis. However, if you look into Admiral Byrd, prior to that, he became famous for declaring that he had gone inside the Earth, inner Earth, Agartha, through the North Pole. Okay, here's somebody with a lot of credibility, medals and decorations and rank, describing taking a plane up into the North Pole and going through a hole in the Earth and finding inner Earth. This is before going to Antarctica. So, yeah, sort of the official cover story history says that he went down there, the military wanted to see what's going on with the Nazis in Antarctica. But he had just said that he found inner Earth in the North Pole. So you got to know the guy's got to be thinking, I wonder what's in the South Pole, right? So they call it Operation High Jump. Well, that just makes sense. Operation High Jump. Well, if you go to Antarctica, 200 to 300 foot high walls. You got to jump over it. So they call it Operation High Jump. So I started looking into all that. This is where it got really interesting for me, and I'll just play the video of a video I made when I was just sort of thinking out loud. I said, you know what? I'm not going to just thinking. I'm just going to turn my microphone on and start talking to it, and I'll post it on YouTube, you know, sort of a brain dump on YouTube. So this is sort of me just freaking out, putting pieces together after I started going down the bunny trail of Admiral Byrd, Operation High Jump, and what followed.
Now, with the tinfoil hat on, playing conspiracy theory here, the flat earthers are claiming, and I think it's a reasonable claim, that, you know, if that model is true, then we know we have a circle, the circle of the earth as described in the Bible, surrounded by Antarctica, the outer rim, that has a 200 or 300 foot ice wall, cliff, that keeps everything in, hence Operation High Jump. You got to get over that, right? So it looks like, at least from the flat earther perspective, that probably during Operation Deep Freeze, they may have found the edge of the dome, presumably anywhere from 800 to 1,200 miles inland from the coast. Then everybody pulls out, signs this treaty, says nobody can go back except under the express guidelines of the international community that signed the treaty. So then all of a sudden the United States and Russia engaged in these high altitude nuclear tests, and the United States calls theirs Operation Dominic, within which we have Operation Fishball. Now, hold that thought. This is all happening, if you go and look on the Operation Dominic entry, you see the different dates. We're 1962. This is the early part of 1962. We're talking May. I mean, look at all these bombs going off. 25 April, 1962, 27 April, 2 May, 4 May, 6 May, 8 May, 9 May, 11 May, 11 May, 12 May, 14 May, 19, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is all before President Kennedy's "Let's go out in the space" speech. But I think a lot of people don't realize that our first stop wasn't the moon. Even before we went to the moon, they were sending probes all of a sudden after all of this. Okay, keep the timeline in mind. Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze,
bird dies, NASA's founded, Antarctic Treaty signed, Operation Dominic and Fishbowl take effect. And if you notice during President Kennedy's speech, he was talking about that they've already got probes headed to Venus. Wait a minute. We're already sending stuff to Venus and Mars? We haven't even been to the moon yet. And so I was looking into that, and on planetary.org/explore/space topics/space missions to Venus-Mercury.html. And you can go through this site. It starts sort of from the bottom up. As early as February 4th, 1961, they're sending a probe, Sputnik 7. Russia sent this probe to check out Venus. The final stage of the rocket carrying Sputnik 7 into orbit failed, and the spacecraft was unable to achieve the necessary trajectory to carry it onto Venus. Then Venera 1, Russia, sends out another probe February 12, 1961. They lost communications while it was on its way to Venus. Then NASA sends up Mariner 1, July 22nd, 1962. Now, that's right in the middle of Dominic and Fishbowl that we sent out a probe to go check out Venus. It veered off course and was destroyed by ground controllers. So then Russia sends up another one, Sputnik 19, August 25th, 1962. The spacecraft made it into orbit, but the rocket's last stage failed, and Sputnik 19 was unable to achieve its Venus trajectory and re-entered the Earth's atmosphere 3 days later. NASA, August 27th, 1962, sends its probe. It says Mariner 2 was the first spacecraft to successfully fly by Venus at an altitude of 34,773 kilometers. The spacecraft discovered ground temperatures, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so...
Hello, hello, hello.
Howdy, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah. Well, greetings from the interstate.
From the interstate? Which state is that?
Yeah, that's what they call our main highways here.
Yeah, I know. I'm just winding you up, mate.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yep, the interstate. It's somewhere between Torrid and the Iron Republic. Well, I didn't catch there, brother. Kimbo, were you saying something? Well, I reckon not. No, no, it's awful, Matrix. Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to say something real quick. I just fixed my my headset, so just want to mic check.
Oh, that's clear. I like that one.
Hey, you sound like you're sitting right next to me, my friend.
Perfect.
What do you figure, Matrix? Do you figure these globetards are a certain kind of special, or?
Some of them, yes. Most of them are just your run-in-the-mill average person who's never ever thought about it. They've just accepted the bullshit they were told, and that was it. They've never actually gone out of their way to do any research or to validate or verify any of the stuff they've been told. Other ones, however, these anti-flat earthers, also known as weasels, yeah, they get up my nose because they need to redefine everything in order to suit their own little story. And it does my head in.
Yeah. You know, our friend we were talking about earlier, I'm not going to say his name because I want to just give him a hint of privacy on the, since we're being streamed on Rumble and such. He the other week, when I was talking to him, he was definitely trying to massage and twist some things out of a conversation. And then I talked to him again the next day, and he wasn't trying as much. And then some other people were in here who posted a couple pictures of some things, and then he finally acknowledged that what I said was correct. And I do wonder how many of these anti-flat earthers, as we label them, are actually trolls versus how many are just autistic with a very slow acquisition cycle of new information.
Nice, I like it.
And and I know that sounds kind of funny, but I say that with all due respect of somebody who truly does have a very slow cycle of learning something. That's somebody I certainly wouldn't want to misinterpret as a troll, even though for our intents and purposes, because we don't have more context on these people, it's hard to distinguish. It's almost impossible to distinguish between the two.
Oh no, there's people that are slow on the uptake. You can tell because you'll explain the same thing, and by the third or fourth time, they then get it, and then they jump on to the next question. Whereas the trolls will just constantly keep going on the same thing over and over and over. Over time you can pick them.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Kimbo, were you in here Saturday when that dumbass? No, it was in PNR, sorry. Were you in PNR with me Saturday morning when that dumbass come in asking that noise about what do governments and scientists and others get out of the lie? And then I asked him, well, why do you ask that? And I just want to know what your all's worldview is.
Yeah, I was there for that. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember for that. Yeah. They asked some dumb question. Yeah.
And what's funny is like, and then I was saying to him, that's not what we talk about in this room. We talk about the earth being flat. This isn't a place to talk about worldview. And like, he just, if you don't want to participate, just say so. And I said, it's not about participating or not. You need to take that to Earth Awakenings. They'll entertain you for hours on that topic.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yep. Go over there. Go ahead. I think he went. Because he took off right after.
Yeah. And and in all seriousness, good for him. I mean, if there's people over there who want to talk a little more openly about lots of various related things, hey, why not? It's nothing I'm interested in, but if they want to, hopefully they entertained him till he was tired of being entertained.
I've been asked a few times to go over there, but some of their stuff just doesn't interest me. Like, a lot of them are E for Earthers and all that kind of crap. And it's like, dude, I can't verify it. So why would I be pushing shit that I can't verify?
Right. And the Globies over there, they have too much freedom. So, yeah, that's not what I want to do. Right. If I just want to sit and argue with like just regular globies, yeah, I would go over there, but I don't want to. I want to be able to have control, get them to the points, right? And just, hand them the, hey, take a look at it. We don't have no drop over distance, there's no curvature, right? And we can't detect the Earth rotation and gas pressure without container. Period. Just straight to the point. That don't need to go into like crazy speculation that we can't verify. So that's the way I see it.
Well, yeah, and and having said that, here's also how I see it. I've been in there a few times, and I can't say that I ever had a terrible experience in there, but like when Jesse Paths of Light is one of the first people I talk to in there, that just tells you the place has some issues that ought to be tended to. But I mean, like, yeah, and I was giving him a bunch of shit when I was there that day, because I'm like, look, Jesse, I said, if you don't remember you and me talking, we talked in 2021, we talked in 2022, we talked in 2023, and I'm like, and every time that you come across me, you tell me the same shit over and over and over.
That's so true. Yep. Yeah, you're
I'm
not
like,
even wrong about that.
Yeah. I'm like, I do give you many props for actually going out and taking pictures and doing some stuff on your own. But then after we talked a little more, I wondered if he actually did any of those pictures on his own. If he's just dovetailing on other people.
Hey, you know what I call him that one time? Well, I was being funny, and of course I get away with it with a little joke. I said, "Oh, Uncle Jesse is one of the agents, right?" And I start laughing,
Yeah.
and he kind of giggled with me. He's like, "No, no, I'm not."
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been.
Yeah, and like, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the one of the main reason why we, in the PNRs or in the politics, whatever, it's to, bring more people here. And I think, yeah, we've been doing, maybe not the best job, but we do a pretty good job over there. Like even yesterday, we sent like 3 people straight, from the PNR, to come over here, and just our goal is just to have them have access to the additional information. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, that's all we can do, man. Like we can't convert them, we can't convince them. That's not our goal. Just to share information. Yeah.
Seems like to me, as much as I hate to say it, gatekeeping is a very important part of a community, even if it's a transient community like ours. I mean, it's not like most of us really know each other, and it's like most of us have never met each other in real life or even talk on the phone or elsewhere. Pretty much all of our interactions are just on here under our handles, like a CB radio. But still, gatekeeping is a very important part of it. That I got out of the politics server because I just don't care for the filth that comes around the politics server. I don't know what it is, but it's I think there's a lot of filth there, so I stay out of there. And then the politics and religion server, obviously, and then here at home base. With my point being that it's not a bad idea to draw the Globies to somewhere that's not home base, draw them elsewhere. And then if there's ones that we like, even if they're not changing their mind, then by all means, you know, long as they're cordial and respectful, even if they're a little sarcastic, I don't care about that. I don't care about any of that. Then invite them right over and let them see the wealth, the treasure trove of information here, the more detailed conversations we have over here. So, you know, I think it is good to have them as a feeder to send them over here. And then if we can keep the trolls over there, then we can have more meaningful conversations over here.
Yeah, I do agree. You know, but every now and then these some of these anti-flat earthers follow us back to the home base, which is here, right?
Yeah.
We got a few of them. They very tricky. Someday they okay, someday they not okay. I don't know, right?
Yeah, bipolar is a real condition.
I mean, this is the way I see it, right? If you know, if I disagree with people over and over again, days after days, month after months, years after years, right? And there's no way I can change their mind. I'm gonna move on with my life. I'm gonna go somewhere else, right? But some of these anti-flat earthers, they just love hanging out with us. I just don't know why.
They're
And that's
closet
not
flat earthers. They just can't admit it, mate. That's all it is. A lot of them, I believe, because of their status in society or positions in society, they just can't admit that they're flat earthers. Like Matthew Learns, Scott Mackey. I honestly believe that those guys are flat earthers, and because of their so-called positions in society or their position in life or their relationship with a particular somebody, they are flat earthers in disguise or closet flat earthers, and they just haven't got the balls to come out yet.
right. Yeah. I mean, that's a good way to look at it.
Because seriously, who dislikes? I'll give you an example. Let's say there's a Chev convention. So everyone's got their Chevs out, all polished and shiny. Who's going to drive over there in a Ford and tell all the Chev boys how great their Ford is? Nobody. Why? And not only do it once, do it over and over and over again. No one's that stupid. So why do these guys keep coming in here? Some of them have been coming in here for what? 5 years, 6 years, 7 years? Man, seriously, they have to be closet flat earthers. That's the only thing I've got it down to.
Well, so let me tell you my little theory here. Though I do actually think that Matthew Learns is a closet flat earther. I do think it would be, at least in his mind, really difficult to unwind his positions. But he's been around us too long, and he's been too cordial, and he knows too many of the arguments, and he corrects the other globetards. So I will give him much respect in that regard. My point being that what I think you have with a lot of these people is they know we know the truth. They know that. They know that maybe they're just not ready to say the words, I'm a flat earther, and maybe they genuinely don't think they are, but there's something that they sense from our community that makes them have to be around us. It's kind of like, imagine like this here. You get into an argument with somebody and you don't really intend to. but you want to have the last word, and they want to have the last word. Well, that other person has a whole lot of power over you, and you have a whole lot of power over them. So, at some point in my life, I learned to never have the last word. Just to tell somebody, whenever I'm ready to cut it off, hey, I'd love to keep this going, my friend, but I got to get. And at the end of the day, I will just let them have the last word. Hey, take the last word, my friend. I got to get going here in about 3 minutes. So finish up your thought. Tell me what you think. Summarize whatever, but I got to go here in about 3 minutes. And so they have to have that last word. So they're going to keep coming around trying to get that last word. Because they know that we know something special. And they're going to fight tooth and nail to one day get that last word. And I hate to say it, they're never going to get that last word. So they're going to keep coming around and coming around and coming around. And I would akin it to the oppositional defiant disorder. I've read a little bit about that. And so they have to have that last word. And they can't just go trolling somewhere else. So they are literally, that's the power that we have over the globe trolls.
Yeah, and a lot of them are gone way too deep into this conversation, and even they don't think the Earth is a globe anymore, right? It's too hard to swallow. So they kind of have to kind of stick with their position as an anti-flat earthers. Yeah, they went way too deep. So, and I think that's the reason why they just hang around us, right? Some of them trying to be our friends, and some of them you can see the fakeness in it when they come around, right? I don't know if you guys see what I see on that part.
So try something with a Globie. And I don't know, because this is hard to plan. But if you've got a Globetard going, and it's just the two of you in a server somewhere, give them the last word. Like, get them, you know what I mean? Like, get them to where they're fully invested in the conversation. And they just have to continue with you. Get them that deep into it. And then thank them for the conversation and tell them you got to go. And especially if you can listen to it from somewhere else, to where you can just go ahead and quickly disconnect. And watch their brains shut down. Watch their brains just go into hyperactive overdrive that they can't handle it.
Yeah, I haven't tried that out yet. I think I'm gonna try it out.
Like I say, if it's like you and I in the room, or you and somebody else in the room that you can message and just say, hey, don't engage him after I go. You know what I mean? Like, and just let that conversation end. Let them have the last word. They will be so they get so disappointed. You can just hear it in their tone. You can hear it in them, and that's the power that we have over them. Now, I can't see who that is joined in because my phone is kind of covering it up, but I did see somebody else, or did hear somebody else joined in with us.
It's Kikoho, if I pronounce his name right. What's up, brother? Long time.
Hey, yeah, dude. How you been?
I've been all right. Been good. Thanks for asking. How about you, man? You still in politics?
Yeah, yeah. I got There's two politics, or politics and religion, and then the politics one. They recently started up a channel over there, but I've seen you over there. But yeah, been chilling.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. I mean, yeah, I'm in both server. We actually have another one. It's politics and debate, but it used to be politics and Islam server, right? But we don't have enough people to run it. So since we haven't been there, I think they take that room away from us maybe like a few days ago, I think, right? But if we have enough people, right, and we can go back over there and start up another room in the politics and debate, so hopefully like sometime in the future, like, hey, we'll bring some people over there, some of us over here, and you know go run it, man. I think it's that place is, well, a lot more respectful than the politics and religion.
Yeah, yeah. Both of those places are successful, but of course it's the internet.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up, brother.
Yeah, it's photography. I'll be in and out.
Yeah, you still roboting. I think you gotta fix your satellite or something, man. You gotta aim at the balloon, you know what I mean? The saloon.
In the how am I? Am I any better?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, a lot better, I think I would say.
Well, in the politics server, I was able to get a screenshot of text chat. Somebody was like, well, he was obviously being yes, we have to and I was
I think you're doing again robotic.
and Utah.
Yeah, that was strange. The last sound that we heard, it sounded like a music drop, like one of those like dubstep type of music about a drop.
Whenever someone robots hard, that's the robot sound.
Yeah, they're coming for us. But we'll be ready. Oh, so you play the soundboard.
Yeah, that's the it sounds like it's the Transformers sound when the Transformers transform. So whenever somebody robots really hard, I might accidentally press that one.
I see. Yeah, I think also the politics is kind of quiet too for the past few days. I've been seeing. Oh, even over there right now, it's kind of quiet.
It seems to come in waves, and that's what I've noticed in here too. You'll have, say, 3 days where it is absolutely pumping, and you'll have a panel of nearly 40, and then all of a sudden it tails off, and you'll have 2 or 3 days where there'll be not much traffic, and it'll be somewhere else. It seems to move around like tides. At the moment, it's low tide here, and the next spot will be booming. And yeah, it seems to come in waves for some reason. I don't know why. Whether it's just that's just the timing of everyone's social lives or work or whatever, or yeah, I've got no reason for it. There's nothing to control it. But yeah, very interesting. I've noticed that quite a bit.
Yeah, I would say yeah. I think that also might be one of the reason everybody have you know, like kind of the same schedule. Um, you know, everybody busy with our everyday lives, and we gotta run errands, we gotta go to work, do chores and stuff. So yeah, and when we be able to pop in, we'll pop in. A lot of time, like I just sit in wherever I'm at, the PNR or in the politics or whatever. Most of the time, I'm not even there.
Check the text chat.
That's actually a religious quote.
Yep. I was in the religious room, in the religious chat, and was cranking out flat Earth memes. And one of them had made the reply that I replied to.
Yeah, what does it take the log out of your own eye before you take the splinter out of someone else's?
Yeah, pretty much don't be a hypocrite.
Good
That's
morning.
what he was doing.
Sorry.
Hey. Yeah, he was talking about don't be a hypocrite, and use that as an example, as something you could picture in your own mind as to what he meant.
We got a new person here. Was it Cyrus?
Yes, good morning, sir. How you doing?
Not too bad, my friend. What's
Thank
your
you.
take? What's your take on the nature of our reality? Do we live on a flat stationary plane, or do we live on a magic monkey ball flying through space?
Well, I believe that we are flying through space as much as the next person, you know. But I do not believe that the Earth is round. I believe it more to be an ellipsoid.
Ooh.
And what brings you to this
Of that
conclusion?
curve of that ellipsoid?
Sorry, I couldn't quite catch that. Can you repeat it?
Go ahead, mate.
Go for it, mate.
You got any measurement of the curve of that ellipsoid that we can reference?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't measure it.
Oh, well, do you know who did measure it?
No, I do not.
So then, is it a belief?
I mean, it's kind of like I believe that a mole of hydrogen atoms would weigh around like 1 gram, right? Like, I do not prove it. I just accept it as long as it's like works for me. I do not believe that the U.S. Constitution looks the way it does. I just accept it. Like,
But there's nothing stopping you from reading the U.S. Constitution.
I mean,
You
like,
can even go to a museum where they've got the copy for everyone to display, and you can measure the dimensions of that piece of paper.
yes,
You can verify the color and the texture of that paper as well.
I mean, I don't think that they would let me touch it. I do not think that they would me verify it. I think I wouldn't. Like, I think they wouldn't let me. Like, they wouldn't let me touch the original Constitution.
Yeah. But I mean, at that point, you could go from believing that the Constitution is whatever dimensions, whatever texture, whatever color, and to knowing that you have the Constitution of that dimension, that texture, and that color, right?
When I tested it,
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but like, I didn't test it, right? Like, I didn't test it right now. I didn't test
Right.
it at all. But I
Right.
don't.
Right now, you just have a belief, and you recognize that you believe that the Constitution has whatever texture, size, color, just like you believe that the Earth is a sphere of whatever dimensions with certain textures and colors, right?
Yes.
And then, unlike the Constitution, you can't verify the textures. Well, you can verify the textures, you can verify the colors, but you can't verify that curved spherical nature, right? Or do you,
I wouldn't like. What do you base that on? Have you tried like maybe we can figure it out together. Like, what was your how did you conduct your experiment? Maybe like we can help each other out. Maybe we can like find the flaw.
well, I think you got a category error going by saying that you used an experiment to identify the shape of the Earth. You don't use an experiment to identify the shape of the Earth. That is an observation. That is a geometric claim, not a scientific claim.
Maybe we are using scientifically wrong. Maybe we have two different definitions. I use scientifically more derogatory, I think, or maybe more in line with dictionary. I use it to like describe the world, right? And if I say the world is this way and you say no, the world is that way, then I think when we're talking about something which can be measured or which can be observed, then I think it is a scientific claim.
Yeah. You would have to verify using your senses and experience. Go ahead, mate.
So you're telling us that the Earth can be measured. True or false?
Yes, I do believe that.
So if it's been measured, and your claimant is that it's an oblate spheroid, who did these measurements and when were they done?
I do not know. I know that some like Greek guy like measured it, but I do not know honestly. Like my honest answer is I don't know.
Some Greek guy. Eratosthenes?
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe you're probably more educated on the matter than I am, but I do not know.
Well, so basically what you've got, so you believe that it's been measured, you believe that it's an oblate spheroid, mate.
Yes.
You are just a new religion. That's all. It's just beliefs, nothing
I think
more.
I lost you. I think you lost me.
Okay, you have not verified any of your claims. So you claim that it's an oblate spheroid, but yet you have not verified it. So it's just a belief. Acceptance without verification is just a belief. So how do you prove now to us that you live on a ball?
I don't think that human consciousness works in empirical ways. I do not think that I have to prove every empirical claim that I do.
Stop.
For example,
Stop. If you believe human consciousness doesn't work in empirical ways, therefore we can never, ever, ever measure anything. We can never verify anything. We can never prove anything. We all live in a magical world that's up to our own belief systems.
no, you misunderstand me. For example, do you know how a transistor works?
And this has what relevance
because
to the shape of the Earth?
Because you assume things that people tell you who build transistors, right? You believe that UPC works because of logic gates and because of bytes and bit sizes, right? You believe it works. You don't have to like verify it. You just believe it and you assume it to be true because it works, right?
Now you've probably hit someone who's done some basic electronics as part of my trade, but I do understand how electronics works, just in a small way. But the issue is, my friend, we can verify it.
I mean, I think you lose me. I will try to. Maybe I didn't articulate it good enough, and I apologize for that. So basically, I think you're measuring with two standards there, right? Because for the Earth thing, you say you believe it, and that's fine, but you should be able to prove it, right? Like you
Wrong.
believe it for.
No, stop. You're trying to reverse the burden. You're the one that believes it. We know it's flat. See the difference? Knowing and believing. You believe because you can't verify it.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I use semantics. Of course, I believe. Of course, I know the Earth is round, but I say believe because I don't want to offend anybody who believes differently. I mean, right? Like, of course, I know the Earth is round, but I believe
Stop.
it in a context
How
that
do
I
you
think
know?
it's right.
No, you don't know it's round. You believe it's round. Knowledge is verifying, proving, validation. You haven't got that yet. You've come here saying, I believe it's a ball, therefore you're wrong.
No, I didn't say you're wrong at all. I came in here because I want to listen what you guys have to say. I didn't even start a discussion. Like, I understand that you want to discuss this because I know you want to, and that's all right. But don't say that I came in here in any hostile way. And if there was the impression, I apologize for that. But I didn't
No,
come
you're
in
not
here
in there in a
saying you're
hostile
wrong.
way, mate. A lot of people just take me the wrong way. That's all.
Yeah, but like, I don't think that I have the burden of proof because you say it's flat, I say it's round. I think it's an even playing field, but I don't think that any one of us actually has the burden of proof. If you want to convince,
Well,
if I want to
actually,
convince
something
you,
to think about. Flat is just a descriptor. You're claimant of a shape, therefore the burden of proof is upon you. So you've come in here claiming that it's an oblate spheroid. So the burden of proof is on you to validate, verify, or prove said claim.
I assume you work in the trades, right?
Technically, I'm a fabrication engineer, but we'll leave that on the quiet side.
Hey man, I'm an engineer as well, but I'm a mechanical one. Basically, I've have some friends who are actually in research, nothing to do with geography. They're in some weird computer stuff. I don't give a fuck, to be honest, when they tell me about it. But the burden of proof mostly is for the one who brings up a theory, and we both have a theory. I think it's round, you think it's flat, but the burden of proof is the one who is in the minority mostly, right? Like when we have 99% of people believing one thing and 1% believing the other, the burden of proof is the one who is just not accepted.
The burden of proof is upon the person who makes the positive claim. Our claim is a descriptor, flat. You've made a positive claim, spherical. So you've got the burden of proof.
And you see how that are both positive claims? When you say it's flat, I say it's round. That are both positive claims. No matter
flat
how you came up with that.
Round is not exclusive. A pizza is round. A coin is round.
What shape is the Earth?
Topographically planar.
Okay, that's a positive claim.
But you came in here with your oblate spheroid, yet you've come in here with no verification.
No, I came in here not with anything. I just came in here and let you talk, and you guys asked me what my beliefs are, right? And I said, yeah, I believe it's round.
Do you believe that the Earth is moving?
Yes, I do.
You know how it was verified to be moving?
Yes, I wait, let me get some of my deep buried knowledge out. I think it was about the stars moving on the sky, and then we got the motion of the Earth from that. We derived it from there.
Okay, well, I can say that the Earth doesn't move and it's a flat plane, and that the stars move above the flat plane. Both of us are using an observation, but how did you verify that the Earth was moving? I'm claiming that the Earth is not moving, and that goes along with my senses. How are you going to affirm that the Earth is moving while it's contrary to your senses? Minus the stars moving, because we both agree that the stars move.
Is it contrary to your senses? When I say the Earth is moving, why is that contrary to my senses?
Do you feel the Earth moving right now?
No, but I don't have to feel. When you're in a car and it's moving, you don't have to feel the motion of the car, right?
I do feel the motion of the car, and usually the motion of the car is going to tell me whether I need to slow down or turn a little bit less hard in the turn, or a little bit more into the turn, or And if you want to take it on a physics level, any form of turning is an acceleration. The braking is an acceleration. The gas pedal is applying an acceleration. So I'm constantly accelerating while I'm driving, and I feel it. However, the Earth is constantly accelerating while it orbits the sun, or it spins on an axis, or it wobbles on its axis, or it
It's
shoots
always
around
accelerating.
the sun. It's always accelerating. Either the orbit is slowing down or it's picking up speed, but it's always accelerating. I don't feel that.
What do you mean it's always accelerating? I
I
don't
just
understand.
explained.
No, but like when you're okay, wait. Let's like step away from the big picture for a second. When you're in a train, like I personally, from my senses, I don't feel it moving. I know it's moving, but I don't feel it like moving. Right? By a good train ride, you don't feel it moving on a straight line. Right?
Do you feel it when it goes around a corner?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Good, because when your ball rotates, because of that going around the corner, it is either a change of direction or a change of acceleration. You will feel it.
Okay, but when the train is like changing its path with like at 1/100th of a degree per minute, I wouldn't feel it. Like I don't feel it when the curve is like really, really like like really gentle. Right?
Okay. So then
Like
you
from my
don't feel
senses. Yes, I do
it.
not
You
feel it.
don't feel it.
Yes.
It's a belief that you have because you can't feel it. And your only excuse is that the stars in the sky are moving, therefore the Earth is moving. But I
No.
don't feel it with my senses.
That wasn't an excuse for that. It was about that we would feel the Earth moving. That was about that point.
Right.
With the stars, I think like when we were both like in the Middle Ages, probably, I think like a flat Earth would be like a really good argument to like explain like all of the different phenomena, right? Like I mean, it's valid. Like when we don't have any like scientific context, like both would be valid viewpoints, right? Like, I can understand why you believe it.
You can understand why I believe that the Earth is not moving?
I mean,
Or you
yes.
cannot
When you look at your own senses and from like the intuitiveness, like yes, I can understand why you believe it. I do not believe it. Like I'm a mechanical engineer,
cool.
right? I had to do like static and motion and all that shit. Like I think I have a quite big grasp on how like motion works. I have to design like the shit,
Well,
right?
I can reference somebody. I can reference a mechanical engineer who says that you should, according to the math, feel the weight of a tomato pull you towards the equator. But you're telling me that you don't feel it, and because you're a mechanical engineer, you say that we shouldn't feel it. When I got another mechanical engineer who says that we should feel it.
I mean, that's the most. Can you say again what he said? Can you say again his claim? I think I didn't understand it. I hope I didn't. Can you repeat the claim, please?
Axial rotation of the Earth. Because of the axial rotation of the Earth, its size, and the varying angle or north or south latitude, you should be feeling different poles, vectors of pull towards the equator. And he says that according to his math, and he goes through the math, you should feel the weight of a tomato pull you towards the equator.
No, that's not true. Now I can say from my senses what I've learned from what my head says, right? That's wrong. That's completely false.
Go ahead.
Like, motion
I will
works.
find this room.
That's good. So, like, I do not want to come in here and like say you're wrong, I'm right. Like, science is awesome and like it saves everything, but because I can understand why you believe that the Earth is flat, right? But when we're talking about like physics and about motion and about in the spherical Earth model, let's call it that, right? Like how motion works. I think there I can confidently tell you when I believe that you're doing something wrong, right? Because then it's not about subjective like experience of the world. That is about like physics, and I think physics is quite reality exclusive, right? That it can't be like true for two people simultaneously.
Right. Now, I've posted the reference. You can review that at your leisure.
All right. Thank you. Let's get back to the first one because I thought it was really interesting, and maybe I can give you my thoughts on that, and maybe you can correct me. All right. Okay. When you say that the Earth is like it's always accelerating, that's true. That's true in the sense that we are always getting pulled towards the sun, right? Like that's true. But we are also like in free fall, right? Because we are rotating around the sun. Like, are you like familiar with like the thought experiment of like a man jumping out of like from a building, or like being in space? There would be no perceivable difference for him. Because at both levels, like there's no force acting upon him. Like now that he can really feel, right? Like it was.
Or what are we trying to prove?
We are trying to prove, like for your question before.
Okay.
What was that? For the question before about the, you would feel the Earth. The sun pulling you, or that like you would feel the like Earth's motion or something like that, because always accelerating towards the sun. Like I misunderstood you. I thought you meant it always getting like faster, but you mean literally that's getting pulled towards the sun. That's factually correct. You're right.
No, that's not what we said. Just due to its rotation. In rotation, it's either for you to feel it if you have a change in direction and or a change in acceleration, you will feel it.
That's true.
When you're on a body that's going in one direction at one constant speed and never ever changing, you won't feel it because you're a part of it. You're on the reference plane. But if it changes direction and or changes acceleration or decelerates, you will feel it.
Man, we understand each other. Yes. Now we're talking. Yes, of course. 100% granted.
So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you feel the Earth's rotation? Yes or no?
No, I do not.
So why do you believe it rotates?
Because I'm part of the... Wait, your first premise was that when it's at constant speed and I'm part of the constant speed, and I wouldn't feel it, right? Because it's at a constant speed, to like answer your question. Because like I'm accelerating with the Earth, like I'm rotating with the Earth.
Yeah, but it's rotating.
Yes, and I'm on it. Like I'm rotating with it at the same speed. Sorry, I couldn't get you. I think I have to put you louder.
You're changing direction because you're on a ball, on the surface of a ball, and that ball is spinning on an axis. So you're changing direction.
How much direction?
Changing because you're on the surface of the ball. You're not traveling in a straight line. You're traveling around the circumference of a circle.
Yes.
Right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so then you're changing direction.
Yeah, but it is so minuscule, like it is relatively so little that I wouldn't feel it because the Earth is so big.
Okay.
If the Earth would be like 1 kilometer across and would still have the same angular momentum, then I would feel it probably. But it's like so big.
Do you have... All right. So our ball is a belief. The motion is a belief.
A belief? I mean, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Like at some point, everything is a belief, right? Yeah, sure, it's a belief.
Do you know the definition of gas pressure?
The definition of gas pressure, der Gasdruck. No, in Germany it's like two different words like pushed together, so no.
Okay.
Do you mean like an atmospheric atmospheric pressure?
Nope, gas pressure. Well,
I do not know it actually.
Okay.
I only know the derogatory usage.
The measured force of gas particles pressing upon the walls of its container.
I mean, yes, sure. That's something I know, yes. In Pascal mostly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I know that,
So
yes.
then, do you believe that the Earth has a container?
No, I do not.
Then how is it that the gas particles don't travel off into space?
That's a really good question. Why should they?
Well, the vacuum of outer space, the low pressure of outer space, and the high pressure of the gas particles on the Earth, there's no container, right? So then the gas particles should be spreading out to fill the void,
So
to
you would
fill
say,
the low pressure.
so if I understand you correctly, you say that like vacuums do suck, right?
I'm
Like
not saying vacuum.
would suck it. Vacuum don't suck.
I clarified myself, and I even said that the vacuum of outer space is a lower pressure than the high pressure on Earth, right?
Okay. That's
So then, am I saying
valid.
it's sucking, or am I saying that the particles should be pushing out into or moving out into the lower pressure zone?
I mean, that's what I would say is sucking. But like, yeah, sure. Like, I mean, you're right, man. I'm sorry that I want to use like different words. My English is not that good, so I'm sorry. So that's a good question, and it's a really interesting question too. The simple answer, like the boiled down answer, is basically that at some point, like gas is trying to inflate, right? It's trying to like spread as most evenly as possible, right? It wants to like lower the entropy, right? But we have another force acting upon the gas, and that is gravity, right? Because gravity is pulling the gas down while it's trying to get away, right? So we have two different forces acting upon each other.
No.
So which gravity do you adhere to?
Can the guy with the soundboard stop? It's really annoying. Oh wait, I can just mute him. Never mind.
No.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Which gravity do you prescribe?
Gravity do I?
What gravity do you adhere to?
I only know one gravity,
Which
my friend.
gravity do you believe in?
I only believe in the one and true gravity, of course.
Oh. Now, is that one defined by somebody? Or is that one just whatever you make up?
I don't understand. I didn't understand the first part of what you said.
Who defined the gravity that you believe in?
The definition of the word?
Which gravity do you believe in? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
I believe that
And there's others.
matter
You can look
attracts
up
other
all the
matters.
different types of gravity.
I don't use. I think Newtons and Einsteins are at core compatible with each other, even though some people do not think that. But basically, I believe that matter itself curves space-time.
So then we adhere to Einstein.
Yes, you could say it that way.
He contradicted himself there a little bit.
How did I contradict myself?
You said matter attracts matter, when it matter.
Yes, I tried to
Well, I
use like a
also
derogatory term. I think factually, yes, I contradict myself. I would also contradict myself if I say that gravity pulls something, right? But I'm trying to, like, I'm not arguing semantics, right? Like, I think for you it's basically getting the same point across, because I do not think that the core of our argument is about what gravity means. Like, I think for our context, it would be sufficient to say that matter attracts matter.
You can say whatever you want. But what you can't do, unfortunately, is go with gaining access. Right. I don't know. Did I get out there? Or, sorry.
You're breaking up a bit, brother.
Yeah, I can't really understand what you said. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude.
Your mic is underwater.
I was worried that it was my connection for a second. So I think with the gas pressure, there was a really good question which you asked. I think I would be overqualified to like explain it really well, but like it boils down to we have two different forces. The one is the gas trying to like spread as most as possible, and the other one pulling it down, right? The other one would be gravity in that context.
We get that part already, brother. And hopefully you can hear me now.
I know it's better, yes.
Did he just say that he's overqualified to explain it to us?
Underqualified. Overqualified, yes. No,
You're
underqualified.
Underqualified.
Underqualified, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I misheard you.
Like I'm not the
listen,
physics
we get the claim very well. What you're saying is clear. We've understood that. We could probably teach that to other people. The problem is there's no demonstration of that. There's no proof of that. What people do when we ask for proof is they just point to the sky. And that's not demonstrating their claim to be true. It's just pointing at the claim itself and declaring the claim. So, do you have any way to demonstrate gravity containing gases in any way?
I mean, your question is basically like you have to understand that gravity is like only works when you have a lot of matter, right? So the only aspects.
Yes, I've heard this before. Well, I would just ask you in that case. So obviously, in your worldview, it works on a planetary size, in the size of the globe Earth.
Yes.
But what would be the threshold? So is it any lower than that, or is it only that globe and bigger? What's the threshold for this?
I mean, the thresholds. At some point, you would have a black hole, right? There would have really little atmosphere, obviously. I think it's possible to have like atmosphere even in like. Basically, your question is like, can like an atmosphere exist, right? And if I can demonstrate an atmosphere, right? I think you can probably show it with other forces, right? For example, if you have like an iron dust, no, what's the wrong name? When you have like gases which are like magnetic, right? And you have like a magnetic ball, right? And then you basically simulate the gravity, right? The gravitational force by a magnetic force, right? I think you could demonstrate it that way. I didn't do it myself because I can't. I'm not that smart. Like I'm not that good with like magnetics and like electronics, right? But that's a way you could probably demonstrate it.
Well, there was a lot of ifs, probablys, maybes. If you think about it, imagine in there,
Yes.
which is it's a little troublesome to be honest. But I will say, listen, you're not the first person we've asked. I will just rip the Band-Aid off. There is no way to demonstrate it. It's not a matter of how smart you are, the technology involved, or how much money you have. It cannot be done. It's a violation of natural law. It's impossible. You need to have a container to have gas pressure, period. Outer space is fake. We don't believe in a flat Earth in space. Earth's not a spaceship. It's not a flattened globe in space or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could, like, if we could prove, like, that, like, other forces can counteract the force of gas, like, pushing, basically, like, each other out, right? Then you would believe in the globe. Like,
No.
then I could get, so that's not the, so, like, if we could, like, prove it, then it still wouldn't matter. Like, I told you, like, the way we could theoretically prove it, right?
If you want to argue for space, then sure, maybe the Earth can be flat and there's a space above us. Maybe. Doubt that. It's not. I don't think it's possible. But if you're so inclined to want to try to prove that, that's fine. By all means, you'd be the first person in history to do this. So good luck. But we'll be here for it if you can get it done.
Like your question was, is there like a way you could prove it? And I gave you a way to prove it. Like, what is the matter?
you
Like, why
didn't.
don't you think there would be
No,
a good way
we
to
need
prove
the
it?
actual demonstration, my friend. Not an idea to think about a possibility that if maybe you do this and possibly kind of think of it this way. That's not
No,
proving anything.
you
We need the
asked me.
actual.
You
I'm
asked
asking you
me.
for a
You
demonstration.
asked me. No, you asked me
for a
way to
demonstration. Yeah.
demonstrate it. You didn't
Yeah,
ask me
for
to demonstrate it. Like,
Yeah, I
why
did.
would I demonstrate it? It would be really expensive. But that's a way to test it. And why doesn't it make
what do you
sense
mean?
to you? Like, where do I lose you? Like, I
No, I
honestly want
understand you.
like.
No, I'm not confused. I'm telling you, you didn't offer a demonstration.
No, I
Period.
offer you a way to demonstrate it, and
I
like,
don't,
where do you think it would
I don't.
fail?
That's it's your claim. You want me to demonstrate your claim for you? I don't. It's impossible. I'm telling you, it cannot be done. You're saying it can be done, but your pitch was, well, if you think about it like this, and if you have this, and maybe, possibly, that's not a demonstration, my
That
friend.
is the way you talk
At
about an
best, a thought
experiment. You
experiment.
talk about it in an
It's not an experiment.
hypothetical because it is an
No,
hypothetical.
what
Because
I'm
we're not
asking you
doing
for
the
very
demonstration right
specifically.
now. Of course, we are talking about hypotheticals.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you very specifically for a demonstration. Just
Yeah,
give
and
us a
then I
video
tell you,
or
I don't
something.
give you a demonstration. Why would I give you a demonstration for
Because
it?
it can't be done.
No, that's I tell you, I don't give you a demonstration. Why should I give you a presentation? You say me, give me a presentation.
No,
Like
I want a
don't.
demonstration.
Yeah, I don't care if you want a presentation.
I don't want a
need to give you a
presentation. I just want the demonstration.
Yeah, I want you to give me a demonstration.
It can't be done.
That's your claim. Prove it.
What kind of birth reversal was that? That was cute, though. That was cute. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you. Kiko, you're kind of like roboting a bit.
Yeah, he's roboting for me as well.
Okay, I was worried for a sec.
Tire in your car.
Can you maybe
Tire on your car.
and replug your microphone?
Yeah, welcome Dubs as well. Yeah, no, listen, man. We over here on this side of the fence, the claim on the table is that the Earth is a globe with an atmosphere, if you will, and then a outer space that we exist within. So, and there is no container. You said that it was gravity. That's fine. We understand that. There's no way to demonstrate that, though. There's no way to say, well, here is gravity containing the gas. Boom, right here in your face. I could give you many examples where there's gas pressure involving a container. Say a can of sparkling water, right? You open the container, it moves from a higher pressure inside the can to the lower pressure on the outside of the can. Boom. That's a perfect example of a demonstration, if you will, in one sentence. There's no need to imagine anything. We've all done this. There is no way to have that gas pressure without a container, period. So if you want to demonstrate that claim, if you want to make that claim, by all means. We're not even making any other claim. The only other way to have gas pressure is involving a container. So that's just basics. So if you want to go against the basics, physics, if you will,
Can you give me a scientific paper that is true? I mean, if that's a claim which is already like proven, then you should like find any physics paper.
I didn't make I just said how it's not really a claim. Anytime you ever want to demonstrate gas pressure, it's going to involve. I'm looking at a bus right now with tires. It's got a higher pressure on the inside of that tire than the air pressure we're breathing right now. How? Well, there's a tire there. There's a container to contain that. That cannot be done without a container, right? If you want to say that it can be done, well, please, you're welcome to try to demonstrate that.
When you
However,
say
you can write it
something-
down on a piece of paper and say it can be done, it's not a demonstration of it being done.
No, when you say something can't be something else, then you have to prove that, right? And it's really hard
listen,
to prove, right?
You got to take the horse blinders off because it's, again, the claim is that the Earth is a globe without a container with gas pressure. That is the claim.
and I
So
gave
that has to be proven, my friend. That has.
I know that's not good enough for you, right? I know that the thought experiment wasn't good enough for you, right? But having another example of force containing basically just air,
you're saying
gas.
You're just saying it, though.
Right? Yeah, that's a thought experiment, though.
That's not
goal
a
of it, right?
demonstration.
Cyrus, we don't really deal with hypotheticals here. We deal in actuality, measurable, verifiable. That's what we want here.
But if you just imagine a dragon contains the gas, that's just as good as what you're saying. It's not equating to anything in reality.
And I'm curious, how do you think air is contained on the Earth if it's flat?
Not with gravity.
How is it contained? Now I'm curious.
Well, the same way every single other example of gas pressure exists with a container.
And what is this container?
Well, it's no different than if I give you a steak and you're like, well, where did this come from? Oh, cow. Well, where's the cow? Why
No,
are you...
no. Where's the container? Like, is it what is the container made of? Is it like
Yeah,
stone?
what is the
Like,
how many spots does the cow have of the last steak that you ate?
no, man, that's not the same. Like, you basically
is the
said there's
same.
an all. No, then
No, it
you
is the
should be
same.
able to prove
I'll
the container,
explain.
right?
Relax,
You should
just
be able
relax.
to prove the container, right? It must be a physical
Just
thing you
relax
can
for a
touch,
second.
right?
Well, you don't believe that with your own worldview. You can't go touch gravity and say, well, here is the gravity
Yes,
container. So
because gravity is
so
not a
relax with
physical
double
thing, but the
standards,
container
bro.
must be a
Can you just
physical thing. So what is the container made of?
take a deep
I'm
breath?
curious.
Take a deep
I'm
breath.
curious.
Take a deep breath. You have double
Thank you,
standards.
man.
You need to reel those,
Thank
you need to reel those in. So listen, just like with an example I gave you with the steak, you've never once asked, well, I need to know how many spots the cow had or what color it was. Was it brown? Or you're like, it doesn't matter. You couldn't have had the steak if it didn't come from a cow. And what we're telling you is we couldn't have had this gas pressure that we're breathing on Earth if it wasn't for a container. So whether I don't need to know how many spots the container has or what color it is or whatever, you couldn't be breathing without it. And also, the same thing. Listen, I just want to say this too. You have these double standards are going to flare up from time to time. Let's just get one thing clear. You believe in things that you cannot see or touch or taste or anything. But you believe them as core beliefs. Number one, gravity. Can't see it, can't taste it, can't touch it, can't smell it, can't do anything with it. But you believe it's there no matter what, period, off, rip, default. Number two, curvature. You've never seen it. You've never ever detected it ever. But you believe it's there, period, off, rip, default. But you want, when I say, well, there's a container, you're like, no, I need to see it to believe it. Cap. That's a lie. You don't even, you don't behave like that in your own current worldview with gravity or curvature. So we're not going to accept that. Well, I need to see the container. No, you don't.
Are you finished?
Yep.
Okay. So you're saying you're dealing in actualities, right?
Yes.
So, I think, for you say, how can you believe in gravity if you can't see it or touch it? How can you believe in a container? You say because it's logically needs to be there, right? You say logically it derives, right? And that's the same thought process I use for gravity, right? So how can you say that my thought process, not that my conclusion is wrong,
I didn't offer
that
you
my
a thought
process is wrong?
Well,
how can you do that?
Because anytime you want to demonstrate gas pressure, it involves a container. It's an extrapolation from just basic nature.
We're not talking about we're talking about the way to arrive at information, right? And you say that me saying logically we need to make this and that, that's wrong, right? But you saying there is a container logically, so there must be a container. That's insane. That's the same the same way of information I use.
Cyrus, the antecedent to gas pressure is containment. We don't know what's up there. I'm white and fat. I can't jump that high. So, if you understand the antecedent to gas pressure is containment, therefore there must be a container. That's it. It's not much harder than that. Stop trying to overthink it.
Even in your own worldview, you have a container. You just call it gravity, and it's invisible and can't touch it, right? So, don't be like, well, I need to see it needs to be glass or whatever. Stop it. You have the same worldview as us.
Fair. I believe you, right? Let's say I believe you, right? Honestly, one flat earther to another, right? What would you assume would this container be made of? Not in discussion. I don't want to argue about it. I just want to know. I just want to know your opinion.
I don't care. We don't speculate. Why would I offer you? Why would I close my eyes and start dreaming up? Well, maybe it's a plasma. What's the point of doing that? It's not. There's nothing concrete. Where it's speculative. I don't see that. It doesn't get us anywhere. I don't care. You don't care.
I care. I really care what you believe. Can anybody here tell me what they think the container is made of?
We don't do that here.
So
we know there's a container because you can't have gas pressure without one. We don't just sit here and close our eyes and do kumbaya and imagine that it's some giant force field. We don't do that over here, dude. Whatever it is. We don't know.
Couldn't you just like launch something at the container and see
Maybe
if it like
someone did that
hits something?
already.
Yes.
What is the container in?
Operation Dominic, Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. Check out those two operations. They were
Sure, I
conducted
will.
by the United States. They did launch rockets into the sky, and they explode at altitudes. And they've
Yeah.
even video recorded them. Starfish Prime is another name of a rocket that blew up in the sky. So people have already done that.
Facts.
Guys, if like you climb Mount Everest, right? Like, why can't
we
you
go.
breathe down normally? Like, I mean, in a
there's
container,
a-
like gas would be equal everywhere, right?
No,
like gas pressure.
no,
So it's not.
No, there's a gradient.
So, like, at some point, the gradient, if you would go like more up and more and more, you would assume for 1 second that there wouldn't be a container, right?
No,
And
it
if
goes
there's a
up to a container.
gradient,
You can't have a
right?
gradient without a container.
Why not? When you say Mount Everest is like
What do you mean, why not? You
one
can't. You
fourth.
can never demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Ding dong.
Wait, no, Bear, we're not talking about that right now. I honestly want to have
exactly
this
what we're
discussion, but
talking
you're
about.
always
That's the
jumping
whole
back to
discussion.
the first thing. I honestly want to
No,
ask you.
that is
like,
the discussion we're having. You're saying,
No,
well,
you-
if you have a gradient, that is just more
no,
gas pressure
we're not.
sliced
We're
up
not
into
talking
layers.
about. We're not talking about like gravity and all that. Like I assume, like I would believe you, right? Let's assume that. So when I might do. Like I believe in a lot of things. No, but sure, you're right. I don't believe it. But like, on Mount Everest, like how much air pressure do we got? Like, do we have normal air pressure like here? Do we have
Oh.
less or do we have more? We have less, right?
We have. I don't know why you're. This is not a route you want to go down because it's going to
I
lead
do.
right back to where we started, which you're saying is off topic, which it's not.
No, man, you got me.
This
Come on,
is
get me back to the topic if it goes. Come on.
Basically, you have the gas pressure that we just talked about, and now what you're going to do is slice it up into little layers and say, "Well, look, we have little different layers of the Earth." Yeah, we know. We know there's layers of gas pressure, but still, the same thing is still true. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Whether you slice it up into layers doesn't make any difference. I told you about the steak, right? The steak on your dinner plate. Well, if you slice it up into slices, well, you still needed a cow. Come on, man. This is ridiculous. This argument
Bear,
is stupid.
do you understand like what I'm saying? Like, do you understand?
Yes, you're not.
What
the
is my
first
core
person to
argument?
say
What is my
this,
argument?
dude.
What is my
You're-
argument? Maybe I'm just
Bro.
rambling too much. Like, what is my argument?
Okay, we're talking about a gradient, right? How there's a gradient. Look, there's a gradient. Then you said, well, if there's a container, then you can't have a gradient, which is false. To even have a gradient to begin with, you need a container. It's just kinda like, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like,
So, okay, Bear,
slicing
I
up the
think
gas
I
pressure
understand where you
doesn't make-
misunderstood me.
I don't misunderstand.
That is quite presumptuous, isn't it? No,
Bro, you're like the 30,000th person to join the server and have this discussion. You're not the first person to say this stuff. We've had
so
we're season 9, bro. Any show you've been watching, like Family Guy, they're on like their 15th season. Yeah, we're in our season 9. All right, we've been doing this for a long
that's
time.
sick. That's sick, man.
Yeah, well, you're like, well, you don't understand the plain English things that I've said that the last 3,000 NPCs said. Yes, we do understand you, bro. The
Don't
gradient
get
is not.
insulting, man. Come on, that's me.
It's not insulting, but
Don't
it's
call me
just.
an
I'm just
NPC.
saying you're saying that we don't. You're insulting our intelligence by saying we don't understand the plain English that you just spoke. We do understand what the gradient is, and it's not. It's not evidence for a lack
What
of.
is a
container.
gradient then? Like in a container, when you would have a normal container sitting on the ground, we wouldn't have a gradient, right? Or would we?
Why?
Would we have a
From what
gradient?
I've
If you would have
researched,
like
that's
a
not
normal
true.
gas container sitting on the ground, would there be like on the top of the container would be what, like 1/4 of the like air? Like
Well, from
pressure,
my
sorry.
research, you have like a propane tank. There's like it's a little more dense at the bottom. You might even have like it might even be in like a liquid form at the bottom and
Why
stuff
would
like
it
that.
be
So,
on it? Why
what
would
do you
it
mean?
be
Why
denser
would it?
at
That's
the
just what
bottom?
it is.
No. Why would it be denser at the bottom? No, come on. Why would
Because there's
it
a
be denser at the
gradient,
bottom?
ding dong.
Yeah, but why? Where does the gradient come
hell?
from? Come on, man. Where does it come from?
The container, goofball.
It comes from the container.
Yes, you couldn't have a gradient without one. That's what we're trying to tell you. Oh my days.
Okay, Bear, maybe maybe like 3,000 people came in here and like told you the same thing. Maybe they're all like
Your question
didn't understand it.
What?
Your question,
I didn't.
am I audible?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You are.
Your question would be better asked. What's the cause of the up and down? Maybe because it's
Man, I swear you're gonna say
like
buoyancy.
you want to establish that no, the gradients is going to be. My answer is going to be I don't know the cause of the up and
Buoyancy.
down gradients. But I would say that you do experience the specific gravity or relative density, and it is stacked at densest at the lowest and least dense at the highest. But then we could also change the scale. We could say that we actually live at the bottom of the ocean, and what we experience at the bottom of ocean is 0, and we happen to come up into the air and walk on land, and then now we're in a so-called vacuum because it's far less dense than what we were experiencing at the bottom of the ocean. And then if
Okay.
you was to travel even higher in the sky, the pressure would be dropping even farther. So
Right.
at best, you could make a claim that inside the container there are different densities of fluids, right?
Yes.
Liquid is fluid, gas is fluid, plasma is fluid, and then
Everything's
we
just
just
fluid,
have
man.
different. Yeah, you can say you have different densities of fluids within inside this container, but the cause of them being oriented in the way that they are, we don't know.
Sure.
We can't derive it. We can't figure that out in an experiment because we cannot manipulate it.
Sure. Can I maybe this is live, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I maybe like I think I would take like maybe like 20 seconds or 30. But could I just like try to explain in my point of view where like can I?
Well, I mean,
Why
do
do you
know?
feel the need to explain it? Is that Chris?
I don't know. Like
Yeah,
I
hey.
think
Holy, no,
where,
don't
for
explain it
example,
yet. Hold on a second,
you're-
brother. We don't need that. Go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, yeah, dude. Like, why do you feel this? I was gonna say the same thing, CB. Why would you feel the need to join a Flat Earth server and explain your point of view if it's not a Flat Earth point of view? Like, why who the fuck does that? Like, what you like walk into like the Democrat convention and tell them all about Republicans?
I mean, I thought
like,
that's what the server is for.
No.
Is for what? For you to come in
I mean,
here and tell us about some very like. If I want to know about the heliocentric model, you're the last person I'd ask. You're stumped on just. No, it's a fact, dude, because you don't know even the basic things like a gradient. You've come in here with a bunch of questions. If I really want to know anything about heliocentric, I'd better off just Google it.
I mean, to be fair, I came in here with no question. I came in here to like just like talk to people, right? And then like the conversation was steered toward that quite aggressively. So it's unfair of you to say that I came in here being like, yeah, man, the Earth is round and you should believe it, or else you're like some rednecks. Like that's not true. Like honestly, like I respect.
Yeah, so
you
how
guys
about just reset
because-
the conversation and be like, I think the Earth is a globe based on this.
No, because I do not want to come in here and like tell you claims and say, yeah, you should believe it, because that's not what I'm here for. I'm honestly just here for like trying to understand what you guys believe, because I think it's quite brave to like stand up to the establishment, right? Like honestly, I believe that. But like I think you're wrong, but I still think that's like brave and all that.
Yeah, you can't say that because you don't know what we think yet. You'd have to understand a topic before you just say it's wrong. Because all you're doing now is just like waving a magic wand over things you think you disagree with and just putting a stamp on it. That's wrong. That's wrong. It's basically like Trump-style debate where you just like lean into the microphone and just go wrong, wrong, wrong. And you don't even know what you're responding to.
Okay, then let me respond, okay?
Okay,
All
the
right.
Earth is observed. The Earth is observably flat and stationary.
So I respond now. I think I will get back to the atmospheric pressure and all that, and it needing a container.
Just ran away from
I
it.
want. If anybody is listening, right? I want you to like really think about it and get to your own conclusion, right? Like
Yeah, the Earth is
when-
observably flat and stationary.
Yes.
did that already.
So, yeah. So when we have, for example, if you believe that up in the mountains gas pressure is lower, I just want you to use an observation and just like stick it on like not like one mountain high, but like 2 mountains, 3 mountains, 4 mountains, 5 mountains high, right? the higher you would go, the lower air pressure would get. And the vacuum is not empty. Space is not empty. It's just really, 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 really low pressure. So, do you understand, like, fellow viewer of the
And
live
you
stream,
observe this where? Where
is-
did you observe this at? You're just saying it?
Did you ever? I went up a mountain,
Cool story, bro.
not Mount Everest, but I went up a mountain, and air there was less dense.
You realize you're reporting lore. Basically, you're like telling us lore from a video game. We already understand everything.
No, he
you
asked
could
me.
possibly- Just hold on a second.
He asked me, bro.
We understand everything you just said. The problem is you can never show it. You can never prove it. We understand the video game just as good as you do. That when you go up a mountain, 2, 3, 4 mountains, it gets lighter and lighter and lower and lower and lower and lower. We get that already. That's a claim. How do you
But,
prove
like,
it?
Did you guys never went up a mountain, like, ever?
Bro, why do you... We already understand that part.
No,
This is
but
a problem.
Where the
You're
fuck
not
do I
in-
lose you? That's the only thing which is actually grounded in, like, if we grant me that up a mountain is lower air pressure, then you
Yeah.
have to grant me the rest.
No.
That's logically
Incorrect.
following.
No.
Here,
Because you're
I'll
not...
tell
what
you.
you don't...
Oh, sorry.
I'll
Go
just,
ahead.
just real quick. You have to be fair, though. What is his name, Sears? We live on the same Earth as you. We're all a lot of us in here are flat earthers, so we live on the same Earth where you go up in a mountain, and the gas pressure is lower. So that doesn't mean we just grant you, well, the whole. I guess it's a globe, and we all live in space. Is all real? No, the gradient is. You can't have a gradient without a container. So we cannot grant you outer space just because there's a gradient. Go
No,
ahead, Kurt.
Bear, you'd misunderstand me. It was about it needing a container, and I basically told you how up there is no pressure. Like everywhere is particles, right? Space is not empty. It's just really, 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 really low pressure.
There
So
is
we
no
have a
space.
gradient up there. Yeah, and space is not empty. Obviously not.
There is no
Else-
space.
No, like in the heliocentric model,
There's
right? For the
gradient
flat
in it.
earthers,
You don't have to
in the
explain the
heliocentric
model.
model, space is not empty. It is filled with a really, really
We
low
get
density
that,
of particles.
brother. You don't have to explain the model. We know it better than you. Stop
So,
doing
for
that.
example,
That's-
for your answer, the container would be the observable universe, like the boundary of that. What that's made of, no idea. That would be the container for your question. The rest are gradients.
Okay, here's where you're fucked up. Is that for your gradient to exist, it has to violate all natural law. The law
So
of thermodynamics.
you're saying,
Well, hold on. Listen carefully, okay? Listen very carefully. You have to break the second law of thermodynamics. There's now no entropy, or you're going to say that your container is gravity. So if your container is gravity, now you have to explain how gravity affects gases. And once even if you do that, and you're able to jump,
it's a closed
Dude,
system.
Listen. Even if you're able to explain, so your first hurdle is why is your model in conflict with the laws of thermodynamics? Number two, now that you've said gravity is your container, now you have to explain that the pole, the beginning of the pole, using the inverse square law, would be the center of the Earth, the core of the Earth.
Because I have to
And then
address your
from-
first
dude,
claim.
shut
I
the
can't
fuck
address
up.
3 claims, man. You can't make 3 claims and expect me to respond to every single one of them. I have to respond to 1 claim, then you can
So-
make another claim.
So once you've got that, then you're going to have to explain why Mount Chimborazo has a higher gas pressure gradient than Mount Everest. Mount
Alright.
Chimborazo is about 5 miles further away from the core.
Conspiracy, I'm gonna respond to your first thing because you're just telling like a lot of stuff and I can't get into every single one of them.
Yeah, you should be
Basically,
listening.
I think
Like, write
that
this
you
down.
don't understand that. No, I will not write that down. You
He
can just
doesn't
let me
understand.
respond.
Class.
But like the second law of thermodynamics means that a closed system, right? Theoretically, a closed system wouldn't lose energy at all, right? Like entropy is just like basically, if you boil it down. No, wait. You explain me entropy. I mean, you brought it up.
Oh, here
Why
we
would
go.
I explain it for you? No, he used it. He used it. He used it. He gonna explain.
he goes,
Okay,
you had
it. He
let me
doesn't
explain.
know it.
Entropy, for example, in the Earth, like the Earth gets energy from the sun, right? And we radiate the exact same energy out. But for every photon we get from the sun, we send 20 lower frequency photons out. So that's entropy, right?
Show your work. You gotta
Because
show. Can I see that? Can you show me that, or you just?
Yeah, we
No,
need to
that
see
is
that.
so retarded. No, I
Look,
will not.
look, the
Guys,
count.
this is
you have like
this
a
is
bouncer.
just basic. No, guys, you show me entropy, man. Kritzwiffi,
Oh, he's
come on.
squirming. He's squirming.
Show me entropy. No,
Yeah,
you
just
basically
go.
no, guys.
Go get
you
a
this
drink.
is unbelievably bad faith from you.
Go
Like
get
you
a
make
drink.
a ton of
Yeah,
claims,
go
and then you
get
say,
a
"Yeah, man, you
2 liter.
can't respond to every single one of them."
Go
You're
get a
making
2 liter
measuring with
Soli
two
pop.
goalposts.
Go get a 2 liter Soli pop. Shake that bitch, and have another one where you don't shake, and open them up and see what happens.
Bro, that is not entropy. This is
Yeah.
just, bro, that is a
You'll
chemical
also see
reaction
carbon-
down there. That's an Bro, you can't say that a fucking
pressurized.
exothermic reaction is
No, it's not
entropy.
exothermic.
This
Oh,
is
dude,
the
wait.
most absurd
Yeah.
idiotic thing I've ever heard.
You think that's
we get
I'm not a chemical
exothermic?
student.
We got to clip
but
that.
like,
Wait,
just
Hold
say-
on.
say that
Yeah.
again, but slowly so we can clip it for later.
Bro,
Please.
you're saying that a chemical reaction is entropy.
go on.
That you can absorb entropy by a chemical reaction. This is not how entropy is measured.
No.
Free
Flip it around,
expansion
boys.
of gas into another area is like one of the most
Why are you
simplest
such a
forms of
fucking
demonstration
asshole
of entropy, dude.
No,
So
entropy.
fucking what?
Entropy. You can.
Yeah,
bro,
well,
who the
you're a
fuck has the
fucking
children there?
absolute lunatic.
What the
So-
hell was that?
Oh, it's hot, Mikey. I think.
Ah,
Okay.
shit.
Yeah, clip that.
So
Also,
entropy.
can someone get the clip of that old guy saying the entropy with the 2 bulbs? He's gonna get roasted. But go ahead, Australian.
Yeah. So basically, the what was I? Entropy is not just gases expanding onto each other. That is a part of it. But entropy basically boils down to order, right? For example, by the
No.
beginning of the universe, we had all matter concentrated at one point, right? And then the expanded, right? So there we would have like and then we had like
That's a
a lot of
misconception
gases like
about order and
everywhere
disorder.
in the universe, right? And then we had concentrated gas, right? Because all the matter was coming together, right? This we still had less entropy because energy started to get concentrated, right? Because energy, because energy spread it out.
Left.
So honestly, like, if you're watching this right now on the live stream, I want you to think
Entropy
about
always
the
increases. What are you talking
gradient
about, dude?
of like air on a mountain, right? That you can go up a mountain,
Mountain
and
bozo.
then that the air pressure would drop. And I just want you to take that and use it on like 20 mountains, 30 mountains, 100 mountains,
Mount
right? And just
Chimborazo
assume
and
that
Mount
it would
Everest.
still drop, right? And
Right, left.
then just assume that the space is not empty. It just has a really, 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 really low gas pressure. There's not like a firm boundary between the atmosphere and space. It's just like a gradient, which they like got
Well,
right.
call NASA. They call it the Kármán line.
But no, that is an arbitrary line, man. You can't see the fucking. You can't see the. Wait, do you think the Kármán line is not an arbitrary construct? Do you think there's literally a line up there in the heliocentric model?
Yeah,
Damn, man.
that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, you think that? You think that?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what you heard.
All right, man. Awesome. No, but if you're watching this right now, like, I do not think you're dumb for believing that you're a flat earther, and I think it's brave to believe things
Yeah, who cares
what
what you
the
think?
mainstream culture thinks is wrong. But just use the see that this whole discussion was done in bad faith. The start was quite pleasant with the two guys because they were quite not good faith, but they were fair at least, and the rest was them just like screaming upon me. I
Does
wish you all a
this
good
guy
day
ever stop?
and blessed die, man.
Are we still alive?
I'm still alive. Are you alive?
Did he just leave, or what just happened?
Yeah, he's out.
Oh damn!
Yeah, he was announcing his departure. He thought this was like an airport or something, and he was giving his farewell speech, and Bye bye.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. He just wanted to let everyone know that to look into stuff that he refuses to look in himself. And then just had to tell his personal. It's basically a Dear Diary. He's like, "Your Dear Diary, I went to a flat Earth server today, and they're not dumb. They just don't think about gas pressure gradient." After they brought it up to me.
What got me was he talking about if you think about the air at the top of a mountain and you stack a mountain on top of a mountain, bro.
Well, he believes in a curve, he believes in the motion, and he believes he doesn't need a container for gas pressure.
Okay. So why did he leave again?
Cognitive dissonance. Short answer.
Damn.
Sounds like he was streaming to his own people.
Oh, word? I did not pick up on that. Yeah, that was interesting, man. The universe is the container. No, gravity's the container.
Which is it?
It's just so awesome. I love how we're in season 9 at this point.
Season 9. Season 9.
There's nothing new they can say at this point. That's why it's annoying when they're like, well, let me just get 30 seconds to explain everything. Explain what? You literally can't say anything new. We've heard it heard everything. And all of you have heard it a million different ways too. We could probably make a flow chart. So yeah, that's really annoying. Can I just so in the globe model? No, dummy. I don't want to hear that. Sure, that's annoying to some of you guys too. Anyway, this is a nice little panel we got cooking up here. Got Ryan Osiris, fellow globe earther, guest globe earther of the panel. Very
What up,
nice.
what up? Good to see you,
Yes,
fellas.
sir.
I'm not talking to you, Ben.
Enemy UAV overhead.
We got paraplegic in the house. Selling some coffee.
It's a bit nutty.
We got Chris M. I'm sure he'll give us a few quacks at some point. Yep, you already know.
Mike's probably fucking awful. I'm in the roasting shack, the shipping container. Can you hear me? My crap Bluetooth freaking earpiece. Yeah.
That's pretty bad, mate, but we can hear you.
You know, every time somebody talks about they can only show gravity when the ball gets big enough, My question is, when does it start? Does the 2,000 mile wide ball, when that spins, does it kind of the water's kind of falling off still? And then it gets up 3,000 mile wide ball and it just starts to stick. It's still falling off kind of. At what point do they think this freaking magical shit just all of a sudden starts happening? I always think that's kind of interesting to talk about, but also completely retarded. That's why it's so funny. Yeah, when does gravity freaking start happening?
Paraplegic coffee, ladies and gentlemen. We got Chubbs in the house. Okay. Yeah, we got Chubbs in the house. Globe skeptic and flat earther. What the?
Oh my.
How does that work? Maybe he'll tell us about that in the chat. Shout out to
That's your doing, CB. That's your fault, brother. You gave me that globe skeptic tag.
Oh shit. Okay, so are we taking off the flat earther or taking off the globe skeptic?
I don't really know, mate. I think you should probably take the globe one though.
Let's go. All right, it's gone. Shout out to that was probably Chris who got that. All right, good stuff. Shout out to Chubbs, guys, and yeah, we have Crit in the house. Crit, man, report from the. You've been in the trenches, my man. What's been going on over in politics, and what's the latest with the Globers? Maybe he's battling in the trenches right now as we speak. So he'll try. Dubs as well, ladies. And Flatsy Klein as well. Damn, savage.
Crit, what's the blue cowboy dude? Where'd you get the blue cowboy dude? And why can't I see the blue cowboy's eyes? Is that your, just your, mystery man? The mystery man, real cool cowboy. I'm just messing with it. He's not talking.
He'll chime back in when he connects to the Starlink, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Kembo Beats in the house.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was just here listening to that one dude. Yeah, he went a little crazy.
Yeah, it's like he couldn't breathe there for a second. I went to order a coffee. I came back and he's like, "I'm leaving." And I heard him disconnect. I'm like, all right, well, what'd you guys do to him? But yeah, he wouldn't stop to take a breath there at the end. That was crazy. But Kembo, do you want to plug PNR real quick, or you want to drop a link or anything? Or...
Oh yeah, I mean, sure. Hold on, let me give me a second. Yeah, I can do that.
Bet. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if you can do this anymore, but you used to have like if you had two devices, you could connect to two different streams, and you can kind of I used to stream some audio every now and again into here from other places, so that could be something you could add there as well. But shout out to Kimbo Beats and the politics and
Yeah, I wish I know how to do that, but I am connecting with two devices at the moment.
yeah, I mean you could well, I don't know, you could probably figure it out. Open the mic on the other one. But yeah, there's the link in the chat, guys. Give our boy Kembo a good follow over there. We also have Kiko in the chat.
How you been, CB?
Man, I've been busy, but I got some free time the next like 72 hours maybe. So we'll be having some good shows here. So happy to host and glad to have you guys in the panel. So what's going on with you?
Just another day, driving home,
Facts.
doing the conversation with the gentleman who doesn't know the earth is a ball. Just denies his senses.
Yeah, that was how long have you guys been speaking to him?
7, maybe an hour. Maybe.
Oh. You got all
Yeah,
tuckered
you
out.
jumped in like halfway. We had already gotten him through the curve, which he believed in, didn't have any measurements, didn't know who made the measurement. And then we asked him about motion. Can he detect motion? No, he can't detect motion, but he believes it. He believes it moves in such a way that he can never feel it. And then we got into gas pressure. And then you remember the rest.
Yeah, I started lore reporting. I can't stand the lore reporting, man. I actually made a role for that. So if you ever catch someone that needs that lore reporter role, you let me know. If anyone doesn't know what that means, but it's like take any book series like Harry Potter or Game of Thrones or whatever, Twilight, it has certain lore based around that universe, if you will, and certain details or stats or statistics or whatever that you could probably rattle off. Uh, and so that would be considered lore. The globe has the same thing as certain lore. The Mars is this far away, and the galaxy is this big, and blah blah blah. They're just reporting lore from the video game. And so we obviously, number one, have heard that a bajillion times. And number two, they can't back up any of this stuff. What's the point of just saying it again like we haven't heard it? That's incredible. So we don't mess with the lore reporters over here. And yeah, so we also have Mark J in the panel. Morvis just joined as well. So Mark J and Morvis, Northern Rebellion, Rayleigh Criterion. These great names in here. Shaggy 420. Yeah, we got tons of people in the panel, guys. Feel free to chime in. We got T-Dub. T-Dub in here. Got Taz and Timbo at the bottom of the panel. Cool. And Him Sake. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me unmute. Him Sake. Cool name. Welcome to the panel, Him Sake. So this is it, guys. Look around. Left to your left. To your right. What's going on, people? Him Sake. Go ahead, chime in. What's going on with you?
Did you take your Hello, hello. Hey, welcome, good people.
All right. So let me just upgrade you to VC verified. So congratulations, you've now been officially verified in the server.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we gotta ask, just to get right into it. Are you a globe earther?
I'm more of a I know it's flat type of earther.
Okay. Well, awesome. Very good. All right. Well, Rhinoceros, get your questions ready. How long is that? When did you first get involved? Go ahead.
Sorry, CB, real quick. I think I lost my VC verified tag at some point. I know I had it before at some point, but
You
I
don't
don't
need
have it
that.
anymore.
Well,
Oh,
it
okay.
basically the globe earth role replaces that in terms of like perms and status. So you're good. You don't need it.
Okay, bet.
So, but yeah, get your questions ready for Him's sake. So Him, when did you first get involved? I would say I put myself in the class of 2017. That was when I first started getting involved with flat earth stuff. So what about you?
Officially will be in 2022. I think 2018 was the first time I even heard about the whole thing.
Nice. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So have you debated like Globers before, or you just kind of still in the learning stage?
No, I in 2022 I kind of heard all the arguments. Kind of had that whole. See, I went from in the early 2000s. I went to the college to be an astronomer, so I was really knee deep in this whole heliocentric thing. In 2022, I made my way into the flat Earth, and then I debated one of my best friends for like 20 years on the thing until he became an anti-flat earther. So I had to get all my he literally became an anti-flat earther, and we don't talk anymore after 20 years.
Wow, dude, that's so lame, dude. People, I don't know what it is. It's like a mental virus or something.
Hey, did you continue your astronomy studies?
No, see, the thing is, like, when I think about astronomy, I don't know what people envision, but a lot of stuff I did, which is going out there on the field and on cataloging. My thesis was basically on cataloging the luminosity, different luminosity and magnitudes of stars from our local area. And so I did that for 3 years, but I know I went to do. See, I've been always working construction, so that was the field that I'm still currently in.
Brother.
Yep. Yep. So I went to do construction because
a man of my kind.
Yeah, that was all. Astronomy was mostly like a thing of passion that I had, studying the stars, and it's
So
not as
from that you came to flat Earth, or while you were doing it, you saw some videos, or what made you tip the scale, so to speak?
So the thing is, I read a lot of anti-flat Earth things about how flat earthers was trying to make Christianity look bad. I had a lot of articles I read in it until I read one article in 2018 by Jonathan Peschel say the Earth is flat most of the time, and yeah, you can still
Sounds
read
weird,
it.
yeah.
It's very weird, but it's very good at breaking the spell. Like, it wasn't if I read that, I wouldn't have even considered it. And so that about it's how we is talking about how we operate the world, how we see the world is flat. And
yeah, always. Yeah.
Yeah,
Until you start talking about the globe. That's it. So everything's flat, used as flat, navigated as flat, everything. Building is flat until they talk about the globe.
Absolutely. And it mostly stemmed, the whole globe is kind of like keep putting on goggles. I think what they call call back to that movie, They Live. It's kind of like putting on it's kind of like the antithesis. You have these goggles on and you think you're seeing the world this way. And it wasn't just something, there's a lot of things that I've viewed that I never understood, like since 2009. One thing was when I was flying over Florida, and I looked over heading west, and I could see Central America, and I could see Baja California, and I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. How can I see this? Sorry, there's a lot of chaos in the room, man.
Did you get to record any of these footage when you up in the air?
No, I did not. I am going to get a chance to do this, this November. I'll be flying over that area. So I'm definitely going to make sure to get a lot of footage. I'm going to take a Sexton with me. So I got little plans to do things firsthand.
Yeah, so I mean, if you don't mind me asking, like, where were you?
Wow, something's wrong with Bear Pelagic's mic. What a surprise!
Shut up! Yeah, but I just want to ask you a question. Like, did you remember where were you at to be able to see Central America and also Baja California?
Yeah, I was flying over Florida.
Really?
So, absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't even a flat Earth or nothing like that. It was just a.
I mean, that looks. I mean, that sounds impossible. I mean, because I just flew from Texas to Florida, back from Florida to Texas, right? I mean, I can see far, but I can't make up like what I'm seeing. And you say you were on the top of Florida State. I mean, it's impossible even on a flat Earth, my friend. I mean,
No, I
how do
I
you?
was flying. I was in an airplane.
Yeah, you were on an airplane, right? And you said you were flying over Florida, but when you were over Florida, you can see Central America and also Baja California at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a crazy claim, my friend.
Yeah, it was a clear
How high
day.
were you
It's a
flying?
bit far fetched.
How high were you flying? What was the altitude?
35, I think, or 35,000 feet. Was there?
What's did you have like a viewing device, like a telescope or a camera, or
No,
was it
you
your
can
naked eye?
see. That's just the naked eye. It was clear day. You can see clear across the sky, clear across the Gulf of Mexico.
Did you have your phone with you? Did you take a picture?
No, this is like 2009. I didn't have my phone with me. Nothing. But I will verify that, and I will take pictures coming this November. So I'll be flying over the same area.
Okay. Timbo Gonzalez here
Well,
with us as well. TKD Adams, bottom of the panel. Congratulations on the bottom slot. Kathos joined as well, so welcome. I think that's everybody. I did create a new role for those that are supporting us over on Rumble. So if you want to like drop a little chat on the live stream on Rumble, or I posted a message 30 minutes past the hour. If you want to react to that, I could put that role on you there. No worries if not, though.
Roll me up.
All
Hey,
right,
has anyone
yeah,
got
or just
off the top of their head, like how far should you see from? I think commercial planes fly at 27,000.
Well,
if you
I've
use
flown up to 41,000 feet.
41.
Yeah, that's usually the limit for commercial aircraft, because after 41,000, the pilots have to don the air masks while they're piloting. That's why they don't go higher than 41.
Okay, all right. On a globe, the distance to the horizon from 30,000.
I would 30,000 square root of 30,000 times 1.22, and that would be the distance to the horizon.
Granted, there's a lot more factors involved as well.
Yeah, what about all your visibility factors?
Because
Yeah, because you're looking down into the atmosphere, across. At that angle, yeah, it's across.
Because even for lighthouses, which are strong light sources, they're usually limited to about 28 nautical miles to actually clear.
What is the math for that?
I was going to do it, but I'm driving. So.
I got
you guys. I know you guys don't want me to risk my life just to get a measure.
Please don't. I'll ask.
That's not enough debt. Where's your dedication, soldier?
Square root of 30,000 feet times 1.22, that is 191.31.
Miles, that's it.
Yep, that's your ball horizon. 191 miles and some change. And 41,000 feet. Square root of 41,000 times 1.22. That's 223 miles and some change.
And welcome to the panel, Neil.
Thanks. Just chilling at a park, listening to y'all. Hope y'all having a good day. It's Canada Day here.
Yeah, saw that.
Canada Day A.
Oh yeah, eh? Gonna get some Timmy's, eh?
These guys are talking about what are you guys talking about? How high from an airplane you can get?
On a ball. Yeah.
Where's the horizon at 41,000 feet? The answer is 223 miles distance, according to the 3,959 mile radius.
On that imaginary ball.
All right, nerds.
Walter Bislin says it's 247.8 miles.
Plus or minus 6 million. Just slide the scale, mate. You can. It works out perfectly with the globe.
With standard refraction, it becomes 256.3 miles.
7/6R.
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah, because what does that takes the horizon out to 1.6. Or is it 1.3? So it goes from 1.2 to, I think it's to 1.3. I think we were giving them 1.6 just to keep them happy.
And let's plug in those distances for the right angled triangle to find out the resolution limit of human vision.
Yeah.
All right, 47.8.
While you're grabbing that, sometimes I like just flipping, like doing a reversal from the things that they say about flat Earth. They'll be like, "There would be no horizon on a flat Earth." I'll just go wild and be like, "Yeah, there would be no horizon on a globe." You know, just give them a taste of their own medicine. It's kind of funny to see how they react to their own.
I just
shit.
flip refraction around on them. They go, oh, well, why can't you see forever? I say refraction.
Right. Exactly. Just give it right back to them.
Refraction.
Yeah, where's your model?
They're so willing to put a bunch of rules on you that they don't abide by themselves.
Yeah, they start talking about refraction, right? And then they go, well, on a flat Earth, you should be able to see forever. You go, what?
What?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? So, okay, you're limited on a globe, not even by the horizon, but by weather. But all of a sudden, on a flat Earth, weather disappears, and you can see forever. Come on, man.
You can't even see light penetrate the oceans up to 200 meters. And you think you can see forever through an atmos layer.
Or you could say, when they say, why do things fall? I'll say gravity.